This is the D6 generation with your hosts, Craig Gallant.
Wrong! If you're getting any compensation, it's not charity!
Russ Wakeland. You put me on a boat with freaking dragons attacking me and whatnot? Now we're talking. And Rafe, Hollywood Granger.
Now that's Jimmy Django right there.
With contributions from Total Fangirl.
Vampires do not sparkle.
And our loyal listener.
For the D6 generation. Love it, I do.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at you with the speed of plummeting drop pods full of screaming, mutated traitors falling upon the palace of the Holy Emperor himself. Today's edition is brought to you with a very special message. This is a big happy birthday to Richard Spanauer, the best dad and dungeon master in the whole world, from Deirdre, Rhiannon, and Anya. I'm Geekly McNerdigan, your host. Today, as always, our panelists are Russ Rogaldorn Wakeland and Rafe Angron Granger. Let's begin.
I get to be the good guy. Issue
number 1. Heresy is a controversial or novel change to a system of beliefs, especially a religion, that conflicts with established doctrine. It is distinct from apostasy, which is the formal denunciation of one's religion, principles, or causes, and blasphemy, which is irreverence towards religion. Individuals who espouse heresy are known as heretics. Question. What one item of gamer culture would you consider yourself a heretic against? Galileo Granger?
Heresy is an utterance made out of court.
And Russ of Arc?
Apple technology.
Okay, we're using that gamer definition more and more loosely. For this, I cannot deviate for the sake of comedy. There is only one doctrine of gamer culture that all three of us despise and evangelize against on a regular basis. The black shirt. Anti-subocula aquilaes unite! Issue number 2. A pet is an animal kept for companionship. The most popular pets are noted for their loyalty and playful characteristics. It is universally accepted, however, that in order to be a pet, a creature must actually be alive. Living organisms undergo metabolism, maintain homeostasis, possess a capacity to grow, respond to stimuli, reproduce, and, through natural selection, adapt to their environment in successive generations. Question. What is the strangest thing you've ever seen someone treat like a living thing? Russ the Rompa Stompa.
The pet rock.
Pet rock Rafe.
Oh, dang, that was a good answer. A digitized thing that you pay Blizzard $25.99 for and they make millions of dollars.
Phew. Well, back on familiar ground. Wrong! The strangest thing any gamer could ever personify is their dice. Auditioning, coddling, coaxing. And think about how many people do that. They're little cubes of cellulose nitrate. People, they can't hear you. Issue number 3. A convention is a set of agreed, stipulated, or generally accepted standards or norms, often take in the form of a custom. The term social convention refers to the set of standards or norms that we all, consciously or unconsciously, adhere to in order to make society function in a mutually beneficial, structured way. When a single person breaks from social convention, either from ignorance or from more cognizant self-motivation, chaos and stress will result. Question. What is the most common breach of social convention in the gaming community today? That rascal Russ?
Talking without observing body language.
The Rapscallion Rafe?
Yeah, same answer. Hammerheads.
Well, interesting. Close, but still wrong. But close. It's a big world, as we saw in last episode's Did You Ever Notice? Wrong. But it's all about personal space, folks. The average American prefers 4 feet of space between themselves and casual conversational partners. In Europe, the averages are closer to 2 to 3 feet, but still way more than the 8 inches the average hammerhead gives you. Get a clue, guys, and get out of my face! But let's move on. Issue number 4. A canon, in terms of a fictional universe, is a body of material that is considered to be genuine or official. The use of the word canon in reference to a set of texts derives from biblical canon, the set of books which are regarded as scripture. The term was first used in the context of fiction to refer to the Sherlock Holmes stories and novels written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle to distinguish those works from subsequent creations by other authors. Question. What is the most egregious violation of alteration of canon in geek culture? Sabalam Glitz Granger.
I learned that there are over 100 smoothbore cannons on Alcatraz Island.
Darian Wallace Wakeland.
I still hate the Aragorn's flume ride in the Lord of the Rings movie.
Never. although that's really bad, never could either of you be more wrong. Midichlorians.
Oh, yes.
The rest is silence.
You're right.
That's it for now. Thanks for listening, and good night.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to gain.
Hello. And welcome to episode 55, the big double nickels
I can't drive 55.
of the D6 generation. I'm Russ Wakeland.
You're not Stanley Kubrick?
No.
No?
No.
You sure?
I am
Because I
fairly
got
certain.
confused.
Yes.
Okay, well, I know I'm Craig Gallant.
And Rafe Hollywood Granger. You know what's special about this episode?
What?
What's that?
Episode 55, Cinco on what
Cinco
day?
de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo, right. It's really-
Arriba.
it's really
Feliz
trip fives.
Cinco de Mayo. I
Which,
think I just
listen,
said
folks.
Trip fives, folks.
May.
There you
fifth
go.
month,
Triple nickel.
double nickel.
Yeah.
It's 55. Ooh, no, it's
Yeah,
555. It's quad.
Whoa, we're quads.
We're doing some serious math here now.
Now we got a real
Hey,
hand.
Russ.
Yes.
This might be the day we make first contact.
It is 2010, yes. It is any time now.
okay.
You know, anytime.
Because of the alignment of the numbers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
All right.
So on today's show, it's
Traitor-filled.
Trader-filled 40K Bonanza.
Arriba. Ding, 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 ding.
We got,
Doesn't
you
really
know,
fit.
what game would be better right now than, what is that, noise? Oh, my God, my tweet deck is attacking me. Stop.
Nothing would be finer than a...
That's
What
first
could-
contact.
There's no better game we could review right now than Horus Heresy. Been more questions asked about it.
Oh, yes.
And so far, our fans have been telling us they really would like to have a 40K all show, so there'd be no better thing than two 40K segments.
That's
and what better
right.
second 40K segment than an interview with the designer of
Yep.
Horus Heresy?
Yep. That sounds good. Why
And
don't we do that?
Since both those things, nothing's better than either of those things, that means there could nothing ever be possibly better.
This is the best of all
Than this
possible
episode.
podcasts.
Then the double nickel.
Wow.
Unfortunately, the folks at Board Game Geek don't seem to think so.
No, apparently at Board Game Geek, they think we're not quite as good at
They like Game On better.
Double nickel on the D6G is
Yeah.
Jimmy Django.
It is Jimmy Django. Before we get into all that craziness, though,
Not that Game On isn't cool.
they are a great show. We like them.
We like them
do.
a lot.
We like them.
And we like them as people, too.
We do.
If we don't win, though, I'm taking back my army
Your
transport.
Army Transport.
There you go. Bribery did
You
not
should
work.
have told John that he had to vote for us because of
That
the
would have been
Army
awesome.
I know.
That would have been awesome. Anyway, we should thank our sponsors.
We should.
Who
Without
should we
them,
thank
this
first?
wouldn't have
Rafe.
sounded so good.
We should thank Myriad Games, who supports the D6 generation on behalf of all friendly professional gaming stores on all parts of the world and planet.
That's true.
And I get to attend the awesome StarCraft event, and I'll talk more about that in Achievements of Gaming.
And I did too.
Yeah, and
But-
I did,
yeah.
but I
And
didn't
Craig
play.
came too.
Yeah, we got to meet a lot of our listeners. We'll talk more about that in Achievements, but that was fun. So thanks, Dan, for hosting that. That was good times.
Absolutely.
And we also need to thank who else there, Craig?
Battlefoam.com. Protecting your army so you don't have to.
Right. That was really hard
Thank
to
you.
remember.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm still... Rafe, what's your favorite Army transport right now at the Battle Phone line?
Flames of War.
Flames of War. It's interesting because you barely ever carry that to the store.
Yeah, I haven't
getting
seen
the
you
itch
in
again.
forever.
So anyway, I've been really enjoying my War Machine bag. That is
Yeah.
just awesome.
Yeah. My,
I'm finding it a little too big.
Firestorm
It's
Armada.
awesome with awesome sauce.
And you know what I've discovered too is I can reach into my Battle Foam bag, grab the foam tray with the pre-cut squares,
Yeah.
grab them by the squares,
Oh, yeah. And pull
pull
them out.
the tray right
Yeah.
out, and nothing rips.
That's right.
You try that with your classic. You see what happens. All right, so battlefoam.com doesn't get better than that.
Nope.
Just like this show. This episode can't possibly be any better.
Nope.
I want to know about the next one, Russ.
Lone Wolf Development. Speaking of things that doesn't get any better than, if you want software to help you out with creating your RPG characters or building your own army list for your favorite miniature
Or
war game,
controlling your collection.
or managing your collection of cards or collectible things, Lone Wolf Development makes the best possible software, and they're coming out soon with Tournament Ace.
And another
How's that
super
beta treating you?
They haven't started the beta yet, so I'm anxiously
Oh, okay.
waiting. I'm waiting. They're still
And a
refining
super,
things.
because there's also that super secret project.
All right, so lots
that's coming
going on
that
there.
We're
So
all
check out
excited about.
I wanna be involved in the
wolflayer.com.
Super Secret Project.
Yeah, me too.
And finally, well, not finally, second to last, but just as important, who else do we thank, Craig?
The War Store, bringing the war to your door since 1994. Or 1999.
Right.
But 1994
Before
sounds
rhymes
way better. So it should have been thinking of taking the war to your door since 1994, but then we started in 1999.
Neil and the folks at the War Store do a great job of getting your orders out quick.
They do.
They,
you know what they also do a great job as? That great update that they send once a week with all the cool new stuff.
Here's the new stuff.
The newsletter.
Yeah.
The newsletter is great.
Yeah.
So if your flips don't have it, go to the War Store.
Right, and one of the few newsletters I actually read.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely.
And finally, we definitely want to thank our friends at paintedfigs.com. It's funny now, so I sent out, this is a fun little story because this happened on Twitter, not everybody knows this yet, but Naveen over at Painted Figs, I had sent out my Storm Blades to be painted a while ago, and as I mentioned on the show before, the best quality they have.
Yes.
Exhibition quality. And all excited, and Naveen said, hey, they're all done, I'm going to send you some pictures.
Yeah.
And he sent pictures, I got all excited, and they looked awesome, and I just was really amazed by the paint job, so I tweeted the pictures. And then one of the people on the Twitter feed replied and said, hey, he switched your Storm Blades for Storm Guard. And indeed, I don't know how I missed it, but they were in fact Storm Guard. The big difference is Storm Guard have halberds and Storm Blades have swords. So I was like, oh no. So I called, I emailed Naveen. I said, Naveen, what are we going to do here? This is messed up, and what should we do? And he's like, tell you what, keep the Storm Guard.
Wow.
And I'll paint up Storm Blades for you.
Wow.
And my understanding is that's not just because I am part of the show. That's just how they roll there. And I was like, I feel bad. Why don't you sell them on eBay or get some money back for the mess? He's like, no, they're yours. Do what you want with them.
Wow.
So that was really cool.
That's really cool.
You can't. People make mistakes, and there's no better way to make it right than that. So that's really cool. So I was really impressed with their customer service. So
very
cool.
Nice.
As usual, check out Painted Figs, and they'll treat you right the first time. If something doesn't go wrong, they'll take care of you. No problem.
Yeah.
So
And they'll treat you right the second time.
that's right.
Absolutely will.
So
I'm getting my, you know how I've always been into Civil War, right? Well, I'm getting a complete regiment of Union and Confederate armies painted by them now.
Okay, so let's talk about donations.
Is this another fabricated thing again?
Yes.
It is.
All right, moving right along.
Just trying to get Craig mad at me. I haven't seen him in a while.
All right, so now in addition to all of our Fancy Pants sponsors there who help keep the show running, our shout-out auction winners also contribute a lot of money to the show and help us out, and we get to be part of the show, too.
They absolutely do.
And how does that work, Craig?
Well, you're going to go to eBay, and you're going to search for the D6 Generation, and you'll find our auctions, or you'll go to... Anybody?
eBay.thed6generation.com.
That one never sticks in my head. But
Now,
you go
Dr.
there.
Wakeman. We had a question from a listener. He said, hey, I wanted to buy an eBay auction, and I went there, and it wasn't there.
Yes, and we went over it last time, and he found it this time. He actually got an auction when
Oh,
one
good.
auction this time.
Good.
How you do that is when things are on eBay, they're only visible when they're currently running, and the auctions usually run between 5 and 7 days, depending on the time. The trick is when I put the auctions up, I always put them up usually near the end of the week the show airs. So the way to find the auctions, check eBay and the weekend after the new show goes up. They'll always be running then. And if there's ever any confusion, check our Twitter feed. I always post if something's been delayed because this episode's running late, so the auctions got delayed a little bit, so it's a little off. But normally, weekend after the show goes up, the auctions for the next episode will be out there on eBay.
And if you're really lazy like me, you don't want to go to eBay, and you don't want to watch an auction, well, you just go to our website, and you click the donate button.
Yeah. Like our friends Billy and Adam, both did generous donations,
Yes,
so thank
they
you,
did.
boys.
Thank you very much.
Now, to thank those who thank us
Yeah.
by sending us money and those who don't send us money, just taking the time out of the day to listen to us yammer on for 4 hours every couple of weeks about this stuff.
Yammer. We do yammer.
We like to have contests.
we love to have contests.
Now, we have a very exciting contest.
We do.
One of our most highly responded to contests.
That says
given the
true.
requirements.
Yeah.
I mean, how many responses did we get? I think it was like,
It was.
counting straight email text, was over 60, I think.
I think it was. Yeah.
And then of those 60, a good chunk, if not the majority, over a third, were voicemail or audio entries.
Yes.
So we had like 20 or possibly a few more entries to cull through
Right.
to find. So what we did, what do we do, Craig?
Well, we all listened to them individually, and unfortunately, not everybody has the dulcet tones of a Rafe Hollywood Granger.
Very true.
So, and of course, the super high tech equipment that we have. So we did go through and try to resurrect some of the less listenable elements. Also, we had to cull them down. It was
There were so many.
hard. It was
Normally
very,
we play all
very
of the
hard.
auto entries we get, or maybe most of them, but there were so many this time, so we kind of focused on what the really
There's
funny
16 or 17 that we thought
Or
were
creative.
entertaining and creative.
Yeah.
That other people who aren't us would also appreciate listening
And
to.
because there were so many well crafted and a lot of time went into some of these when you hear them in a minute, we decided to pretty much eliminate anyone who was just a text entry.
Which is unfortunate, and I think
there
I
were some very
disagree
nice
with that.
ones.
But that's the way we
It just-
voted.
Well, it's how much effort you put in. There were some
Right.
really
Yeah,
nice text
yeah,
entries
yeah.
and some pictures, and they were nice. But the audio ones, clearly some people with some thought and time.
Some people went an awful. Yeah, I think there was at least 2 young daughters who were bribed outrageously to take part.
Now, if you're bummed about that and you're like, gee, I wish there was a contest we could just listen closely after this contest. We'll be announcing
Yes,
another
'cause we
contest.
got another one.
That is an equally cool prize and much simpler to enter.
That's right.
So hang in there. But before that, we got to get to the fun part, which even
Yes.
if you don't win, it's going to be fun to listen. These are pretty humorous and very creative. So,
So if yours didn't make it, please believe that we listened to them all. We really appreciated all the work that went into them, but we had to cull it down.
So let's go through a few
And
finalists
please
here.
remember, those of you that didn't make it, you're all losers.
In Rafe's world.
Right. So we're going to listen to them now, and then when we're done listening to them, the three of us will mention our 2 favorites each, and then from there, if there's overlap,
Then we'll have to.
2 favorites. I picked 4.
yeah,
Well,
2.
you're gonna have to
You
cull
gotta cull
that
it after
down,
you listen to them
too.
again. Be
It's
thinking
all
about
the cull.
Okay.
There we go. So here comes the first one.
Okay.
All right.
1:06 p.m. Tuesday, April 27th. The day the posts disappeared on the D6 generation. Everything is dark, so cold, so alone. Bring back the posts. Please. Please. Is that a miracle? Long-time listener. Great show. Love it. Went to the website, and everything was gone. Except for the merchandise, which is kind of interesting. Keep up the great work. Have a good one. Looking forward to the next show. Bye for now.
Now,
All right. That was.
is that something that happened like while I was
what
gone?
happened?
Yeah, okay, this is kind of interesting. This actually was not an entry in the Rune Wars contest. This is just a normal voicemail that came in. And, but thanks for leaving it in there because I think we wanted to talk about this. So we host our site with a great company called...
I did think it was odd that was included in the file you sent me, but that's
great company called Lisbon, who hosts our website, hosts a lot of podcasts. They do a great job. Any case, we were selected as one of the podcasts to migrate to this brand new test platform a while ago. And they've been working out some kinks. And one day, out of the blue, the site was still there, but all posts on the site were just gone.
wow.
So it's like we had no posts. And I notified them, and it was literally like within an hour they fixed it. So it was like, but apparently this gentleman,
poor gentleman,
just had a bad timing and found it. But yeah, so fear not if you saw that. Everything's back. Also, briefly, all the comments were gone. They're all back. So we're just going through some growing pains as they tweak the thing there. But fear not, there are professionals on the job. So
Excellent.
something will happen there soon. But yeah, that was
Alrighty.
that. So
Cool.
all right, so that one didn't count. But thank you for calling in.
Hello, guys. This is Valhalla 42nd on Daka Daka, and I'm putting in an entry for the Rune Wars contest.
Oh, well, you called the right place.
It's a bit of a poem, so work with me here. And my apologies to Andrew Marvel. This is
It's a
to my
classic.
empty wallet. Had I but cash enough and time, my big box gaming were no crime. It would sit down and think which game to play, never find them tame. Thou with the Lotari elves aside shouldst power find. I by the rides of Dagon would complain. I would attack you 10 turns before I should, and if you could, if you please, refuse to the new version of the rules. My game collection should grow vaster than empires and more slow. 100 years should go to play, TI, to make the cosmos pay. Near 100 to get the cent, and borrow cash to pay the rent. An age at least to bag each part, and the next sale will fill our cart. For Matthew, you deserve this prize. It should ne'er go to other guys. Thank you. Have a good time, and I hope I win, and yay.
Very
Bye-bye.
nice.
So I really liked that. That was a good one.
That was
a lot of
thought.
A lot of
Yeah.
thought in that poem. So that was the
I recognize him from the posts.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And that was a classic poem too. For
And he's a
him.
class of Dakaite, so it's always nice to hear from those guys. So good entry there. That was a very good entry.
I liked it.
Who's next?
Hey guys, this is Aaron from Racine, Wisconsin. I'm just calling to tell you why my gaming group and I need Rune Wars. First of all, I love my gaming group to death, but I'm the air quote gamer, which means I buy all the games.
Not like I mind it all, because I'm addicted like none other, but this brings me to my second point. I am in college. This simply means I get overly excited for things such as, I don't know, macaroni and cheese going on sale for 49 cents. The point is, plain and simple, a $100 game is not happening on my end. And reason 3, my final reason, Wisconsin. A beautiful state in which you go out and you get sunburned on Monday, and then it snows on Wednesday.
Sounds familiar.
No exaggeration. But in a time we're all gearing for summer, this plays with your mind and drives you insane. I'm getting ready to open up my Rogue Trader book to see which insanity trait I myself have. What better way to calm your nerves than laying back and reading the new rule book for the new Runewars? I really can't believe I'm saying this, but this game would be Jimmy Django for my group and me.
Well, you lose points.
Thanks,
right
guys,
there.
and keep cranking out great shows, and I hope you guys pull my fate card.
Ooh, very nice.
Ooh, you got the fate card in there.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
I like that one. That was a good one.
That was a good one. And little tip, in addition to macaroni and cheese, kind of spread it out, ramen noodles.
It's all about the ramen.
$5 for $1, dude. That's all I'm saying. At least
I like how
back in the day.
his answers weren't where I thought he was going. He'd say, mainly because I'm college and I'm poor. But he said he was poor by the food selection, which we all remember.
Right, it was awesome.
That's what I like.
Also, I highly recommend you don't try Hamburger Helper without the hamburger.
Oh, yeah.
That's a mistake.
Not
that
so
does
good.
sound kind of gross.
Not so good.
Yeah.
Although cheap.
I had those days, and that was bad.
Right. Yeah. Ramen noodles. I was going to make a cookbook of ramen noodles because you can.
You can do all kinds of things.
I like ramen noodles with corn. That's how I used to eat it.
You could boil it, then strain them and use them as like spaghetti. 101 uses. All right, moving right along.
The following is an excerpt from Ken Burns' The Civil War that wound up on the editing floor. Apparently, there was some question as to the authenticity of the young soldier's letter back home. We will let you decide. My dearest Charlotte, it has been too long since I gazed upon your countenance. This terrible war between the states has ripped me from you, and our constant marching has not allotted me sufficient recourse to text you. I would tell you of the horrors I've gazed upon, but I know that with your delicate constitution you would faint dead away. Or maybe it's those beastly tight corsets you are forced to wear by the dictates of current fashion. I only know that upon my return I shall wrest it from you like Fabio on the cover of a Harlequin romance, but I digress. Today we marched into Fredericksburg proper. First, the traffic down the I-95 corridor likened to the streets of Hades itself. We spent over an hour just getting between the 148 and 143 exits. The colonel was tempted to make camp there, but for better shopping centers at our intended destination. Anyways, we at last arrived at the recently liberated city. First, we struggled to find a decent place to dine as all the march-through restaurants had lines all the way around the corner. We found a small mid-price buffet and dined on what was at best secondary fare. The dessert section was especially lacking. Thus fulfilled and free for the evening, we set out to find a local gaming establishment. Tragically, upon their retirement from the city, the rebels had ravaged not only the only gaming store in town with an enthusiasm that resembles the comments I made early in this letter regarding our inevitable reunion. These vile men, resembling the Philistines of old, had torn open numerous box sets, ripping from the bosoms of their rule books the indices and table of contents and defiling those that had full-color art by replacing it with meager black and white scribblings while simultaneously smearing ink over the fluff text. But these savages went further. They stole all the 40K rule books, leaving only second edition codices from the half-off shelf. Furthermore, they stole all the uncommons, rares, and mythic rare cards from the Magic the Gathering packs, as well as all the unit cards from War Machine. It goes without saying that they made these games completely unplayable. In their insatiable appetite for mayhem, they even stole the meeples from Agricola and roasted the little vegetables over a small pit. The only item left untouched was a box set of Twilight Imperium. As you can see, there was no conceivable form of entertainment left in the sad wreckage of a store. I was forced to choke back tears at the sight of this defilement. I can only beg to Providence and to future generations, like perhaps a D6 generation, that we will be delivered from this horror somehow, that some sort of board game entertainment can be provided to us as a salve for our misery. Your most obedient servant, Spooky, or V's, or Spooky 46, or Spooky V's, depending on the form at which I'm on at the time. 16 April, in the year of Ross Watson, 1865.
That was the best ever.
That was genius.
That was very good.
Pure genius.
That was genius.
Oh my God!
How did he get? Like he's like, I can only pray to Providence.
Awesome.
I mean, it was perfect.
The
was awesome.
84 corridor was like a hell.
Spooky was awesome. So you can see the level these things got to, folks. Yeah, so that was
even had
amazing.
music in the background.
Oh yeah, that was top notch. So
on the way to work, I laughed out just like you guys were.
Yeah,
that was so good.
Karen's been a little tight lately because, the whole pregnancy thing's got her a little on edge, and I've been trying to tiptoe around the house, and I was guffawing out loud and trying not to offend anybody, but oh my God, my cheeks still hurt.
I know.
Anyways.
I want to know if he created that from whole cloth or if there was a letter next to him, because if he created that from whole cloth, it's amazing either way, but if he created it from whole cloth, that's even double amazing.
It's quite good.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Hi, this is Cliff calling from Jerusalem, cliffc1 at yahoo.com. I really enjoy the podcast and wanted to leave my entry for the Rune Wars competition. Why my game group needs Rune Wars. Well, living in Jerusalem, I don't have many options in terms of game groups. There's really only one group, and their collection is not only limited to Euro games, but specifically ones that make balancing a checkbook look like the gaming equivalent of Disney World. It's like they take a game, bring out any element of chance, expose it to a defunerator ray for several hours, and leave it in the sun to dry out. I think we need Rune Wars to show them you can actually have fun with the game, and even, heaven forbid, introduce some chaos without the entire universe collapsing in on itself. Oh, and also Iran is probably going to drop a nuke on us next year, so I'd like to have some fun before then. Thanks. Bye.
Nice.
Wow. Now there is equanimity right there.
Nice. I like that one.
That was funny. Ouch. The defunerator ray.
Yeah, this is Bob from Iowa, and my entry for the D6G Rune Wars contest is this: The Woeful Ballad of the Unemployed Gamer. The year I lost my job, says I, brought forth financial woe. I sold most every game I had because I needed dough. A daughter starting in college, a sewer to repair. All of our bills were mounting up. We started to despair. The irony of all this is, I have a lot of time. I could be playing lots of games, but I sold all of mine. And lest you fear that Rune Wars will for cash be sold away, I give you my most solemn word, it will not see eBay. Thanks, guys. We'll see ya.
Wow.
Bye-bye.
Well, it sounds like you had a rough year, but that was a damn funny poem.
That was a great poem. Poetry's tricky, too.
It is.
That was good.
Come on, D6G. I want, nay need, Rune Wars. I've had to sell my house to be able to afford all the games you review. I'm currently living in a shanty fashioned from garbage bags and fantasy flight boxes. I've had to hustle games of Cutthroat Caverns in Washington Square Park next to the chess players to survive. And I can't afford another $100 game on that. Help me, D6G. You're my only hope.
Brevity was the solo wit on that one.
Yeah, we will see that reference again.
I'm loving the whole concept of hustling games by the chess players.
I live in a shanty made of fantasy flight boxes. That was pretty good.
Oh, there's
very
some clever guys out
some
there.
Really smart guys. You guys did a great job with the contest. We gave you very little to work with.
Most drug dealers operate on a first hit for free principle. After 14 hair starts molds, Battlestar Galactica, Carcassonne, Pandemic, Race for the Galaxy, Descent, and its expansions, about 100 little pots of paint, black primer, the good black primer, and a wife who's trying to be understanding, I will settle for the 500th hit for free.
Nice.
Okay.
Like he's making demands upon his drug dealer. I like it.
I like it,
awesome.
yeah.
All right.
Although we always get the blame for Pandemic, and we've never reviewed it.
We never reviewed it. We did mention we played it a few times.
Yeah,
We
but
liked
I don't
it.
think we should be blamed for just mentioning it and you guys go and buy it. I mean, that's not us. That's not
It's
even
a great game, though.
That's
It
not
is a-
even the Wakeland mind control game.
Buy Pandemic. No, it's a great Pandemic game. I really enjoy Pandemic, and I would not saying you should buy Pandemic, but chop
it's,
it up.
but Pandemic is a good game, and if you want to get a Pandemic, then Pandemic is definitely the kind of Pandemic you want to buy. Pandemic.
Just sitting down to game night here. Got a new game for the group. It's, what's it called? Balancing Craig's Checkbook from Wakeland Games. Oh, wow. So we got dice, we got bits, we got, there's even a grease pencil in there. I don't even know how to use one of these things, but we'll try it out. Overdraft protection mechanic. That's pretty cool. All right, well, oh, hey, here they are. Hey, Roger, how's it going? Hey, Chris, how you doing? Steve, how's it been? Oh, I'm doing well. Debbie?
Hey there, how's it going?
All right, guys, let's all sit down. Now, we know today is the Bring Someone to Game Group Day, and who we all bring? Roger?
Oh, well, I brought this baby seal, actually.
Steve, what'd you bring?
I brought a robot. Dice-O-Matic Tron 2000, active and ready to play.
Debbie, what'd you bring?
Oh, I brought a kitten today, Chris.
Casey?
Well, I couldn't really find anybody, but I decided to bring these orphans. Hello, Governor. What games you playing here today?
All right, you want to know who I brought? I actually brought Leonard Nimoy.
Hello. Game long and prosper.
Okay, now, before we start gaming tonight, the D6 Generation is holding a contest, and they're raffling off a copy of Runewars. And they're going to give it to the one gaming group who they think deserves it. And we have to give them a reason why we deserve it. Well, what do you guys think?
Well, you know what? I think it's obvious. Since we have a baby seal, a robot, a kitten, some orphans, and Leonard Nimoy sitting here at the table with us, obviously, if they don't give it to us, they obviously hate baby seals, robots, kittens, orphans, and Leonard Nimoy.
You know what? You're right, Steve. We definitely deserve that game. Thanks a lot, guys.
That guy can handle more voices than me. I'm impressed.
That was pretty good.
That was great.
Like that one.
The politically correct gaming group.
I thought for sure someone would club a seal before the end of the episode, though.
Yeah, I was afraid.
I wasn't sure it was
no
going.
seals were injured in the recording of this entry.
That was in his email, too. No animals were harmed in the making of this segment. Great entry.
Liked it a lot.
Hi, this is Sydney, and I'm a 14-year-old gamer girl. I have kidnapped one of your listeners, my father. In exchange for his safe release, I am demanding a copy of Runewars. For each day that my demand is not met, I will force him to listen to D6G podcast segments about trademarks, copyright law, and patents.
She's serious. Please help. D6G, you're my only hope.
I look forward to hearing from you, D6 Generation. Ha 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 ha.
That was brilliant.
Like a little real giggle in between there.
Oh my God!
Shameless use of his daughter too. I love it.
She was good.
She was
really good.
That was really. Now the funniest thing, and I think we laughed over it, is she really actually breaks into laughter at the very end of that.
In the middle.
That's the part I like the best.
She kind of loses character a little bit. That was
awesome.
very, very good.
Good stuff.
Sydney,
if I think what's
believe,
next, I like what's
Sydney?
next too.
Was it 14-year-old Sydney?
I think it was Sydney, yes.
Sydney, that was awesome work. Your dad should pay you.
Overlord plot number 47. All others will cower at the approach of my big box game. No longer from me the glooms, the silver lines, the bangs, or the cheap ass. Nay, the power of the big box shall be mine, all mine, and 3 other friends. The gaming group will tremble at the bits. They shall quake in awe at the hex tiles. They shall look into the face of large and see me staring back. The full gravity of Runewars will, by its very massiveness, attract other larger games. The StarCrafts, the Lord of the Rings, the Descents, the Space Hulks, and like the proverbial Space Hulks of old, these games will, with the kernel of Runewars at its very center, grow to darken the space lanes, dominating the Earth. And I, only I, shall man the helm. The shadow cast will darken your skies in New Hampshire, and you will know perpetual night. You may ask yourselves in the dark days to come if you indeed should have given unto me the Runewars, but you will come to know in your hearts that it was an inevitability, that it was fate.
Nice. That was awesome. I like that one a lot.
That wasn't the one I was thinking of, but that was good.
That was really good.
Very well done.
I liked it.
I love the evil. I like the little typing in the background.
Yes.
It's like he's typing the evil overlord top 100 rules there. That's awesome.
D6 Generation. My daddy spent all his money on War Machine, and he hasn't got any money left to buy me toys. Can you please send him? So, what was it? A free copy of Runewars, so that he's got some money. thingy like some toys. Thank you from Naomi.
Oh.
Hey, fellas, this is...
Oops, sorry, got in the middle of the next one.
Yeah.
That was really good.
That was heartrending.
That was a good one. And I like how he's prompting her along.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, that makes me feel a little better because at least she's not being seriously deprived of toys, hopefully.
Hopefully.
And I like how she says, "What was it?" And then she says, "Moon Wars."
Oh, that was
shameless use of cuteness.
Precious.
Very well played.
Definition of precious.
This is Keith Ferguson from Fairfax, Virginia. Let me tell you about my gaming group and why we need Rune Wars to spice things up. I've been playing with the same group of guys for about 5 or 6 years now. When I first started playing with them, we played a lot of war and conquest games. We had the Celts versus the Gauls and De Bellis Antiquitas. We had Roman legions marching around the Mediterranean in conquest of the Empire. We watched the Germans blitz across Europe and Japan attack Pearl Harbor and Axis and allies. We recreated Operation Market Garden using futuristic troops with the Warzone rules. It was glorious. Then one day, one of our compatriots showed up at the game parlor, our local store, with a new game. Sure, I'll try anything. What's this one about? Well, he said, we'll be competing to see who can build the best power grid. Wah, wah, wah. Do you know where this led? I'll tell you where this led. These days, we worry about how much coal and oil are left in the resource market. We worry about our sugar and corn crops that we're growing in Puerto Rico to ship back to the old world. We're planning the most effective postal routes in 19th century Germany and Thurn in Texas. Yeah, postal routes. And yes, we're farming in the 17th century of Agricola. Need I say more? As God is my witness, if the Gates of Loyang shows up at the gaming table, the forensic team will be picking veggie meeples out of someone's skull. So I humbly beg for your understanding and for your assistance in getting my group back on the track and winning glory and honor through conquest and empire building. To paraphrase a certain honey bun hairdude princess, please help me, D6G. You're my only hope.
It's like a theme.
It's definitely a theme. I like that one a lot.
Yeah.
I didn't pick him so he can keep playing with postal routes. That sounds fun.
Wow.
That man is in desperate need of a war game.
Postal? Is there really a game where you do postal routes?
I don't know, but I'm glad I don't know.
I don't know. I'm kind of into that. I'm looking it up right now.
That's one thing. Like you're glad you don't know.
Right. That's close to the checkbook line. That's really close.
That
to
is
the checkbook line.
that is cutting the checkbook.
Are there like advanced cards too, where you're like
like
dog
a
avoidance
dog
spray,
attack, so
earn a Segway for better performance?
Oh, there you go.
I don't know. Oh God,
Wow.
I'm designing the game in my head now. It's scaring me.
Hey D6G, it's Selby from New Zealand.
Hey Selby.
I think you should send that copy of Rune Wars my way. I'm moving over to Australia around June, and unfortunately I have to leave my gaming group behind.
Aww.
I did consider chopping them up and stuffing them into my luggage, but I figured that probably wouldn't be a good look when passing through customs. I also have to leave all my board games and 40k behind. If I had a copy of Rune Wars, however, I'm sure I'd be able to find a nice group of Australians to play with. Maybe even the World's End radio team, since I'm moving to Perth and all. Go on, D6. Search your hearts. You know you want to send a prize to your gaming brothers in the Pacific. Russ, remember all those good times we had on Xbox Live sinking Rafe's pirate ships? Rafe, remember all those good times you had being destroyed by Russ and I? Craig, remember all those good times we never had because you don't own an Xbox? Anyways. Anyway. I'm sure you'll make the right choice. Bye, D6G.
Good one, Selby.
that.
I like that one. That was a fun evening, yes. And sadly, that was a good entry, but unfortunately, playing us on Xbox Live does not give you bonus points.
Oh, well, that's good.
But it was a good entry, though. I like
fixing yourself, so you said anyways, and then fixing it does.
That is
earn
bonus
yourself
points, right?
For me, anyway.
All right.
Or making fun of me through the anyways, because at least that means you're thinking.
Right. We had a lot of that in here.
Yeah.
Why won't the D6 generation just leave me alone? Isn't it bad enough you make me spend all my money on games, and now you want me to beg for a copy of Rune Wars? Since I've been listening to you guys, I've bought so many games. Cutthroat Caverns and all its expansions. Pandemic, Carcassonne, Descent and all its expansions. You go on that Descent is an $80 board game. Well, that might be the case in America, but you know what the exchange rate's like in Australia. I had to take out a second mortgage just to afford the one game. Since I've heard about Myriad Games through you guys, I've been buying everything from there and getting it shipped over to Australia. I've been paying for their son to go to college for 2 years. I'm just glad my own kids are thick as 2 planks, because if they weren't, I couldn't afford to send them. Why can't you just give me Rune Wars? Why do you have to put me through this, the D6 generation? Why? I don't even care if it's an open Diet Coke stained rust copy. I just can't afford another game without selling a kidney. Please.
I love the sob at the end.
I don't know if words can really even describe that entry.
I don't know.
Awesome.
Saying your own kids are thick as 2 planks so they don't have to go to school is, wow. That's one way to do it, I guess. Wow.
Wow, it's that's a pretty good sob story.
And I gotta say, that was like the 5th time I've listened to that one, and I didn't hear that it's a good thing my kids are thick as 2 planks.
every time I listen, I pick something else up.
I couldn't figure out what it was until just then. That was good.
Oh, man.
Brother Robert, man the high explosive munitions gun. The enemy attacks. Brother Robert?
Yeah, I'm here.
What ails ye, battle brother?
I'm just tired of being a fantasy character in a sci-fi setting. I mean, look at us. We're space knights. And that guy over there, he's a space troll.
Well, speak Cockney, you me. Trolls don't speak Cockney.
Look, I just want to play a fantasy character in a fantasy setting.
You know, there is a game which lets you play a sci-fi character in a fantasy setting.
No. Fantasy character in a fantasy setting. Maybe something
War Machine
that would play over, 6 years.
Like TI?
No, not real years. Fake years. Something with area control, perhaps.
On hexes?
Yeah, and little plastic minis.
From 4 different factions?
Yeah, with combat and diplomacy and heroic quests. But I want it to be card-based, not dice-based.
Sort of like a delicacy game, like Lobster.
Yeah, but we don't have anything like that.
Governor, you's ready for me attack yet? My boys are getting tired just waiting around. Come on, battle brother. The space trolls are waiting.
Fine, I guess so. Let me go get my power sword, and I'll be right there.
That was pretty good. I like that.
Wow.
That was a good one, too.
Good production values on that one,
That
too.
was very nice production values.
All right. You can see our trouble here, everybody. These are some amazing entries. How do you choose from these things? They're awesome.
Nice work.
Fantasy flight games always seem to call to me, even though I never have money to buy anything that I see. All my gamer friends think that I am oh so cheap, 'cause I never bring any new games when we meet. Agony. I need the D6G to save me. Winning this would be sweet victory, so please give Rune Wars to me.
Wow. That just put it all out there, huh?
That was awesome.
Acapella.
That was awesome. Well done.
And pretty much in tune.
That was, yeah.
I'm glad we're at the end because my laugh muscles are
I know.
all
I'm telling you,
strained.
my face hurts.
Wow.
Anybody?
That was
Anybody?
great.
No? It's not killing anybody else? No?
Okay, so I'm going to let you off the hook.
Okay.
So Rafe, starting with you.
Yep.
Which were your 2 favorite entries?
All
I know
right,
it's hard.
Can I give my honorable mentions after that?
Sure. What are your?
Why don't you give your honorables
honorables
first,
and then give us your 2 favorites?
Okay. My honorable mention is the first young girl who was taken hostage by her father.
No,
Other way around. She took her father hostage. Yes.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And the second one is a tie between the college kid from Wisconsin and the one we just heard yesterday.
Okay. Yesterday was
So
very
technically that's 3, but I did a Russ and made them 2.
Okay. So now what are your 2 favorites now? Your 2
My 2
nominees for
favorites.
winner.
Yep.
To be in the pot for winning
Yep.
is the Civil War Letter by Spooky and the Crying Guy who had to take out a second mortgage.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. So you want me to go next, Craig, or you want to go next?
Wait, I want to say why I'm the Crying Guy.
Okay.
Because I mean, the other ones were really funny, but for whatever reason, when Craig said it has to be a sob story, so he did everything funny and was sobbing.
That's true. That's very true.
All right. Well, my two, I'm just going to go with two because I think they're all. There were so many good ones in here. I really had a hard time deciding, but in the end, I went with production and creativity.
Okay.
And I think my two favorites, in no particular order, are the 40K War Machine reference to the fact that it's all fantasy and sci-fi, and how we would just play a fantasy game and just get out in the open. That was great. And then also, of course, the Civil War letter.
Oh yes,
was phenomenally well done. Had all the elements in there, elements of our show, of the games reviewed, and just really wittily put together.
Excellent.
So those are my two favorites.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pull a Rafe.
All right.
Sorta modified Rafe. A modified. I'm in a
modified Rafe.
MR.
I like it.
I'm going to pull an MR. And I'm going to say that my honorable mentions are the little girl.
That was awesome.
And
which one?
The little girl.
The little, very young girl.
I think the 14-year-old would be offended if we called her the little girl.
Right.
Good
Although
point.
hers was great too. But I'll lump them together and pull a full Rafe and say the young lady and
all
the
women
girl.
under the age of 20. Both did excellent entries.
Both did excellent entries. And I loved the two Space Marines and the Space Troll as an honorable mention. I mean, they were all, and the Jerusalem one.
Jerusalem was good too. They're all good.
The ending of that was just priceless. But my two
I think
choices,
everybody in that we played is an honorable mention.
That's
they're
very
all great.
true. Let's do that.
That's what I'm doing. I'm taking a super softy way out.
Okay.
Everybody we
However,
played is a winner because they were aired on the show. See, I'm doing the opposite way.
My two choices for possible winners would be the politically correct gaming group.
Yes.
Loved that one. Loved that one. And the Civil War entry. I gotta go with Spooky on that one.
And that makes it unanimous.
That's
right.
Very rarely that one entry gets all three of our votes.
That's true.
And so, Spooky, well done to you.
Good job, Spooky.
Well done indeed.
So basically,
There it is. Wow, they're really...
they're very adventurous.
There we go. Turn it down, folks. It's okay. Let it
They're very loud and exuberant.
Wow, they were very excited. So thank you very much for all of our entries, and particularly congratulations, Spooky.
Yes.
You'll be getting a copy of Rune Wars mailed to you shortly.
And rumor has it that it'll be a new pristine copy.
It will be, because you know what? We talk more about achievements of gaming, but I fell in love with the game all over again in some recent playthroughs. So you're getting a quality product, no doubt.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, very much so.
All right, so
you're getting lobster.
Now,
you are, and hopefully you like lobster.
Now, we mentioned before this that there was going to be a new contest.
That's
that
true.
was going to be easy to enter.
Perhaps even more than one.
Now, remember, the only thing, this show is amazing because it's got everybody's been asking for a 40K theme. We've got it. Everybody's been asking about a Horus Heresy.
Yeah.
We've got it. What could be better than that? Interviewing the designer. What could be better than that?
We gave away Rune Wars.
We gave away Rune Wars, but what could be better than that? Why don't we
Let's give away another big boxed game.
And what game could be better than that? Horus Heresy.
Let's give away the game of the day.
Horus Heresy. It's a Horus Heresy filled episode.
That's right. Heretics unite.
Don't get much more 40K jammed in an episode than this one.
Yeah.
So here's the scoop. How do they win this one, Craig?
Well, we're going to have you... we're working in conjunction with Myriad Games.
Yes, we need to thank Myriad Games for putting up this prize.
Yeah.
So this is coming right from their show.
This is all about Dan.
Right.
With Dan's help, without Dan's help, this never would have
We
happened.
did not get a free copy of Horus Heresy.
No, we didn't.
From Fantasy
we
Flight.
got no love on
Well,
this
they slide around. They spread it around.
Okay.
So
Russ is not offended by that.
what was cool, though, was I was able to use the game share from Myriad to get a copy for ourselves to play test and play with our friends.
Yeah, I didn't get to play it yet.
And then also, Dan was like, hey, I'll step up and give a copy away for you guys.
That's right.
So here it is. So now Dan has a small little favor he'd like to ask for everybody who wants to enter the contest.
Right.
How does that work?
Now, everybody knows what Dan's focus in life is. Okay, well, there's his son, Logan. But
new baby.
Other than the new baby, his focus in life is spreading the love to friendly professional gaming stores around the world. He likes to know what you guys think and what you guys want, what you guys like about your friendly professional gaming stores, and he likes to promote those throughout the year. So what he would like is send us a note about the your favorite gaming store, the favorite game that you've purchased from your I'm trying to read like 8-point font.
In the past 3 months, give your favorite anecdote.
Game you've purchased.
Yes, or your favorite gaming experience you've had at your friendly professional gaming store.
Or an anecdote about your favorite gaming experience.
There you go.
There we go. We got it. Thank you, Rafe.
And it'll be randomly selected
from the
those
email entry. So just
now,
send
this
an email.
time, it'll be. It's not voicemail preference over email, or is it? Is it only emails?
Only email.
It's only emails.
Only email.
And you'll be
and
chosen.
those emails have to go to contest@the d6generation.com.
That's
correct, Russ?
Yes. We will then forward them all to Dan.
If they go to Hollywood or anybody else, we will not read them.
And make sure you put in the subject. Make sure you put Horus Heresy Contest. So you know which one it is.
Yes.
We will then forward them all to Dan. Dan will absorb all your great comments, and then he will put them in a giant randomizer somehow. Probably something involving D6s,
like some giant tumbler. Maybe.
And then poof, he will announce our winner in 2 episodes from now.
2 episodes from now.
So listen for the due date next time. But if you want to get ahead of the game, just start emailing to us now.
Actually, I think what Dan said was he's going to pick the top 5, and they're going to wear little placards, and then they're all going to jump around in a big bouncy house.
No,
I don't think he said
Yes,
that.
and whoever pops out first is the winner.
No.
I don't think he said
So email quick to get your chance to win
right.
Horus Heresy.
You bet.
And this is going to be a long preamble show because we got so much to talk about thanks to our contest. But now it's time for what, Craig?
Achievements.
Yeah.
Oh,
Whoa.
Failure. Epic fail.
Try that again.
Epic fail.
Step up, ready?
Achievements in gaming.
Nice. There we go. All right. Nice.
Oh, little timid. Sorry, little timid, little gun shy.
Russ been hitting the sauce for Cinco de Mayo.
Let's
or
see if
what?
you can redeem yourself here, Rafe. In the style of a mummy.
You're looking at me,
Yeah,
but
I
you're
can't
saying
do
Rafe.
Craig.
I don't have Craig's skills.
Craig, to redeem yourself.
Yeah.
Do the shout out in the style of a mummy.
Yeah, with no help from you.
All right, you want a little help?
I don't know.
Ready?
What are you
Go.
going to give me?
Emotep of the Horus Hawks Chaos Space Marine Legion shouts out to the North Texas 40K players. Astronomicon, Canada's best Warhammer 40K tournament, and the tournament for people who don't like tournaments, is coming to Dallas, June 19th and 20th. Details at www.astronomy-con.com.
Nicely done, sir.
Wow,
Nicely done.
well done, dude.
Nicely done.
It's hard to do that reverb. with
It's
your
really
throat.
tricky. It's very good. Okay, so what games have we been playing, Rafe?
All right. Well, I've had somewhat of a busy week, or 2.
Or 3.
I played StarCraft, the board game.
Yeah, Dan's big
you
thing.
with
Yep.
Myriad.
Yeah.
And my general thoughts on that are, it really did feel like playing the PC game dialed down to a board game, and it was good. But the whole time I kept wanting to just play the PC game.
Well, there you go.
But it was fun, and I had some fun strategies and get to meet some new listeners.
Yeah.
Then at Games Day with Chris, I played Runewars with the pros.
Yep.
And that was fun. And Russ, when you start talking about it, I'll chime in with there.
All right.
I played at Chris's Game Day at Chez Fleuret. I played Cave Troll, which actually I enjoyed. That's what do they call that? The Silver Line game?
Yeah.
It's one of the small games of Fantasy Flight. Yeah.
I liked it more than I thought I would like it, which is really fun. I didn't get a chance to play Horus Heresy. I wasn't able to go to game night last Tuesday, so that bummed out. At Chris's again, I played Rock Band Lego, and I had a blast.
That was a fun game.
It was me, Alex, and Nikki Flores. Nikki was singing. She was doing great, and we just jammed and jammed and jammed. I think you were playing Horus Heresy with Brian at that time.
I was, yes, at the wee hours.
Yeah. So that was a blast. Do you own Rock Band Lego?
I do, yes. It's excellent.
Okay. What do you think of it?
I love it, especially for the kids because there's special no-fail modes.
Yeah.
And the songs are just that much more fun. And then there's great little, story modes where the Legos are doing things in the background while you play, so it makes it fun for
Okay.
kids. Yeah.
See, for me, we were just playing song sets, and I noticed a lot of them were from Rock Band 2, I guess. But
Well, yeah,
still,
you
it
can-
seemed really cool. I like seeing the little Lego people jumping around.
All the songs interlock, so you can play songs
Yeah.
from all the Rock Band games.
Still playing Stony at Endgame and leveling up an alt, Stone Fast. He's level 17 burglar now.
Nice.
And this is interesting. I played an actual session of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay with Lou.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
How'd that
And
go?
he still had a fun time. He didn't kill anybody ruthlessly. We had to talk about
No,
that.
that's good. No ruthless killing.
He did. He really likes it.
Good.
I started to break out the dungeon tiles, and you know what he said, Greg?
What?
He said, "No, I don't want to play with those, Dad. I like just imagining it."
Oh,
there
wow.
you go.
Very
So I thought that
A
was pretty
true
cool.
role player. That's awesome.
I know. Overall, though, I have a big. I'm seeing a big flaw in the game.
Uh-oh.
When you're in story mode, so if you're in encounter mode, then when you roll a boon, it's on the card. but I have no idea what to do with these darn boons when you roll a boon in story mode. Because the rule book says if you roll a boon, they kind of get an extra bit of a tidbit of information. So if he's grilling the barkeep for information, but he fails his skill test, but he rolls a boon, well, now what are you supposed to do? So I found that to be a challenge. I think that's a chink in the armor there.
I think he's got to whip it up and kind of.
I think you got to
give him a failure, but give him a little tidbit of information or something.
I did, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. But I found that to be fiddly. Like my brain hurt trying to do that.
So you're upset that you're having to do a little bit of work as the
Yes.
GM.
This game doesn't play itself
completely.
Yes, and
only
so
mostly.
I do want to try D&D 4 to see if there's a difference. To see if I don't know. I just want to see if he'll think there's a difference.
Yeah.
All right. Well, achievement for that.
So that's it.
Okay.
I got pooped out by the contests.
Okay. Yeah. So what do you want me to go next? You want to go right next?
You can go next. I don't have a lot.
All right. Well, I've been playing, running the War Machine League. We decided to have our league go. We're playing the official spring league here for that Privateer Press is doing. The Privateer Press League only runs for 3 weeks, but we doubled it.
That's right.
So every week is 2. Every little stamp books, having a blast with that.
Is the first session over yet?
No. We got one more week left because we doubled
Good,
it. So
okay.
next week's
I
last week.
want to try to catch the second session
and
more hardcore.
And yeah, we've been having a great time, and the stamp books have a big success. Everybody keeps coming up to me and getting all the stamps in there and having fun. Sold all 12 books. We had 12 players in our league, which is great. So it was good times.
Wow.
Are the new people coming?
Yes, they have been. This past
Awesome.
week, some of them couldn't make it, but we've got even more new people. So the league is growing, actually.
Cool.
So good times. So that was got 4 league games in. Still can't beat Josh though.
Wow,
darn it, he's kicking my butt.
It didn't look like you were even close last night.
Yeah, there was a brief moment of potential glory, and I failed.
Now, are you still doing Descent every other week?
Yes,
Okay,
we are.
just wondering.
Yes, we are. I did
So
play
next
Descent.
week for you is a Descent week then.
Yes, and the week before last I played Descent as well. So we're still playing Descent, having a blast with that. Horus Heresy. I played 4 games of Horus Heresy.
Wow.
Having a blast with it, and I'll talk more about that, of course, when we review the game and my final thoughts of that.
Wait, quick question.
Yeah.
Do you like Horus Heresy or Rune Wars?
That's not really a fair question.
I'll talk more about that later.
Yeah.
I will
okay.
talk more about that later. The problem is that the 4-player versus 2-player makes it totally different.
I wondered about that.
StarCraft, it's fun. I played StarCraft again, and it was great because I haven't played StarCraft in 10 months. And my plan was to study up on the rules and go in there and have a blast. And Dan had set up enough for 3 different tables of StarCraft going at once.
Yeah.
One of our listeners was there who I'd never met before. Really nice guy. This guy had more
remember his
box
name?
control. No.
No.
Nice guy. Sorry, but very nice guy. And he had great box control. He had all this stuff pre-done much better than mine. And
It was actually amazing.
I have plastic boxes for all my players too, but this guy had it all set up the best way possible. Great reference cards, all laminated. So he was ready to go, ready to teach it. I knew I'd be teaching the game, and I was going to study up the weekend before, but then Horus Heresy came out that Friday.
Yeah.
I got totally distracted by Horus Heresy. Played it twice, and then went in cold. And what was great was 2 big bonus things happened. First of all, I had printed out all the sheets a long time ago and put in from Headless Hollow all the StarCraft reference sheets, which is a huge help. Secondly, the game came right back to me. I was surprised at how well I remembered the game and how solid. And I mean, there's fiddly bits in StarCraft, no doubt. But the basic core mechanics are easy to remember, and I really enjoyed the game, and I forgot how much I missed it a lot. I want to play it more. And it's fun to get back into the 6-player realm of games. There's not a lot of games that are 6 players nowadays, and we had 3 6-player games going. It was pretty freaking awesome.
I'm pretty sure the player's name you're referring to is Robert. He was at my table,
yes,
right?
Robert was at your table. Yes, that's him.
See, there you go.
Nice job, Rafe. So it was great to meet several different listeners were there. Also, I should point out, in a reference to Troy, I did a segment on This Week in Wargaming with Troy talking about the iPad.
Yeah.
The 3rd StarCraft table, the guy running the game there actually had an iPad with the StarCraft PDFs on the iPad, referencing it while he was going, which was really, really cool. But here's the only little note I should say. Of the 3 games that all started within a half an hour of each other, the only game that did not finish
was the one with
was
the
the
iPad.
one with the iPad.
Wow.
So I don't know if that means that the iPad is really not that great of a reference tool, or if it was too much bling and distracting, or if just their group happened to be that way. But I'm just saying.
Actually, I think they started last out of all the half hours.
But I don't know if they were that. They weren't even close to being done though, dude. They were like,
oh, okay.
But they may not have had. I don't know. But just it is what it is.
Could have been anything.
Accept the data point as it is, folks.
Could have had nothing to do with the iPad.
Could have nothing to do with anything. I'm just saying. The guys of the old school PDF laminations rocked it.
Yeah. And then, of course, we should probably give a shout out to the guy who traveled the furthest to go to that event.
Yes, our friend, longtime friend Ambrose, who also is involved, of course, with our friends at Malifaux.
Yeah.
But also Ambrose happened to be in the New England area, not even close. It's still like 4 hours hours away, and he zipped down.
Yeah.
And participated in the StarCraft event, and he won a beta key, which was awesome.
Yeah,
So,
and we would just like to comment, Eric, that it wasn't very nice of you to shackle his information before he came up to see us.
Yes,
that was not very nice.
Apparently, the guys at Weird told him, "Don't tell the D6G anything."
We did not appreciate. We did not appreciate.
It wasn't that way. We're joking. It was just. I think there's some new stuff coming out, and they want to announce it with us, and I'm sure we'll be talking to them in the near future about getting some information.
Oh, cool.
I know there's like a beta test coming out from
There
Metal
is.
Foe.
I saw that.
The new book, so I want to check that out.
All the new stuff that's going to come out at Gen Con.
So we definitely want to rehook up with our friends at Weird because they have some cool stuff going on.
I do too.
Now, as Rafe mentioned, our friend Christian had a big every birthday. His wife always throws a huge gaming party at his house.
Not
with all
my
kinds of
wife,
food.
Chris's wife.
Chris's wife, right? It was great fun as always. This time, though, I usually play a lot of little games. This time, I played just 3 massive games.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, me too.
The first thing I played was the Rune Wars Pro, and my goal here was, I mentioned we reviewed Rune Wars. My big concern was, is Rune Wars too luck-based? And I wanted to experience Rune Wars as a very hardcore thing. And the one thing about Rune Wars I think is a lot of luck is there's one optional rule at the end of the book, which is about these little counters you put out there. You find things.
Encounter tokens.
And I didn't want the encounter tokens in the game.
Yeah.
And then also I wanted to have everybody who played before, so we'd all kind of play it and really play to win and kind of know all the random things that can happen so we could counter it.
Wow.
And I don't know, Rafe, what do you think? I thought it was amazing.
I really, really, really had a lot of fun.
Yep.
That may be because, I won again.
You did win again. And
I'm 3-0 with Rune Wars.
But it was
So
awesome.
Are you developing a taste for lobster then?
I might be developing a taste for lobster.
What's interesting about it is, what I thought was interesting was, I was in a position to do really, really well, and then Brian countered me, broke into one of my cities. We had a lot of combat in this game, too, a lot of combat. And Brian broke into my city, stole my runestone, and got it back to his homeland, like got it out of my area.
Yeah.
And I was sitting on 5 runestones at that point.
Yeah.
And then there was one time where I think 2 people had 5 runestones, and a bid came up to win a runestone, and Rafe bought it out from under everyone, which got him close to winning. And then poor Ian, you just got beat Ian back, Rafe, like beating him back in combat over and over again.
Well, and then I was able to metagame him, too, and not get him into any alliance.
Yes, you and Brian formed an alliance.
Right.
And totally metagamed Ian into, like, I'm not aligned with anyone. And so I was on the outside as a solo also. But I had a very big empire, so I was kind of okay, but I was...
Now, what races did you play?
I was Chaos.
Oh, wow.
Which was fun. I never played it before. Ian was...
Which is not actually Chaos, but...
Yeah, but it's their version of Chaos.
Yeah.
Chaos. It's got, all that stuff.
Wow.
Ian was Ian?
I don't know. Don't look
Ian
at
was
me. I wasn't
humans.
there.
Brian
I was green, elves.
Yeah, and Brian was like the undead faction.
He was yellow, I think.
He was purple.
But going back to your point, Russ, I did use a strategy. My strategy was I said, I'm going to gain influence. I'm going to try to keep Russ at bay because he's going to go balls to the wall with his chaos. I was able to get to ally with Brian, which kept you at bay.
That's what it kept me
it
at
was
bay,
not.
yeah.
There was definitely luck. No doubt about it. There was luck. Luck happened to bounce my way. There was one time, Russ, when you really needed a big combat and you just whiffed everything.
Yeah.
So it was there, but I asked you about that, and you said you did not feel frustrating.
Well, the combat...
That's good. Talk about that.
Yeah, when you fight combat and you have a bad combat round, a lot of board games have that, right?
Yeah, I would say all board games.
Most board games in combat,
have
there's
that
some amount of luck.
There's a chance, yeah.
So when I missed there, I felt like I lost it, but it didn't throw me out of the game because in Rune Wars you retreat and not everybody dies, so I felt like...
Right.
If I had won that combat, and I think my odds were a little better than 50-50, I would have been in a position to win, but by losing the combat... It didn't break the game for me mentally. It was like, okay, well, that happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes you roll a pair of ones. That's basically what happened to me.
Yeah, the tension was high.
Right.
I mean, we all
But it was
three
good
of us, I
tension.
don't think Ian thought he was going to win because he got a bum thing that happened to him, but the
Yeah.
three of us thought we could win at any moment.
Yeah, and it was great because my strategy was to expand out as fast as I could and then form a beachhead of an impenetrable border of combat. And I sort of did that, but Brian put this cagey maneuver with me and it faked me out. I could block him from one attack in one place and I blocked the wrong one. So I felt like I lost based mostly on strategy and not luck.
Yeah, and my strategy, Craig, was I walled myself off away from Russ with lots of terrain.
There you go, yeah.
Impassable terrain, and I did not go expansive at all. I had the one that was like first of all, I used characters.
Oh,
so
yeah?
I used characters. There's certain characters and cards you can get for characters that get you runestones.
Yeah.
So I kept trying to be big in influence and big in characters, and that seemed to work.
And that's interesting, too, because I've tried the character strategy before and won, and that's really good. And this time I tried a very low character strategy, and I still was really close to winning several times. So,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
There's definitely different ways you can play.
And it's weird you couldn't Jedi mind trick Brian into realizing that he was basically setting him up.
Well, Brian was
up to be
also
second
close to
fiddle.
win several times.
Oh,
No, Brian,
okay.
that's the thing. everybody but Ian.
Poor Ian. Now, wouldn't you say something happened to him? What happened to him?
Well, he
had some sort of card that made him move all of his rune stones like out of his area.
Well, he chose. Remember,
but he chose that somehow.
Everybody chose the expansion route.
Yeah.
And except Rafe, you were the smallest of the three of us of the four of us expansion, but Ian really didn't expand that much.
Yeah.
He went just a little bit. And the problem in Rune Wars is you need land.
Yeah.
Because things happen, and this is what people consider as luck, but things happen to give you runes when you don't expect them. If you don't have land to put them away someplace safe, they pop out, and that's what happened to Ian. He sort of had to jam something into the room and something popped out. Like one of his rune stones got away from him, kind of thing.
Gotcha.
So it's tricky. It's an interesting game, and I really like it. And the more I play it, the more I love it, and it's got really solid mechanics. So I'm very happy with it. And long story short, I'm keeping my Rune Wars basically.
That's a good choice.
So I like it. Also, real briefly, we did. Brian and I decided to host a very special episode of Descent.
I'm jealous.
On Saturday night, what we did with Brian's idea was he wanted to play Goonies, and we wanted to do 2 Overlords and 2 groups of heroes. So we decided to do 3 stages, and the inspiration was he wanted to do Goonies, and I wanted to have an Amazing Race mechanic. What I mean by that is, in Amazing Race, if you ever watched this silly TV show, you're racing around the world, and you can get ahead, but there's a mechanic in the race where every once in a while there's an event or a travel point where everybody's got to wait till 9 in the morning or something, and everybody catches up. And that keeps the drama going, because if one team got 3 days ahead of everybody else, they never catch up. So I wanted that similar thing, and so we decided to do 3 stages. Stage 1 was the Goonies, 2 separate dungeons that sort of led to a dock with ships on it. One of the ships of the dock was a really nice, fully sized ship from Sea of Blood, and the other ship was smaller. And so one Overlord versus one party, one Overlord versus the other party, whichever party got through the monsters first, got to the ship, would have the better ship in Stage 2. Stage 2 was each of the heroes' ships in the same ocean being attacked from the outside by 2 monster ships, controlled by Overlords, and they fought their way out of that one. And it's funny, the guys that got the bad ship in the beginning were able to steal the other guy's ship, take control of it, and get it to the final island. And the other thing we were doing is we were playing sort of classic Descent rules, where every time the Overlord wiped out all the conquest of the party, the Overlord got to make a little mark on a sheet of paper, and at the end of the final battle where the island and the treasure was, each Overlord could put a number of red monsters on the island equal to the number of times he wiped the party out.
Wow.
Right.
I only wiped my party out once. Brian wiped his party out 3 times.
Wow.
So when this party guys got there, they were just overwhelmed by red monsters, and the guys fighting me actually won. And we had 2 ways to win. The party that got there first was going to win, and then the Overlord would win who had killed the most conquest of heroes. And Brian beat me by like 4 conquests.
Really?
So Brian was the winner, and Christian's group of heroes was the winner also, which was his birthday, so it was appropriate.
Oh, cool.
So it was fun, and everybody seemed to have a good time. We did time turns, another thing I've talked about before in Descent. I've never really tried it, but we did 4-minute time turns for the players and 4-minute time turns for the Overlords, and most everything got done, and no one really complained about it. And the whole thing got done in about 3.5 hours of playtime.
Wow!
With some breaks in the middle to reset the game. But yeah, it was fun.
Wow! Did you play Rave?
Yes, I played. Yep.
Oh, cool.
What'd you think? What'd you think of it as a player?
I really liked the creativity of it, and I loved the fast, like chess clock pace of it. You know, there's a couple things we talked about at the end, which ended up being fiddly, which we kind of learned on the road. One which was funny is, for whatever reason, Russ's equipment deck didn't have like all the equipment.
Oh, yeah.
So Chris's crew couldn't have chainmail. And I love Russ's response. He just was like, they're like, hey, how come they get chainmail and we don't? And Russ is like, you'll be fine. You don't get chainmail.
Well, the best part was they were whining about the chainmail thing for like the first 2 hours of the game.
Yeah.
Right? And they lost the first segment. Oh, if we only had chainmail, right? Well, the guys are moving faster than no chainmail.
Yeah.
And then the second stage, they're able to use their speed to get to the other boat. In the end, they won without chainmail.
That's right. That's right.
So anyway.
And then the only other amazing, I loved the idea, Craig, there was a point where there were a couple runes on the ships, and Chris's gang figured out that if they jumped on our ship and stepped on our runes, we couldn't respawn when we died.
Oh, jeez.
And that was a little brutal. Like, we knew that.
Yeah.
I misunderstood it. I just didn't pay attention. I thought we could only step on the runes and take an enemy ship. I didn't realize we'd have the ability to take the same side ship, because in the beginning Russ said the 2 parties cannot fight each other.
Right.
But they figured that out. So at one point we were off our ship, they jumped on our ship and stole our ship. Which again was fun, but there was that part when you're like, oh, well, it's fine that they stole our ship. That was a good play, but we couldn't even respawn because they stepped on our glyph. So that was a bummer.
Yeah, there was some nasty options for the heroes if they wanted to go there. Like, you couldn't shoot another hero, but you could shoot the enemy ship, any ship.
Yeah.
So the guys with the best ship could have easily double broadside, killed both heroes, and moved on. And they chose not to do that for whatever reason. And then the weaker guys decided to, and what we were expecting to have happen was that was going to happen, and they would have to jump to the monster ship, take control of that, but that never really happened. So it was
right, because we didn't even think of shooting the other ship because we'd misunderstood that we have to work together.
You know what it was? Your group had all the sort of like, it's almost like the Survivor heroes versus villains. Their team were the heroes, and the other squad were the villains. So the villains were like, even though they're playing heroes in the game, they're all thinking, okay, how can we? Because especially since they lost the first round.
Well, let me guess. Dave was on the same team as Chris.
I don't know if Dave played in this.
No, Dave wasn't there.
Oh.
It was Christian and Chad was on the same team.
Chad, that's a bad.
Rich.
Rich.
Oh, jeez.
So
you gotta be
I'll
kidding
go out on a limb here. It was the villains.
Really villains.
So what they were doing was and it was fair because that was what they were thinking because they lost the first round.
Now wait, okay, so who was on Rafe's side?
Rafe, who was on your team?
Rafe, Matt, Matt's brother, and Alex.
Right. So, anyway,
it really was heroes.
It was heroes versus villains. Right, the villains totally owned them in round 2. It was awesome. So anyway, I don't want to go all night about that, but that was fun. So, and then at the end of Chris's thing, I played another round of Horus Heresy with Brian. Had a great time with that. Really enjoying that game too. So that was all my gaming there. Any other comments about gaming play?
Yeah, well, very quickly. I was on vacation, and that's why I'm always on vacation the week of Chris's Games Day at Chez Fleuret.
Yep.
It's like a law.
Named it that by the way, but that's okay. It is a law. So I did right before. Actually, the reason I was at StarCraft, which was the night before I left for Europe, I went. Thank you. I went to pick up Monty Python Flux.
Ooh.
Which
I've often wanted to try that. How is it?
It's fun. It is fun. It's as fun as the other. I mean, it's the Flux games. It's all going to be the same, except
but has it got all the great Monty Python jokes?
It's got all the Monty Python jokes. It's got my edits.
What are the creepers and the keepers?
Some of the creepers would be the ravenous monster of
Oh, nice.
And the Spanish Inquisition, the knights who say ni. I mean, they're all in there.
Is Shrubbery a keeper or a creeper?
Shrubbery is a keeper.
See, notice how I knew it was, there's no doubt it was in the game someplace.
The
awesome.
Shrubbery, yeah.
Awesome.
And it's really, really funny. It's really good. And so we did have a Monty Python Flux Airport-a-Palooza.
Nice.
I did with...
Those are always fun.
With Alex and Georgia, who's only 7.
Wow.
And Paige. And Georgia, the 7-year-old, won, which ought to show you
there you
that Monty Python Flux is just like any other Flux. But they really did enjoy it. They had a good time.
It's a great game for that environment, isn't it? You pull it out, everybody can figure it out.
Very good, very fun game. And then I did play Horus Heresy last night. Just returned from Europe, and it's Horus Heresy now with jet lag.
Nice.
And this is not a game you want to play with jet lag.
No.
And that's all I got to say about that.
That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah.
Cool. So can we move on to modeling?
We can.
All right. So
you go first, Russ.
I had no modeling done because I'm still recovering from my crippling shenanigans that I covered last episode.
And that's bull crud.
Crippling shenanigans.
No.
Damages. Damages.
You're playing StarCraft 2 in beta mode.
I seek legal reparations.
Yeah. You plead the fifth, you mean.
Yeah.
So I've done. But Craig, you got any?
I mean, I just
even away on a cruise. I'm sure you did some modeling.
I didn't do any modeling on the cruise, but I did when I got home. I have based and I customized my Captain Bones and my Siren models.
Captain Bones,
and because the Captain Bones didn't have a hat, so I had to give him a hat.
Nice.
So I gave him a hat, and he also didn't have a lower jawbone, so I had to give him a green stuff lower jawbone and a beard because in all the pictures, Captain Bones.
You don't need him to gold.
What?
You don't need him to gold level.
But I have him, so why don't
you know who's about to hit gold level?
You.
Yeah, can I borrow? See how that works.
He's painted up.
All right.
Do you need my? You want my Siren? Oh, she died.
Dude, all my lieutenants are dead. Did I mention that in achievements?
Oh no,
They killed Sweetie.
They killed
They killed my crocodile. Dude,
I knew they killed your Kraken.
All my lieutenants are dead.
Well, you must not. I don't.
Here's the thing. Most descent guys will tell you that in these campaigns, the best course of action with lieutenant is to run like hell when the heroes get to you and just suck it up, run. And I refuse. I want.
How's
to be
that
able
working
to
out
kill.
for you?
It's not working out. Okay, it's not working out. You
have no lieutenants right now.
No,
but
dude,
that doesn't seem fun.
No, I have none.
Run.
Well, it depends on the scenario. It depends on where the ship is. It depends how you attack. I mean, there are reasons.
Yeah, you won the first time they went after the siren.
I did win the first time after the siren, so a lot depends on it. But yeah,
see if you would.
Part of the problem is that they have laser accuracy with one of their characters now.
Yes,
that
they
is,
do.
Silhouette can shoot like almost infinite range and never misses.
It's
and
crazy.
Yeah, she's awesome. So that's a problem.
That's making me miss my breakfast gaming club, but my daughter's been healthy.
That's good.
That's good.
No more trips to the hospital.
So what else you been working on?
Although
Craig?
on my wife's watch, she didn't get hurt, but she unzipped the beanbag and sat in all the little beans.
Nice.
So
Excellent.
I'm gaining some ground quietly.
Alrighty.
Be thankful that like Louis didn't zip her inside the beanbag. That would be
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
so
modeling Rafe.
Rafe, what have you been
Due
modeling?
to the
Rafe?
fact that too much computer games is not good for you, I broke out my painting table.
Yeah.
And I got all the base colors on my standard bearer done.
Yep, good.
My leader to the standard bearer unit, again, is done. Just the base colors. So they're based.
Right.
They're painted,
Yeah.
spray painted. Erusk in the new pose.
Wow.
Well, that's a cool model.
There's a new Erusk model out.
Yep.
And the butcher is built and based.
Nice.
So I'm using the Cador book to work on the red. That's my goal, is to really do the red, which they do even more colors than I do.
Oh, I forgot to mention. Speaking of books, I got the Manoff book.
This is the guy
Hardcover.
Okay, support me on this,
Achievement for that.
listeners. Did Russ not say, "Oh yeah, they're going to have all the books, but you don't need them. I'm just going to get the one I
you don't
need."
need them.
No. That's
But if you're if you're like buying Black Library books, you don't need them, but they're really fun to read.
Oh yeah, I get
That's all I'm saying.
I get it. I'm just saying it's a genius marketing.
They don't have
ploy.
a Black Library, so I gotta buy
They're doing
these.
the same sort of stuff that
I still
GW
haven't
does,
bought
but
the
they do it
Signar book
so
yet.
much
I haven't
better
wanted to drop the money on it.
that nobody's angry about it.
What's that? Well, they don't suck. Oh, did I say that?
Oh wow, yeah.
Sorry.
Wow, no hate.
All right, no hate, just disappointment.
Especially in the in the episode that's all about 40K. But,
Right.
you go
All
right ahead.
GW. Oh, wait, the game's published by. Well, never mind. Okay, moving right along.
Wow, man, harsh.
I'll talk more of that later. All right, so any other modeling there, Rafe?
Nope.
All right. Now, in the other category here, I have been playing Borderlands quite a bit again. And, we
That
picked
is
up...
such a fun game.
There's downloadable content. There's actually several pieces of downloadable content, but the Island of Dr. Ned download is a Halloween-themed zombie fight in Borderlands. And the humor and the writing and the dialogue, I would actually venture to say it's better than the main story in the main game. In terms of funny, it's really, really
like
well
the main
done.
game story.
Really, really funny. Really hilarious.
Dr. Wakeland.
Try it out. Yes. Right.
Is it just a horde of zombies, or is it more quests?
Oh no, there's quests. There's a whole storyline, and
because I missed my Sunday night because I had to fly back from San
Oh
Fran.
no, it's really cool. I'll
So
play
you
through it
guys
again.
playing Wednesday? Today's Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday.
Are we
so
playing
no.
Sunday?
Possibly. Probably.
Mark,
Yes.
you're going to be playing on Mother's Day?
No.
I was going to say.
That's what I was trying to
Mother's Day night?
Maybe.
Gotcha. I'm with you.
Okay.
Winking at you with my finger on my
We'll
nose.
see what happens. Right.
Who are you, Santa Claus?
Now, I've also been playing a lot of StarCraft 2 beta. Here's what happened with this. So I went to the StarCraft event, did not win the random beta key.
No.
Some Ambrose did, and our friend Jeremy got it, the Sherpa, which is awesome. And it turns out that the day after this happened, two things happened. One, friend out in the cloud sent Nicole a beta key. And so we're like, woohoo! So that kept me in. But then the same day, it turned out, and this was interesting because it wasn't very highly publicized. But
No, it wasn't.
GameStop, if you pre-order StarCraft from GameStop, just put $5 down, they give you a beta key.
Wow.
And this is like, you go in the store, it's not advertised, there's no signs up, it's not on the, but you just, oh yeah, we'll do that. It's like, whoa. So it's right on the receipt. So the beta ends the middle of May, like May 18th. So if you still want to try it out, go pre-order a thing from GameStop. It's awesome. I liked it so much I already pre-ordered mine, and I gave the beta key to Chris for his birthday.
Oh, very nice.
So he's been trying it out. He's been having a great time too. So really enjoying that.
It's a great, I know we can't talk about it much. It's great. I'm actually looking forward to the single player more than the multiplayer.
Me too, actually. Me too. Because the story.
That's another story for another day.
Yeah. Now,
if any of you people kind of get excited to do that, it's a big download, and you've got to register through Blizzard's new website, which is what you need to do for their sites now.
Yeah. Yep.
So
and that's the part.
just be prepared about
that's
that.
the part they really don't want you to talk about. So if I say it's really interesting.
No, you can talk about it, Russ, because WoW, you're already doing it with WoW.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. It's just like WoW, except not. Okay. So moving on.
No, the website is Battle.net. It's not a secret.
Okay. Right. All right. So moving right along. Mia, I have to have a Mia culpa though.
Maya.
That's the one.
Maya.
Yeah. I said last
Mia is a
episode.
girl's name.
That's one. I mentioned kids. Rafe brought up Kids of Carcassonne.
And then you started trashing it.
I did trash it. Well, I was in my head. I thought of there's another game called Kids of Catan, which is based on Settlers of Catan, which is sort of a couple steps up from Candyland, where a little spinning thing and not much to do. So I thought it was that one, but apparently Kids of Carcassonne is not that bad. So anyway,
I think it's primarily the way you were suggesting to play Carcassonne.
right?
With
No
kids.
farmers, right? So anyway,
It looks pretty cool on the box.
Yeah, so I would. Yeah,
meeples.
don't be afraid of it. I might check it out. I'll have to check it out myself now because my girls they play Carcassonne on the Xbox all the time, but there it scores farmers for you.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's my story on that stuff. What about you guys?
Right. Well, I'm in the process of now doing a major new special project in conjunction with Shifty.
Ooh, secret achievement for secrets.
It is secret. I've been doing lots of background material reading and Future War Commander unit creation on a gigantic, enormous cruise ship in the Mediterranean, which probably made it look like I was doing some serious work. I don't know. On the cruise ship, but I was just doing all kinds of Future War Commander stuff. So more on that as that plan progresses. I finished the book Name of the Wind. I got back to it after I finished Changes, and boy, is that book good.
Oh, yeah?
Quick shout-out to Britt, thank you, who actually found the book himself on the Penny Arcade site. So that was a funny little commentary. But amazing book. I cannot wait for the sequel, and I can't recommend it highly enough. If you like fantasy, that's pretty much sort of George R. Martin-esque in that it's very realistically portrayed. There's not a lot of magic and dragons and all kinds of stuff like that, although there are hints that they may be there. But really good stuff.
Right.
And a big thanks to Jasper, the editor of Ancient Warfare magazine, for sending us a bunch of these copies of the magazine. And it looks like a really nice magazine. It is, what would you say about color, Russ?
Oh, it's full color.
It is full color.
You know, it reminds me of the Osprey books.
It does look very much like the
neat.
Osprey history.
I want to see one of those.
Yeah, it looked really nice.
Well, if you ever
Make sure you
showed
save
up,
me a copy.
If you ever showed up anywhere, Rafe, I'd
Right.
show you a copy.
We would definitely show you.
I had them all.
I was
last
at Chris's. Where were you?
night. I was in the Mediterranean. Actually.
All right, then.
All right.
But yeah, if you're at all interested in ancient warfare, this is definitely a magazine that you should look into. It kind of ties it all together with both reenactment and war games. Just all kinds of scenarios and battles and different stories on warriors, and just the quality of the magazine is great. Very, very neat, and I highly recommend it. And thank you, Jasper, for sending those out.
Cool.
And a shout-out, speaking of Europe, to the Barcelona Games Workshop store.
Was it cool?
I stayed right across the street from it
What kind
at
of stuff
the
they have in there?
NH Barcelona Hotel. Thank you, workers of the world, for having your holiday on the day I was in Barcelona. Therefore, Games Workshop was closed.
So did you press your nose against the window and look at the stuff?
No, because it's a grate, so it was one of those big metal shutters. So I saw
you really
nothing.
saw nothing.
But nothing but the sign that my father found for me. And
But
said,
the logo
"Hey,
was cool."
You know, there's a Games Workshop store right across the street. However, in my wanderings, I did find a neat little nook in Lila Diagonal Mall, which is a giant...
Diagon Alley. Did the bricks move out of the way and you get to
like
buy a broom?
Diagon Alley, kind of, but not quite. Giant 3-level mall in Barcelona,
Ooh.
and a little store called Interkits. And I was there, wandering around, and I might have bumped into you, Barcelona listener.
Oh,
and
did you buy any games?
I did not, no. I was trying to keep my
achievement for visiting
expenditures light, although I almost did, but I couldn't really justify buying anything over there that would have been in Spanish anyway.
Craig.
Yes.
Are you going to check out 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy?
I don't know what you mean by check out.
You know,
buy it,
get the
start
rule book,
playing it,
check it out, dust off any models.
With whom? Right now, we've got my low jog boys, my low jog buddies. We're playing Descent,
right?
And those are the only people I really played Warhammer Fantasy with.
I see.
So, and I mean, right now I'm trying to keep my impulses under control. I don't want to have 8 million projects going right at the end of July.
I'm not seeing a lot of buzz about it at our local store, which is weird.
I honestly didn't even know it was up and it's coming in July.
Well, I knew it's coming out in July because we mentioned it, and I know that Like Potter's all excited about it. And I know internationally it's getting big buzz on the internet. Everybody's talking
Just
about it.
not locally.
But for some reason, our local group, and I know we have some fantasy players. So
Right, but I think that
Even Ragnar hasn't mentioned
Right now, the ebb and flow locally is 40K and
Right.
War Machine.
Yeah,
so,
true.
I mean, with Adepticon, they all went 40K with Adepticon this year.
Yeah, even though fantasy's there.
Yeah,
I know Ragnar's
right.
a
Yeah,
fantasy
but
player.
they, I mean, Ragnar usually does both, and I
Yeah.
think he focused on
Yeah.
just 40K this year.
Interesting.
All
so
right.
I
Well,
think
for our
that's
listeners out there that like our long shows for their commutes,
Uh-huh.
I finished reading Proven Guilty, which is part of the Dresden novels.
Oh, yeah.
So I've fallen behind, and so
Yeah.
that was a great read on a long flight to San Francisco.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, as we've said before, I mean, just can't recommend those books enough. Went right in and started The White Knight, which is the next one in the series.
Yep.
Right.
And because Craig and Nicole were like, oh my gosh, you got to hear about what's happened, I had to look at the first line and changes. And I'm not going to say any spoilers.
Yeah, but
yeah, it's a big change.
Yeah.
But not what my brain was creating.
No.
You know, so, and that's
Well,
why I
that's-
have to do it, because as I'm reading each book, I'm like, oh, does this happen? Is that what Craig and Nicole?
You're that guy, aren't you?
You are that guy.
You're that guy that reads the last line of the book because
You're
someone tells you the ending's awesome.
TFG, and I
Really?
don't mean total fangirl.
No, I'm that guy that doesn't want to hear people say how awesome Iron Man 2 is, because I will make it more awesome in my head than it could
Oh,
ever
yeah,
be.
that's true.
That's
And
why
then
I'm going to the midnight
disappointed when I
showing,
see
baby.
Iron Man 2.
Yeah.
Woohoo! That's why you got to go early. That's why you got to be reading the books now.
And there's a great new comic out. Good luck finding it, but they do have a trade paper book. I'm not going to go into the details of it, but it's really good, and it's called Chew.
All right.
And the basic of it is it's an investigator guy, and they have a name for it, which I can't pronounce, but he's able to like eat an orange and get a little flashback of like where the orange came from and maybe the farmers that picked it. And so as an investigator, like he eats a stew where somebody got murdered. This is in the first comic, and he gets a flash of how that person was murdered because a little blood got in the stew.
This has
Yeah.
been
It's
done
really cool.
before, though.
Yeah.
That's been done. Not the eating part, but it's like touching the body, and you see.
Yeah, that seems to me of limited, a self-limiting example of an overly used trope.
Yeah,
You'd think so,
How do you like
but
that?
they take it in a weirdly like they have a little fun because what's happened is chicken's been outlawed because of the bird flu.
All right.
So there's some humor because he actually begins working for the FDA, busting like people who are trying to sell black market chickens and stuff. So it's funny and the art's really cool.
All right, well.
And I've also been reading Blink, who I can't remember the author, but he's the author of Tipping Point.
All right.
So I like to read fun and then kind of work and then fun and then not work. But
How's Blink? Does Blink work?
Blink's cool.
All right. Good.
I've only like one or two chapters.
Well, if
in
Chew
it.
is fun, then Blink should be work, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Does it work?
I didn't hear if you said something.
Is it like a law book?
No, it's one of those business books.
Like a
right.
self-help business book. kinda?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like one of
gotcha.
those.
I'm with you now.
Gotcha. Alrighty.
All right. So we'll look for Rafe improvements next episode.
Yeah, I hope you
All right,
improve
excellent.
yourself.
Right. That's what he means. Yourself. Right.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Is that achievements?
That's achievements.
Oh, good, because those are long achievements.
Bye.
Woo. Thanks for listening.
You're listening to the D6 generation.
Tired of pen and paper? Take your game to the next level with Army Builder and Hero Lab from Lone Wolf Development. Army Builder has been the standard for Army construction software for miniature gamers since 1998. And coming out in July 2009, Army Builder 3.2 includes PDF support, streamlined user interface, mobile device output, and lots more. And for RPG players, Hero Lab is the award-winning character creation and management software for players and GMs alike. Hero Lab supports all the major RPGs from D&D to World of Darkness. With Army Builder and Hero Lab, point-and-click simplicity lets you spend less time prepping and more time playing. Download a free demo from our website, www.wolflair.com. Discover for yourself why 100,000 gamers have chosen Lone Wolf Development.
And now, what's in the news? With the shout-out, Paul from Boston says, thanks to Bored to Death for the best board game video reviews on the net. Check it out at www.boredtodeath.tv. That's BOARDTO death.tv. And now, what's in the news? First up from Privateer Press, more Voltron. Making sure Wakeland's not around. Plenty more of that crazy Voltron theme music. More Voltron is in the news. Let's see here. Looks like Privateer Press has put up previews of the new Voltron figures coming out this summer. There are previews of some of the Lions, including Black and Green, and the Ultra Voltron, along with their stats. So if you're a Voltron fan looking forward to taking on some MPOC action, check it out. Speaking of Privateer Press, War Machine Mark II has won a major award. No, it's not a leg lamp. They've won an award in, looks like Germany, at RPC 2010 in Cologne. Apparently on April 18th, there were tens of thousands of fans in attendance over 2 days, and this is Germany's permanent fantasy gaming event. War Machine Mark II was chosen in an open vote by attendees out of 5 finalists in the tabletop category. Congratulations, Privateer Press. Speaking of German companies, well, we were in Germany anyway. Speaking of Germany, in the last episode, Wakeland spent a lot of time talking about family games, and one of his favorite family game companies is, in fact, Haba. As they mentioned in the show, Haba is kind of difficult to get in the United States, but it turns out, breaking news from Dan at Myriad Games states that Haba has recently opened a U.S. office that will make it much easier for stores to get Haba products in the country. If your local gaming store would like to carry Haba, have them give them a call to get hooked up. In other board game news, turns out Fantasy Flight Games is releasing a new Descent supplement because there's just not enough yet. This one looks kind of interesting if you're a hardcore Sea of Blood player and you don't really like that fiddly paper map that's double-sided. One side's got the island and one side's got the open sea on it. You can use the new Descent Sea of Blood map board. Nice high-quality game board coming out this summer to replace your paper flimsy mat, should you care to do so. Moving right along. Hey, wait a minute, I got some news. Wakeland, this is my segment. But it's news, really it is. Does this have to do with gaming? Well, sort of. It's about Star Wars and TomTom. You're going to make me read the TomTom story? Yeah, it's going to be great. All right. Okay, well, turns out that TomTom, one of the preeminent GPS makers for your car, has new voice packs featuring Star Wars characters, and the first to release is, of course, Darth Vader. Yeah, let's play some. Okay, here is the first sample of the Lord of the Sith giving directions.
Depart. Your destiny lies with me. Obi-Wan knew this to be true.
Well, that wasn't too bad. I'm sure this... No, you gotta play the other ones. Oh, all right, Wakeland, here we go. Here's number 2.
Turn around when possible. I find your lack of faith disturbing. Then take the third left. Sense your way.
That wasn't bad. All right, moving right along. No, you got to play the last one. All right, I'll play the last one. Weekland. Oh, jeez. Here we go. Number 3.
Left turn ahead. Then go around the roundabout. The circle is now complete. Sith exit.
See, isn't that great? Sith exit. You got it, Sith. That's a... all right. Thank you, Wakeland. Actually, it does kind of make me want to buy a TomTom. Anywho, moving right along in other news, Litco has released a new token set for Firestorm Armada. The token set covers pretty much all the things you need to play Firestorm Armada, all the fancy plastic laser cut tokens. But what's really interesting about this set is they've also included new deluxe Firestorm Armada bases. These bases are sort of designed in a certain way with little segments on them, and they allow you to put the tokens that contain status and wounds and crew left right on the bases, and they sort of move with the ships. Kind of a neat idea. Speaking of neat ideas, the ever-present iPad news, there's still more. Carcassonne has been released now on the iPad. Of course, Carcassonne was out on the iPhone, but now there's a fancier multi-seat, hot seat playable Carcassonne on the iPad. So if you're getting the iPad for gaming, looks like they're hooking you up. And speaking of gaming, boy, the segues just keep rolling this time, don't they? Speaking of gaming here, we've got, well, if you've been living under a rock, you know that you don't know. We haven't been under a rock, you do know. Hey, if you've been under a rock, you might even know this. Halo Reach beta has started. Early May 3rd, the Halo Reach beta launched. If you want to get a look at the newest Halo game coming out this fall in the multiplayer versions. You can check that out. Rumor has it there's jetpacks and all kinds of coolness. You want to get in there quick, though. You'll need your Halo ODST disc to play the beta. If you don't have that, you'll want to rent it, borrow it, or acquire it somehow. However, do it quickly because the beta does end apparently right near the middle of the month. So get in there quick, only a couple weeks. And finally, Strength and Honor Deathwatch preview. Dark Heresy fans should head on over to Fantasy Flight Games and check out the latest preview for the new Deathwatch supplement. Play Space Marines, purge heretics, and generally have a good time in the 41st millennium. And that's what's in the news.
Are you having trouble fitting your whole army into one carrying case? Ever had your heavy centerpiece models break through the sides of their foam tray to scrape against their neighbors? You'll never have to worry about any of this again with Battle Foam. The trays from Battle Foam will hold over 30% more models than any standard tray, and they make foam to fit any box, including all manufacturers' carrying cases. What's more, they will custom cut your foam trays to fit any miniature. The boys at battlefoam.com can even personalize each tray by etching Army logos, personal text, or images right onto the foam. So go to battlefoam.com right now and pick up the best foam on the market. You've spent more time and money than anyone wants to think about on your models. Shouldn't they be as safe as you can make them? Battlefoam.com. Hooah!
Welcome back. Now we're very excited to have with us Jeff Tidball. Jeff, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Excellent. So Jeff, you are
you are the man of the hour.
You are the man of the hour because we're talking about our episode today. We're going to be talking about all about Horus Heresy, and rumor has it you had a little bit to do with the design of that game.
Yes, indeed. I slaved on that for 13 or 14 months, I think, at the end of the story.
Nice.
Wow.
Well, before we get into all the details of that, and we do want all the details on that, we have to ask you the preliminary question we ask all our guests here on the show. Are you now...
It's a hazing?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. It's a ritual.
Are you now or have you ever been a gamer?
Yes, indeed. Since the beginning of time and ongoing.
So how did you get involved in gaming? What was your first memories of gaming as you define it?
I have very vivid memories of it, actually. There was the apartment complex I lived in when I was in 6th grade. There was this guy who lived upstairs on the 3rd floor. Andy Silverman was his name. He was one grade ahead of me, and he brought down the red box.
There it is, the red box.
And I created an elf back when elf was a class and a race. And created this character named Max, who had 2 X's, and so he was all crazy like that. And did the thing, and bought a crossbow that I didn't need because I had a bow too. But I rolled well with the money, and it started there. I decided the next year, when I was in 7th grade, I played Redbox for the first time in 6th grade. I decided the next year that I was going to make games for a living.
Oh,
wow,
and
that was
here
quick.
you are.
So
and here I am.
And you've been in the gaming industry for how long now?
I started working as a pro in 1996.
Wow.
I was going to school at Hamlin University. That was my junior year. Through local contacts here in the Twin Cities, I knew a guy who was hooked up with the president at Atlas Games. John Nephew was the president there.
Mm-hmm.
And they were looking for somebody to come on part-time and do sort of media and press relations. They figured that it was better to hire someone to hustle really fast than it was to buy ads in, Scry and the publications of the hour at that time. And so I managed to get that gig.
Wow.
Nice. So you worked at Atlas for how long were you with them?
For 5 years.
5 years. And were you always, did you move to the designing area at all where you were at Atlas, or did you stay pretty much in PR?
No, I did PR only for about a year or so. Well, so it's a very small company, right. Where everybody does everything.
Sure.
I, cleaned the bathroom and packed the boxes and wrote Ars Magica. The second year I was there, I think, Atlas picked up Ars Magica from Wizards of the Coast when they decided they weren't going to do role-playing anymore. And so that was my creative promotion, sort of, was I got promoted into doing the development on Ars Magica's 4th edition.
Nice. And then after Atlas, where did you go to after that?
So I decided in 1999 and in 2000 that role-playing was going to die and go away because all of that would be done much better by computers. So I actually looked around the world and tried to figure out where somebody who knows how to make sort of stories and worlds could get paid a lot of money instead of get paid no money, and I decided to go to film school. So I applied to film schools and got accepted to the grad program at USC. So my wife and I moved to LA in 2000, and I did that program and spent the next 5 or 6 years trying to break into Hollywood.
No. How'd that work out for you?
Man, there's a lot of people who want that job, let me tell you.
It's a tough industry.
It is. I learned a lot of great stuff at that school. They run a fantastic film program at USC. And I wrote a lot of stuff and, did not meet with no success, right? I've still got now a very good manager there and a lawyer and have 3 or 4 scripts that are still moving around out there. I just completed another one that is getting ready to go soon, but that's a long-term situation trying to get into that, right?
Sure.
That's neat.
So so what happened then? So that was going okay, but obviously wasn't going to be a near-term fix. So how did you get back into gaming after that?
So I worked at a production company. Gold Circle Films was the one of the production companies involved in My Big Fat Greek Wedding. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Okay.
So my position of mighty use there was to fetch the coffee and tell the people where to sit while they were waiting for their meetings, and that got old extremely fast.
Does that get you best boy in the credits or anything? No, that is far below credit worthy.
Boo.
Sad to say, I did almost spill coffee on. Now I can't remember the guy's name. Anyway, one of the stars from ER very nearly spilled coffee on.
There you go.
Sorry about that guy.
I'm sure he's listening.
And so I was looking around for another job there and got hooked up with the LA role-playing studio that Decipher was running at the time. Mm-hmm. This was sort of the year that Fellowship came out and the Two Towers was about to come up, and they had just released their Lord of the Rings role-playing game. And they did all of their RPG design work out of this small LA studio that was 6 or 7 or maybe 8 guys at the time. Well, they did all their CCG development in Virginia where their main headquarters were. But they were looking for somebody to take over the line developer gig. And after, some interviews and talking to those guys, I got that job and did that for a while.
Excellent.
Very cool.
So you went back to RPGs. You figured maybe they weren't going to die so quick.
Well, I was looking for a job that I wouldn't hate.
There you go.
And it was something that I knew how to do. And Decipher was a big company, and the pay was good for the gaming business. And it was certainly better than any job that I would be able to get in the film industry. So it was nice to go back to doing something that I really knew how to do pretty well, that would pay the bills, that would still leave me plenty of time to work on film stuff early in the morning and late at night. So it was really a fantastic opportunity. I worked with some really great guys out there. Owen Seiler, who was sort of managing that office, is one of the great unsung heroes of the gaming business. I worked with Christian Moore there. He's a fantastic guy. Matt Colville, who went on to work at Pandemic and work on the Mercenaries video game. Really fantastically talented guys in that office there.
Excellent.
Wow. It's great. So how long were you there for, and how did you decide to move on from there?
Oh, I was there for something like a year and a half. And Decipher eventually decided to just close that office down. I don't think that those RPGs were performing as well as they hoped. Obviously, that's a very high-profile license, and so the bar for success is pretty high.
Yeah.
And so one day we were expecting a phone conference with the guy who was our superior back in Virginia, and instead he walked through the door in Los Angeles. That was sort of the story on that. That was the day that we all got laid off, and my car broke down, and my wife and I got sprayed by a skunk.
Oh,
wow.
Insult to injury.
He could have won a copy of Runewars in the story like that.
That's right.
So then what happened? How did you get from there to your next gig?
So I freelanced. I worked on scripts a lot in that time when I was, collecting unemployment and living off the state. But I also wrote a big chunk of the Fireborn role-playing game in that time for Fantasy Flight.
Oh.
I knew those guys because they're, we're Twin Cities folks. Actually, Fantasy Flight shared office space with Atlas Games for a year or two long stretch. That was when Disc Wars was first getting started. So I remember Christian and Todd sitting out in the warehouse hand collating the early Disc Wars stuff.
So you'd already networked with them before, and so now you were doing some freelance work for them, basically?
Yep, exactly. And so that was some fun writing. I wish that game would have done better. I think that it's based on a concept that's really interesting, and so maybe the market just decided that wasn't really interesting, I guess. But I thought that it was very interesting. That was a fun project to work on. I wound up going then. I got a job, I guess, about 8 or 10 months after they shut us down at Decipher with a mobile technology startup called Tomo Software, where they were trying to do, it turns out about 5 years too early, sort of a massively multiplayer game that you could play on the phones of the time.
It was too early.
Was an extremely interesting experience for me, right? So those were all written to run in Java on these terrible, terrible phones that it was an extremely challenging technical environment. You can see how that would be wildly successful now, and I'm sure you see all kinds of applications now that are just doing a fantastic job of this thing that they were trying to do at the time. But in addition to the technical challenges that they had sort of the challenge that none of the people who founded that company were really game people. So they hired their first game designer about 5 months after they had built all the technology infrastructure. And so it was the game designer they hired before me and I sort of showed up to discover that the game was already in place and it was not as good as we hoped.
There's a little bit bass backwards on the design process.
Just say it diplomatically.
That's too bad. So then,
indeed, a bit.
So it sounds like they had the right idea at the wrong time. But then, so how'd you get back to FFG?
I worked at Tomo Software for about a year. I went back. We had our first son about that time. I went back to working for Atlas Games for about a year because they thought I might like to work at home with a new baby around, and they were stunningly correct. So I worked for John for about a year. We decided to move back to Minneapolis because that's where our family was. And that was about the end of Gen Con SoCal. And that last year of Gen Con SoCal, I got talking to Todd from Fantasy Flight, found out that they were looking for some developers, talked to them, and we were moving back anyway, so it was just kind of a fortuitous time to move over to Fantasy Flight, because they, obviously they were doing some very, very interesting stuff in board games, right? That was the time of the first coffin boxes. That was World of Warcraft, the board game. And I think about that time I was talking to them at Gen Con SoCal. They started to put out those first videos for Tide of Iron, the sort of HBO documentary style ones. I don't know if you guys remember those.
Yeah, I remember that. It was awesome.
But it was it seemed like a really exciting time to come on board there.
Awesome. Now, I had a quick question. Is that an industry term? Coffin boxes?
It's big.
I think I picked that term up on the Geek.
Okay.
So you were there for a while then, right? Until last year, pretty much. So how?
Yeah, for just over 2 years, I was an employee there.
So you were there from like 07 to 09 or 08 to 09 or something.
Yeah,
like that?
yeah, 07 to 09, I think.
So you're there for a while. So what were some of the big, higher profile? Some of our listeners might know about games you worked on there. In addition to Horus Heresy, obviously near the end. But what else did you work on while you started there?
The very first thing that I did was do the English editing on Tannhauser.
Oh.
I did sort of editing and support work on the first Warcraft board game expansion that now I can't even remember what it's called, the green one.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. I can't remember the name either, but I know do know what you're talking about.
Worked on sort of, we were exploring the idea of doing some 4th edition licensed stuff, right? Because that was around the time that Wizards and Hasbro were doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
I did a lot of sort of management and editing and behind the scenes stuff in that first year when I was there. I'm trying to think of what else we were working on. Kevin was working on Android already at that point.
Yeah.
Did some work on the rule book of Road to Legend in that time. Obviously a massive piece of work, right? That thing's got a
game.
rule book that rivals lots of role-playing games.
Oh, yeah, and miniature war games. But it's a great, that came out very, very nicely. So was Horus Heresy really your first sort of, main headliner game that you designed for Fantasy Flight?
Something may be slipping my mind, but I think that the answer is probably yes to that.
Wow. So is it probably the biggest game you've ever worked on, or would you say that's true, or is it been
without a doubt.
Cool. Now,
unless that's actually kind of an interesting question, right? Because I also spent 3 years working on, for example, when I was the line developer for Ars Magica, spent 3 years putting out books for that line at a rate of 5, 6, 7 books a year. So, I developed 600 or 700 pages of Ars Magica rules. So it's interesting to compare a line of supplements that you're responsible for on one hand versus a kind of the standalone product that a board game is. I don't know which one of those is bigger. Horus seems massive from where I'm sitting right now.
Sure.
Wait, do you is one of those? Do you feel more ownership, like more of a connection of one to the other, or because one is this big standalone thing that was yours from beginning to end versus probably far more material and pages, but building on other people's worlds, so to speak?
I feel a lot more ownership and stake in Horus Heresy, I think. And the main reason for that is that as a developer on a game line, other people are more or less writing that. But that doesn't necessarily have to be true. So part of the problem with when I was developing Ars Magica in the late 90s, I had no idea what the hell I was doing. To be perfectly honest.
Alrighty.
That was totally trial by fire. I didn't have any experience managing people, much less managing freelance people far removed from me. Most or probably all of them, but much older than I was and more experienced and so on. So I did not take a real strong personal hand in deciding that this is what Ars Magica 4th edition is going to look like, and all you people are going to step up and write this stuff, or I'm coming down there with whips and flames. But I really had a much bigger chance, even though Horus Heresy is obviously set in a universe where there's a raft of canon from here to South America.
Right.
There was a real, I kind of sat down on the first day and thought about, what should this game be like? I really was there and kind of leading the charge when the foundational questions about that. What's the game going to be like? What's going to be important in this game were kind of asked and answered.
Excellent.
Great. We want to get into all that, but before I want to finish up your bona fides here before we go on. So you've since moved on from FFG, right? You're now independent.
Yep. This Friday will be 1 year of freelancing.
Wow. Now, how did the jump happen, and are you happy where you are? It's sort of like you're living what everybody dreams about, but it must be scary. How did that jump happen?
It is totally just like both of those things. It is living the dream, and it is also scary from time to time. I had kind of decided in the last bit of FFG that I really wanted to be able to work with more different people and to be able to work on more different kinds of projects, because as my sort of resume shows, I'm really interested in the whole breadth of hobby gaming, and I've got lots of contacts. I've worked with lots of people, but FFG has a policy, wise or no, that you are not allowed to work on other people's stuff inside the industry. And so I was really interested in doing that, and it seemed like the time had come to make that jump.
Cool. Now, you've also won some industry awards. Can you describe some of those?
I have a couple of Origins awards. Pieces of 8, I think, is the one that I am most proud of the two. The other one is for Cthulhu 500. Cthulhu 500 is a card game that mixes up NASCAR and the Cthulhu mythos.
You can't go wrong with that. How can you go wrong with that?
You can't really go wrong with that.
You can't. We're actually I'm talking to the Atlas guys, and there's a prototype going for an expansion to that. That looks like it's actually going to be kind of a standalone sequel in the same way that Beer Money is related to Lunch Money. That is very likely, if I have my way, to be called the Fatagan and the Furious.
Nice.
But Pieces of 8 is a game that is played entirely with coins, that you either hold in your hand or keep in your pocket. So it's a pirate ship combat game played with these sort of antique coins that you don't need a table for, given that you keep them all in your hands or keep them in your pocket.
Oh, wow.
That was inspired by a conversation I had while I was working at Tomo with my office mate. She came back from Six Flags or one of the other Southern California theme parks and said she had seen some people standing in line playing some card game, as they moved along, and God knows what card game it was. They were playing with a standard deck.
Right.
But that was sort of the genesis of that idea of what about a game that you don't need a table for? What about a game that you can keep in your pocket and play anywhere?
Very cool.
So that's where Pieces of 8 came from. And that was nominated for a Diana Jones Award that year, too, which I am probably most proud of out of any of those awards or nominations or recognition or whatever.
Wow.
Pieces of 8 is a solid game. Congratulations. It's a really fun game. So let's get into Horus Heresy now, of course.
Cool.
It is, of course, the new hotness. And so you were working on this when let's start with the beginning. How did this project, you must have been familiar with 40K prior to getting involved with Horus Heresy, or was this all new to you when you got involved with it?
Oh, yeah, for sure. When I was in middle school and high school, I was a big fan of the Warhammer 40,000 miniatures game. I have a very vivid memory of leaving behind my copy of that first Warhammer 40,000 supplement that came out. God, I wish I could remember what that was called. It was like a 96-page 4/4 full-color expansion. I left that in my 8th grade math class, and I remember running back from my class in the next period to make sure that it had not been stolen by whoever it was that had that desk in the next period. So yeah, I played a boatload of the miniatures game. I could paint to save my life, but the game I loved.
So how did this project land in your lap? Was this it must have been sort of a coveted project at FFG at the time?
Well, so I had been sort of hired on to FFG with the idea that I would be moving into sort of management positions there, and had gotten a promotion. I can't remember if it was just before or just after the GW deal landed, to sort of be the vice president of their production department, which includes the designers and the developers and the graphic design and basically every part of FFG that makes games.
Wow.
I was ostensibly in charge of that. And so when that GW deal came through and we started making up lists of the games that we wanted to do, and the idea of doing the coffin box version of Horus Heresy came up, I think that Christian Peterson proposed that. I sort of stood on top of it and waved my fists and told everybody to get back away.
So you fought for it then. You were like, "This mine." All right.
As the boss. As the boss of the department, it came along and you said, "This one's mine."
So you were So you wanted it, but were you once you got it, was it intimidating? You have to know there's such a rabid fan base. And well deserved for the 40K canon and for this Horus Heresy in particular. Were you nervous going into this, or do you kind of like, no, I got this. I know this so well. I'm going to rock it. How'd you feel going into it?
I had a combination of those feelings. I think that those would be fantastic summaries of exactly the two feelings, right? There was definitely a sense that I knew the kind of game that I was interested in making, right? Because I had been a huge fan of the big Milton Bradley ton of plastic games.
Oh yeah, like
the 80s, right? Your Fortress of Americas and your Axis and Allies and Shoguns and stuff like that. And it's pretty clear that FFG's coffin boxes are kind of the spiritual successors of those games.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah.
And at the same time, it was almost a little bit easier that this game was an adaptation of an existing game, because it's almost always easier to design with constraints than to design without them.
Yeah.
Do a lot of them? Now, I don't think I've ever played the original Horus Heresy, I'm ashamed to say. Do a lot of the mechanics that exist in the current Horus Heresy, did they come from the original, or is it all redesigned, ground up mechanics?
There's basically nothing mechanically.
That's what
that I think you would be able to say is directly inherited from the original game. The original game is a very sort of traditional shit-based war game.
Yeah, more Avalon Hillish,
where to fight I add up my units, and you create a ratio of strengths and roll a single six-side on a table that tells us the example of the whole thing. And that, was certainly a fine thing for its time and place.
Right.
But if I had brought a design like that into Christian's office, I would have gotten shot with a bazooka. That's just not the kind of game that he and they make.
So you have to. So this is a part of particularly Fantasy Flight Games designs that always fascinates me, because FFG and obviously you as the person involved with this game in particular does such a great job of capturing theme and mechanics together in a way that makes them don't feel tacked on. Like, it almost feels like when you play it, it's like, oh, that was so obvious. But at the time, it wasn't obvious. So how did you, before you get to the mechanic part, though, how much research did you do into Horus Heresy when you started this? Did you already know the stuff so well that you didn't have to do it, or were you like, we got to just get this inside and out, we got to play the old game, we got to, how did you sort of get ready to go for this, work out, so to speak?
I did not know the Horus Heresy story canon all that well at the beginning of this project. I have the sense that is something that Games Workshop really developed kind of after I had decided that Warhammer 40,000 was too expensive for me to play in college, So luckily we had Steve Horvath, who was the CEO of Sabretooth, came to work at FFG as part of that whole overall deal, and he worked with Games Workshop's IP Meister, Alan Merritt, who is their, I can't remember what his title is, but he is basically the king of intellectual property over at Games Workshop. And so Steve and Alan had basically written the book on Horus Heresy. There are, 4 sort of canonical volumes of this is what the story is.
Yeah.
And so he was sitting there, 2 offices down, and in addition to being able to go ask him stuff at any given time, Ross Watson was really helpful. He's the I don't know exactly which line he's the line developer of the RPG over at Fantasy Flight, but he was working on the Inquisition game at the time, right? We hired him about that time, so he was really helpful in answering canon questions. So basically, I just did a lot of reading, looked through all of those old archives of art, because there's a massive raft of art, obviously, that Games Workshop has from the period, but also that Sabretooth had from when they did the collectible card game. See that art, inside the game is published on some of the cards.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering where some of that art came from. Or someone looked familiar. So,
right. So, sort of all of those sources. I played the original game a fair bit to get a sense of what they were doing there, like which units are involved. If you look at the map of the current edition and the original edition, there's obviously a very strong kinship there, right? Everything on the map exists in the right place.
Yeah.
And so on.
So the initial concept, so you said you have to pitch this to Chris or whomever. So you had to come up with a plan. Now, how much of your initial idea ended up in the final game? I mean, did you figure out the initiative track and the combat card system and how that was all going to work right out of the box, so to speak, or were you kind of like, well, here's my basic plan, and we're going to see where this goes? How does that sort of how does the genesis of that start, and how do you pitch it?
So interestingly enough, neither of those 2 things that you just mentioned, the combat card system or the initiative track, were in there at the beginning.
There you go.
Although, so the critical thing about the combat cards, the thing that I think the combat cards really do well is they give the opportunity to inject these really specialized abilities that some of the units in the game have into the actual play experience. It would be really unfulfilling if you went into a fight with a Titan and went into another fight with 4 units of Imperial Guard, and those 2 different forces are both equivalent in numeric terms in the game, right? One is a single rank 4 unit and the other is 4 rank 1 units. But it would be really unsatisfying if those 2 battles were exactly the same. And the thing that those decks of combat cards do is give you access to special abilities based on which units you have present. And that is an idea that was there from the very beginning, that if you had Titans present, you would be able to knock down fortification walls. And that was not only important to give combat with different units flavor, but I thought it was also really important because that canonical story that Games Workshop has of what happens in the event describes all of these very specific things that happen, right? There's an event in that story where Titans rip down a wall, and it would be very unsatisfying if you could not do that in the game. So, originally there was a different system for how those various effects got involved and when you were allowed to do them and which units triggered them and stuff, and they eventually wound up on cards. But that's something that was there from the beginning that I was really motivated to get in, was this idea that different units would have and be characterized by the special abilities that they brought to bear, in addition to sort of whatever their raw combat stats were.
I thought that worked out great, because Craig and I were talking about this, how all the things work out, like cultists can summon demons, and all these things happen, but you don't need a codex, if you will, a special rules for every unit. It just sort of the cards in your hand and the units in the right place, the magic happens, and suddenly that storytelling moment occurs in the game, and it's really brilliant, and I think it's interesting because it seems to me that FFG is starting to get kind of known for some of this, like that mechanic sort of reminded me of how StarCraft works a little bit, where certain combat cards, if the right unit's in place, suddenly, that unit gains stealth or something, or becomes a detector, and it seems like you guys are constantly, or FFG is constantly drawing from their other games, going, how can we make it work? Oh, that worked pretty well in StarCraft. Let's refine it and make it a little simpler, but cleaner in Horus Heresy. Did that happen a lot as you're developing the game? Did you kind of pull from other properties and figure out ways to build it together in a new way?
I don't know if we ever looked around and said specifically, let's borrow this element from StarCraft or let's borrow that element from whatever. But because of the fact of there being, somewhere between 3 and 6 developers working there, sharing the same office space all the time and testing each other's games and working together in various team configurations, you really develop kind of a hive mind of common ideas about what's good and what's desirable, especially given Christian's interest, even as the CEO, in being very involved in the direction of individual games. So I think it arises organically from amongst a group of people who are working on the same series of projects and their shared aesthetic.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And not that there's anything wrong with it. I think it's great, and it gives you definitely a smooth feel. And what's also nice when you learn a new game is, if you've played other Fantasy Flight games, it's sort of like, okay, this is that sort of idea, but now presented in a new way. So I kind of like it. It gives you sort of a signature on the product.
Yeah. And now the use of the cards as the combat modifiers and the numbers that you're looking for and everything, so you don't need dice. That seems to be like a very modern, innovative mechanic that's being introduced into games nowadays. When you started developing it 14 months ago, or 14 months before it came out, which is now, so 14 months ago, were you all looking at dice, and then that like slowly evolved?
So my very first prototype had dice in it, and those got shot down out of the game extremely early on. And other games were using cards. Sort of card-driven war games were already a thing at that time, right? Twilight Struggle had already been published, and I had played that, and there were other games of that sort. So it wasn't. I didn't feel anyway like I was inventing a new thing with that.
Right. Great. Now, one other question I had about Horus Heresy, and this is something that a lot of folks comment on, is it's a wonderful two-player game, but it is a two-player game, and most of Fantasy Flight's coffin boxes, as you say, are large, handle pretty big player counts. Was there any concern in the beginning of the idea of having this high price point game that's only 2 players? Was that something, or you're like, no, we need one, we want a 2-player one? Well, how did that process work out?
I think that some people were concerned about that. And there was some pressure to try to figure out a way to make it a 3-player game or a 4-player game. It was pretty clear to me at the start that was going to be an extremely tall order. And luckily for me, I guess, once we were getting to the final prototypes of the game, everybody, I think, thought the design was pretty strong as it stood, and was worried about what might happen if we tried to shoehorn more players in there. That it was eventually decided that we just continue on with the 2-player game. My personal take on the 2-player nature of the game was pretty much always that there is a place in the hobby for those games that are only 2-player games. Yeah. It is the value, ideas about value, in air quotes aside, it's frankly easier to find one other guy to play a game with you than it is to find 3 or 4 or 5 other guys to play a game with you.
Well,
and so Horus Heresy, I think, is a game that you can play without, like with your one roommate or with your spouse, if you're lucky enough to have a spouse that's into that kind of thing. And so I have this sense that people are going to get more value out of Horus Heresy because they'll be able to play it more often, because the circumstances when they will be able to play it will arise more often than they'll get out of a game like Twilight Imperium, which requires you to find many more people and block out for those many more people 4 times as much time.
Right. And youth serum so you don't grow old.
Right.
Yes, indeed.
So one more question before we get into the details of the game itself. What was it like working with Games Workshop on the project? Were they involved in the approval process, or were they kind of like, hey, as long as you stick to the books, we'll just look at it at the very end, or was it a sort of they checked in every so often? How did that all work out?
I had weekly meetings, phone conference meetings with those guys, actually. We just have we had, at that time, I don't know what they're doing now, a standing meeting with our immediate contact at Workshop where we would just run down the list of all of the different projects that we were working on. And so they were appraised and were very interested, and I would say rightly so, in being appraised of what we were thinking about, what we were working on. Obviously, there are lots of different steps of wildly diverse kinds. So one of the first things that you've got to do on one of these design projects that involves plastic figures, nearly the first thing that you got to do is start to get sketches of what those figures are going to look like, so that they can be sculpted, so that they can be approved, so that molds can be made. Because that's really, so when you talk about the 14-month process, the very first thing that I was doing is working with one of the artists inside Fantasy Flight, Andrew Navarro, who is an extremely talented graphic designer, doing sketches of all the different figures that we thought were going to be in the game. So that clearly is something. Games Workshop obviously cares a great deal. I don't think that this is like giving away any state secrets. They care a great deal about what their figures look like, and obviously what Fantasy Flight's representations of their figures are going to look like is of great concern. So, they're definitely interested in making sure that the stuff that Fantasy Flight puts out is correct as far as they're concerned.
Were they worried about the rules much, or more just appearance, and they kind of were confident you guys are going to get the rules right?
I think that they were concerned about the entire package, how it all looked. I think they didn't want any of it to come out wrong, but they were an extremely I think fair and good partner in the whole process. Cool. But we certainly got nothing but strong support from them.
Excellent.
Great. So let's get into the details now of the game. I've had a chance to play it 4 times now, and a few of friends have played it as well, and I kind of asked some of them what they thought and what they'd love to ask you. So I've got a few questions from them here, as well as some things for me and the rest of us here. First of all, the most shocking thing, or not shocking, but the first thing you're going to notice when you open the box is the amazing board, and the fact that you pop out parts of the board and put in these cool sort of vacuum-formed 3-dimensional fortresses and palace pieces, right? Mm-hmm. Was that something from the? You mentioned that some of this stuff's got to be designed early on. Was it from the get-go that you were going to have this sort of really interesting 3-dimensional board? Did that come in later? How did that decision get made?
At the beginning of the process, we really hoped that would work.
Really?
It was not clear. It was not clear. Runewars actually, I think, came into development after Horus Heresy did, so it was not remotely clear that process would even work.
But there was some kind of hey, remember that board game Life back in the 70s that it has 3-dimensional stuff? We want that. Was that sort of
right? I am almost positive that I used that example multiple times to try to describe to people what this was going to sort of be like and look like. I totally remember the spinner on the little mountain hill.
Well, I have a secret theory that the Runewar Mountains are just smaller casts of the spinner hills from Life. So the 3D, one of the things we did notice is that there are parts of the palace where it's really kind of tricky to get the starting units all in there. The Primarchs are standing in there with the 3 Marines and the gun turret. Was that something that's sort of like, oh crap, the bases end up being too big and we're sort of, or was that, how did that end up happening, or was that just sort of
like a compromise that you knew you were just going to have to do?
That is like the confluence of 3 or 4 different like circumstances that moved towards a less than desirable final outcome.
Right.
So if you have not thrown away the pieces that you popped out of the board,
right,
you'll notice that the outer walls of all those fortification areas are much bigger than they are sort of in the vacuum form.
Oh, right, because they taper as they go up, right?
Because they go, so they go all the way to the outside of the bottom taper. And if you take a look at the bases for the various figures, and if you look at the size of that circle for the base, and you sort of mentally take away that clip for the damage counter, and if you mentally take away the 1 to 4 spikes, you will see, I believe,
the size of the playtest.
And I believe that this is still the case. You can fit 3. You can fit 3 figures in any given one of those, and you can maybe even still fit 3 figures plus a hero in any given one of those palace areas. But as the clip got added and the little rank spikes got added, and then as the vacuum form areas got tapered, and then as they sort of get bowl-shaped in the process of making them, all those forces just sort of made it smaller and smaller. So now here is my expert tip to people for getting that to work at the beginning of the game. You don't really need those heroes to be in their own stands for the most part. So just pop those guys out of there and stick them in one of the damage clips for one of the marine units that they go with.
Brilliant.
And you have eliminated a big area of footprint in there. And if those Marines ever get damaged later, chances are that one of those units is dead anyway, so you can put the hero back in his own base, and there you go. And it's actually a little bit more convenient even to have the hero tacked onto the guys, because A, you never forget which guys he goes with, and B, you're going to move him around with those guys anyway. So.
And it's fluffy. It's like he's got his own little command squad from Warhammer 40,000.
So there you go.
Well, that is really clever. I never even thought of that. See, that's why you have these guys in the show.
That's right.
Good question.
Excellent.
So that's interesting. That's an interesting little thing about that. So, and I have another question and I don't know if this is from the beginning or and don't get me wrong. I don't mean to sound like I'm nitpicking, because we love how this game looks and it's wonderful. We're just curious now. Of course, the Imperial side, all their plastics are gray. And then, of course, on the Chaos side, you got the 4 colors, which is cool. But then you got these little cardboard marine discs that go between the models and the bases to kind of dictate their chapter. So, was it always the intent that the Imperial Marines would always be gray and have the discs, but then the Chaos Marines also have the discs, but it feels like it's secondary because they're already the right colors? You know what I mean? Like, is there a story there?
Challenges like that arise from the manufacturing process of making plastic figures. To make the physical mold out of which plastic figures are made, the setup costs for those molds are very, very high.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so you try to economize molds in any way that you can. And that situation arises from the best economization of the 2 different molds that are used to make those figures.
I see. Okay. And then
without saying more than FFG probably wants me to say.
No, that's cool. I get that. And the last question is, I think the only negative reaction we've ever had to the components is when they see the Primarchs are cards. They're like, "Oh, the Primarch's a card." What was the decision process on making the Primarchs cards versus some kind of taller, almost like descent-sized hero figure thing? Was it just cost, or was it the cards would jump out better, or what was the thinking on that one?
Probably you ask 4 different people at Fantasy Flight, and they'll give you 4 different answers. But the biggest thing there is if you were to ask me instead of any of those other 3 people, the cost, yes, is the thing.
Okay, that makes sense. Great. So now I think what impresses me a lot about the game, it gets me coming back to it, in addition to the fact it looks great, but there's a lot of, and I mentioned earlier that I thought a lot of the mechanics were borrowed, but not really. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here that's really innovative. I mean, and I wanted to ask you about the initiative tracker in particular. I know it's got a little bit of Red November hiding in there, maybe, but it really feels new and unique, and it feels like you.
It does.
I
like
love
a lot
pressure.
of it does so many different things.
First of all, it runs half the game for you. You don't have to remember anything, which I love. The phases firing off as you move is just a brilliant they're gonna have to look in the book. What's the phase next? But how did that all evolve? How did that come to be? Was that, and you mentioned earlier, it wasn't really part of the beginning of design. So how did that sort of grow into the game and become core?
So my initial goal with the initiative system in general was to avoid having a very fake feeling series of game turns where I take my turn and do steps A through J and you take your turn and do steps A through J. That just doesn't feel narrative to me, and it doesn't seem like war to me. War and stories are a more immediate give and take where I try a crazy thing, and so in response you try a crazy thing. And so from the very beginning, like the amount of stuff that you got to do on your turn was based on how much stuff your opponent had tried to do in the turn before. And so my initial prototypes didn't involve a track like that, but instead involved kind of a back and forth mechanic where the number of points that every time I used a point of doing stuff, I basically gave you a point of doing stuff until the balance tipped and it became your turn. And you can see how that survives into the final thing, where the tipping point is when your marker passes the other guy's marker.
Right.
And so that initiative track there, that which you mentioned is sort of reminiscent of Red November, was one of the things that John Goodenough really worked on inside Fantasy Flight. This was after I was freelance and had turned a prototype over to them, and they wanted to keep working. That was one of the things that they added in, was this sort of A to Z initiative track that took my kind of back and forth and imposed it onto a linear track. And I think that that's been really successful. I think that John did a really good job of keeping the original intention and spinning it in a different way.
Yeah, I like how it captures the phases, as you mentioned, because that's really nice.
It also, I mean, it's great the way you say it, where you're taking actions is going to give the other player an opportunity to do more or less depending on how you're timing your issues. It's really a great idea.
Now, another component that I thought was inspired by other games, but also is uniquely implemented in Horus Heresy is the order cards and the strategic map. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of interesting. This feels like a hybrid to me. Craig and I were talking about it a little earlier, between Chaos in the Old World, where you can put your order cards or your effect cards kind of down on the table there and cause effects, but also it feels a little bit like StarCraft, where I can block out your orders with my orders on top of them and sort of create these little stacks. Can you describe sort of how that came about? I mean, the board itself is interesting. You got these 3 areas, and you got sort of this like radar map, which feels really cool, and then you got these cards. How did that all sort of happen, and then how did the order cards kind of going onto the radar map kind of work out?
Well, so it is, I had not thought of that connection between Chaos in the Old World and the strategic map until you mentioned it just there, but it is really clear that that's a direct influence. I was working on both of them at the same time.
There you go.
I was the producer on Chaos in the Old World, so Eric had turned that over kind of to us in-house, and I was writing the rule book and running the end of the play testing and laying out the rule book and doing all the production tasks necessary to put that together, sort of at the same time that Horus Heresy was ramping up. So that is, clearly an influence there of taking those order cards and putting them on the board. And that, the StarCraft influence there is clear as well. In fact, in earlier editions of the game, or earlier editions of the prototype, you were not allowed ever to play order cards from your hand. They always had to go down on that strategic map. And sometimes you were able to activate them right away, so it was very critical as to when the initiative changed.
Yeah.
So
if the initiative was going to change before you had the opportunity to execute the orders that went out there.
Yeah, the playing from your hand is a really interesting mechanic.
And your opponent had a chance, to throw cards on top of yours or whatever.
Right. It's really the whole thing works together in an amazingly well way.
It does so many different. Again, it does so many different things.
And I'm just the only reason I mention these other games is because I just think it's interesting to see how things come together. But it in no way feels like it's a hodgepodge of these games. And instead, it feels like a unique system that just sort of takes some best ideas, but then merges them in a way that's really unique. And I guess my last question on some of the mechanics.
That's good. That I think is fantastic.
Thanks. Go ahead. I think taken all together. I guess summed up already from the last comment. We had a couple player questions for you though. One of them was, and this is sort of a fluff one for you, so you ready? When there's a contested battle,
Right.
so there's a contested battle, and for those who haven't played the game yet, there are situations that can happen in Horus Heresy where in one little region there can be members of both sides sort of hanging out together, Chaos and Imperial. And there are events that will occur when initiative changes that they have to fight, when it's called a contested battle. When a contested battle occurs, the Imperial player is always considered the attacker. And every time I'm teaching the game, the Imperial player always looks at you like, huh? But you're Chaos, you're the
Right.
attacker.
Right, right.
So was this a game balance issue, or is there a fluff motivation, or what was the decision to make the Imperial player the attacker on contested battles?
It's a little bit of both of those answers, and the two of them sort of combined to make that the clear mechanical way to go to me. The reason it's sort of a fluff issue is because it seems like the Chaos player should have the advantage at the beginning of the game in those coexistence battles, because hey, that guy was my friend a minute ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Those Imperial troops are totally caught with their pants down by this situation of traitors erupting amidst them. So that is one explanation for why the traitors have a little bit of advantage in those situations. And then, yeah, like you say, the other one, it just turns out to be a game balance issue of the Imperials got all these units all over the board at the beginning of the game.
Right.
And so the traitor player just needs a little bit of that extra rounding error to give him a hand at the beginning.
And the other question someone had was, everybody seems to really like how the Primarch or hero powers work. They're unique. They add a little bit of some zing, but they're not overpowering. How did you come up with the ideas for these hero powers? Were they based mostly on the fluff, and were you like, how can I get sort of the legend of Sanguinus' abilities into a character, or was it more, Chaos really needs some game balance here, that a hero that does this and we'll make it this guy? How did you kind of come up with the hero power ideas?
Their powers all sort of originated with the fluff, right? What kind of specific badassery does Sanguinius have? And so what would be an appropriate ability? The final implementations of all those powers are vastly different than their original ones. As we went through playtesting and playtesting and playtesting and playtesting. But they all started sort of based in the 40K canon.
Cool.
So you can see that too, especially with Jagatai Khan.
Oh yeah, the White Scar's power is awesome.
Right, so that was actually one of the really big challenges. That specific power was kind of neatly solved a problem that we had, because I wanted it to be possible to play a game that more or less exactly reflects what the canonical story says happened.
Yep.
Right.
And so you've got a couple of times in that story where something that is just massively heroic happens that you would have to contort and contort and contort to build into the basic rules of the game.
Yeah.
But instead building it into his power that he can run halfway across the board and launch a surprise attack, it kind of solves that.
Right.
Yeah, I loved
the thing that we know he did.
Yeah, yep. I definitely wanted to commend you for that, because it's great, because our gaming group comes from a very, very heavy 40K gaming background, years and years and years. And so when I played the game and I started telling my friends, look, I played Horus Heresy, and it was just like the story. Sanguinus went up to the ship and was about to attack Horus, but instead of Horus killing him, Horus ran away, attacked the palace, and was killed by Rogel Dorn. It was hilarious! And they all, they freak out, and it was the greatest thing ever, because you can change the story. I think it really does capture that fluff, and I think you guys, you and the rest of the folks at Fantasy Flight that worked on it should be commended for a really amazing capturing of that spirit of the game.
That is awesome. Thank you very much. That was a key goal. I'm glad that it
definitely
landed.
Mission accomplished on that, at least from my point of view.
Yo, add mine.
And one last thing before we let you go, I wanted to kind of ask you a little bit about your freelance activities. You're out there now. What kind of things are you working on now? And what have you been working on since Horus Heresy, and where are you heading towards, and what are you excited about?
I always forget the various projects that I'm working on, and so knowing that I was going to be talking to you guys, I made a list, and I started to freak myself out with the number of things that are sort of in the hopper all right at the moment. I did this one is behind me, and so it is not currently freaking me out. I did a board game with Alderac that they're going to be putting out as part of a new line of theirs. I think that will come out at Essen. And I don't know how much I'm supposed to talk about that, but there will be an Alderac board game coming that is much more in the Euro style, but that I'm really, really happy with the way it came out.
Excellent.
I think that Fantasy Flight has announced now that they are releasing their revised rulebook for Tannhauser.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that is a project that I didn't do so much rules design in that, but I wrote that whole manual and laid it out and worked with JR over at Fantasy Flight on sort of bringing that rulebook out. I've been working on the Dragon Age RPG for Green Ronin, which has been a blast. Chris Pramus worked with me way back in the Ars Magica days. He was part of the core of authors there, so I've known him for a really long time, and it's been a real thrill to work with those guys. They're fantastic. And the thing that I've just started getting going with is a big, massive Trail of Cthulhu campaign that I'm writing with my my partner in Game Playwright, Will Heinmarch. And so he and I are writing that for Pelgrane Press. I'm a Cthulhu fanatic from the beginning of time, and that's going to be just a hugely fun project to do.
Ooh, well, wow. Cthulhu fans, keep an eye out for that then.
It seems like you are living your dream, that reason that you wanted to step away from Fantasy Flight and do a bunch of different stuff. Well, mission accomplished on that too.
Yeah, totally. And I should mention the other thing that sort of consumes time all the time is Game Playwright, which is the story and games blog and Game Playwright Press that I run with Will. We're at gameplaywright.net, but we do commentary across the board of games and stories and where they meet that whole Venn diagram. So the book we did, Things We Think About Games, and 2 more books that we've got upcoming. See, I'm freaking myself out and remembering things that I have to do that I have not even written here on my list of things that I must do.
Wow.
That's a full plate right there.
Yeah, that's full.
Well, Jeff, thank you so much for taking time out of your obviously busy schedule to spend an hour with us and our listeners. And thanks again for coming on the show. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. This has been a blast, a really fun conversation. Thank you.
Well, thanks.
TheWarStore.com, bringing war to your door since 1999. The War Store offers the best prices on the net and features such products as Games Workshop, Privateer Press, Sable Designs, Flames of War, and many, many more. Order at TheWarStore.com, that's TheWarStore.com, or call 631-765-0047. That's 631-765-0047. TheWarStore.com.
I'm Rafe Hollywood Granger, and this is the Hollywood Minute. With the following Hollywood Minute style gamer smack talk shout out, Justin Allen Plimmer, who has never beaten me in any gaming system. You cannot avoid my Skaven forever. Luke. I gotta say, Luke, I love that shout out. Keep the call to arms coming in the Hollywood Minute. Loved it. Okay, so today's topic is Pets Part 2. So I went off on a tangent in my last Hollywood Minute. I somehow got off track. I confused inside my head one of my favorite philosophical discussions of Descartesian-like questioning on things like how do we know we even exist? I mean, his conclusion, as some of you may know, was the famous I think, therefore I am. There is a more modern line of these questions that are sometimes used in a modern philosophy class that uses artificial intelligence in a Descartesian kind of way. And I didn't really want to get into that, but I got that confused inside of my head when I was examining the question inside my mind, which is, can people love their tunes as much as a live pet? So sorry about that confusion. I'm going to try to pick up that topic again. So the question in my mind that I've been examining is, can people love their tunes as much as a live pet? I mean, I think the answer is yes, which then leads me to wondering, which is where I always start when I feel about something, is how do I feel, and then I examine backwards as to why. I think I can say I, quote, love, end quote, Stoney. Does it feel like the same love I love my wife or children? No. Or of the law? No. Can I say I love them? Absolutely. I guess I love them differently. I mean, do I love Stoney, or do I love playing Latro? Sometimes I'm indifferent to Latro, by the way, and indifference, I maintain, is the opposite of love, not hate. So the question is, do I love Stony, or do I love playing Latro? Well, I guess if they deleted Stony, I might not even want to play it anymore. I mean, artists may love a painting, their sculpture, a novel, or even a character they created. So I think it's safe to say that you can love something not alive, or that's something that you create. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that I quote love, end quote, Stony. And I bet a bunch of you can remember your loves of your favorite D&D character. So the questions in my mind then become, should we? Is it healthy? And can we really? I mean, is it really love? I guess ever since law school, I've been fascinated when learning about intellectual property rights in this new electronic property era. And I began to think about this alternative reality back then over 15 years ago. I mean, as we all know, you can buy and sell items from it. People live in this alternate reality with their alter egos. It has its own economy. It has its own mores and belief. Is this the beginning of accepting another reality or a digitized world created by people? Is this the beginning of On Its One Day where we accept data, as in Star Trek Next Generation data, as a real person? I really think it is. I think the MMO space is one space where people begin to, quote, love, end quote, artificial, quote, life, end quote. Remember, in my view, we don't just wake up one day and there's data from Star Trek Next Generation and we say, oh, of course we accept him as a person. It happens in degrees, just like cyborgs are currently living among us right now, and tricorders exist, otherwise known as iPhones. So this all comes from examining how I felt about my own self-made avatar of Stony. I know I feel love for him. It's a different kind of feel, as I said, and then I love my family. But I'm ashamed to admit it was the same kind of feeling about how I felt about my dog Gertie. I'm sorry. I examined myself and it felt the same. I really miss my dog, a lot more than I thought I would. I regret that I basically chose a tune that I can turn on and off at will, and I don't have to walk, over my dog. And I'm pretty sure, as many people who do not own dogs would admit, they may not have the proper time for them, or for their family for them, and that may be why they don't own a dog, even if they want one. I wish I was made in such a way that I could have made the time and not felt always a little bit angry about having to let Gertie out or take care of another living soul. However, to be honest, every time I would have to let her out at night, I would say to myself, man, I just want to be playing Latro. I just want to play Stony and then turn him off and flop into bed. I don't want to have to do all these extra chores. And I kept asking myself, why am I thinking about that? And that is what took me on this 2-part Hollywood Minute exploration of the thought, are tunes the same as pets? For me, as much as I hate to admit it, I basically chose where I wanted to dedicate my time for a freaking cartoon. For a variety of reasons, I mainly just wanted to be able to turn Stony on and off at will. And I feel horrible about that choice. And I've been examining that feeling ever since. How could I have chosen a freaking tune over a live animal with a soul? I know, it's basically due to time, and having another living soul in the house sucks out even more precious time. But still, I feel like I did choose Stony over Gertie. And I am still wondering if Stony can even measure up. Well, that's my story.
We will pass through the American patrols, past their sonar nets, and lay off their largest city, and listen to their D6 generation while we play our Russian board games.
Dice are our voice.
Need to add a big unit to your current force and don't feel like painting that many grunts? Or maybe you want to start a new army and really don't have time to paint it up. That's where PaintedFigs.com can help. For over 4 years, their staff with over 20 years of experience in the industry have been providing gamers with high-quality, affordable paint jobs on miniatures for their most popular games, including Flames of War, Warhammer 40,000, Fantasy, War Machine, Hordes, and even a variety of board game pieces. Their full-service packages include the cost of the models themselves at wholesale prices, assembling, painting, and basing. And they now offer a super affordable dipping service starting as low as 99 cents per figure. Because they are able to get the models wholesale, you end up with a package appearing on your doorstep full of ready-to-play models at only a fraction over the retail price. That's why PaintedFigs.com is the official painting service of the D6 generation. Their name says what they do. PaintedFigs.com. High-quality miniature painting at the lowest rates on Earth. Even with shipping. Be sure to let them know the D6 generation sent you.
This is Total Fangirl. Regular Jane most days, Total Fangirl when the moment strikes. Han shot first. Starbuck is a guy, and Lestat, now there's a vampire. Hey everyone, this is your Total Fangirl, Nicole Wakelin. You can follow me on Twitter at Nicole Wakelin or check out my blog, www.totalfangirl.com. This week's shout out from Dan Paddock. Congratulations to Jen Akuta, the new quartermaster at Privateer Press. The press gang may be an unruly lot, but nothing a little plank walking in shark-infested waters can't cure. Hey everyone, this week I have with me Erin Robinson, who is an indie game developer. Her latest project, Puzzlebots, has just been released. Welcome, Erin.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Thanks for coming on. Now, let's start off. Tell us a little bit about you. Who is Erin Robinson?
Let's see. I'm just somebody who decided that video games weren't... nobody was making the kind of games I wanted to play, and so I got impatient and started making my own. And this was 5 years ago, and I've been at it ever since.
Now, so you just decided you wanted your own games. Were you a big game player? Did you play a lot before you started making your own?
I was when I was a kid, up through about the age of 12, and then I got really busy with school for a couple of years, and then when I was in my first year at college, I was kind of looking at what was out there, and it was like all I saw were shooters and games that were clearly made for people who were not looking for the same thing I was.
Right.
I wanted a game with a good story and a game that was kind of relaxing and you had to think a little bit. So I started making adventure games because those had been a favorite when I was younger, and I went from there.
Very cool. Now, did you find it difficult breaking into the industry? Because you always hear stories from people who are trying to get into the game industry. They're like, oh my gosh, it's impossible. No one will give me a chance. Did you find that? How did you do it?
Well, I didn't even have the industry in mind when I started. I only was able to start making games because I found an online forum for people who like to make adventure games and collaborated with a programmer and a musician. And then a couple games later, I started hearing the word indie games thrown around, and I realized that there were other people just like making games on their own, just for fun and to try out new ideas. And then through a friend of mine who was involved with the indie community, I got a really short speaking gig at GDC last year.
Uh-huh.
It was part of they call it the Indie Game Maker Rant, and we all had 5 minutes to get up and talk about whatever, and because of that, I got a free pass to GDC, and that was my...
Woohoo! What did you rant about? What was the gist of your rant?
I actually talked about humor in games and how we need to come a long way, and I talked about something called the Unfunny Valley, where games are approaching real comedy, but they're not there yet.
Is that kind of like the Uncanny Valley that they did on the one thing?
That's my terrible pun.
Say your terrible pun. I got it. It wasn't that terrible. I got it. Now, I was looking at your website, livelyivy.com, and you actually have a little series of cartoons you did about like the dream versus the reality of being a game designer. That is hilarious. How did you come up with that? That I was like laughing out loud. I'm like, hee, that's really funny.
Awesome, I did that in like one night. Basically, I had a presentation the next day I was supposed to do for I was at this event called Indiecade, where it's a bunch of kind of curated independent games.
Yeah.
Which they picked 29 finalists from a pool of almost 300, I think. And they told me just make a presentation for this talk, and I did, and then I sent it to them. They're like, "Oh, you were supposed to talk about your game."
Whoops.
I mean, I was like, duh, that makes sense. Of course, I should have talked about my game. And I was like, oh, I don't want to give the presentation. He's like, no, it should be okay. So that's what they're from. I did them all in Sharpie like the night before, just like...
Did you really?
Yeah, and it was born out of my own, like, frustration. Just the last, the year and a half I had been spending on the game and how not everything had worked out the way I wanted, and it was kind of venting, it's like... Oh, my house got broken into, and the game took a lot longer than I thought, and this and that.
Yeah.
One person's pain isn't another person's, comedy.
Comedy. It was, yeah. So your pain was comedy for me because I did laugh when I was reading that. Oh, good. Now, tell us about what do you think are some of the challenges? Because you talked about it in that little cartoon, which was hilarious. People have to go to that website, go to livelyivy.com, look that up because it's really funny, especially if you develop games. But what do you think are some of the biggest challenges that you find as a game developer?
Funding would be a big one for indies.
Yep.
I'm looking into some other ways to support myself right now. Like PuzzleBots is doing, it's done well with the pre-orders, and hopefully we can keep the momentum going. But I'm looking for some way to kind of supplement my income in the future. So I'm looking for teaching gigs. I actually had a job interview today.
Woohoo!
We'll see how that pans out. But I'm also thinking of just taking up some side job like waitressing. I've applied to do that as well, just to kind of get me out of the house and, get some more income coming in. So
to a degree, this really has to be a labor of love for you then. If you're doing the games, but you're still having, thinking about doing other stuff like waitressing, you have to really love what you're doing to do this.
Sure. Absolutely. And, I started doing the games when I was still a full-time student, and it always has been kind of this labor of love because, our audiences are never going to be as big as the mainstream titles, but you find those people who you created something that they absolutely love, and that's worth it.
Well, and I got to say, talking about absolutely loving it, because I have a copy of it, and I started playing it. I was allowed to play it for all of 10 minutes, and then my 7-year-old saw it, and she has been playing it non-stop. She loves the game. In fact, there's this little pink bot. I forget her name, but she's a little bomb-throwing robot. Bombshell. Oh my gosh, my kids think she's the cutest thing ever. They think she's the best robot ever invented.
Get pretty far in the game then. She's like the 5th robot.
Yeah, she's doing great. And she's 7 years old when playing this. And I'm like, you go, girl, solve those puzzles. So
awesome.
Now tell us a little bit about the game mechanics so people understand who this little bot is that I like so much. Tell me how PuzzleBots works.
Sure. So you, as the player, get to control 5 different robots. And each of the robots has one special ability. So there's one robot who can pick things up, one who can push heavy things, there's one who has a flamethrower, one who can swim and pull things around underwater, and then there's the one who has the bombs. And you kind of get them slowly over the course of the game.
Yeah.
Basically choose which robot you're controlling at any given time. So if you see something heavy in your way, you probably have to get the pushing robot over there. And you have to look at the things in your environment and really think about how you might try to interact with them. If it's something that's made out of wood, maybe you can set it on fire, things like that.
Very cool. Yeah, I know they were, Kit just wanted to use the bomb-throwing robot for everything. She's a little younger. She's 6. She's like, use the bomb robot. Rose is saying, that's not going to work. We're in the water. Every solution to everything for her was blow it up. I know. That's from watching your dad play too much stuff on the Xbox, right? Blow it up, shoot it, get rid of it. Now, when you made this, because I'm thinking about it, I played it, like I said, for a lot less than my kids have played it. But it really appealed to me. I had fun with it, and so did they. And there's, 6 and 7 years old. What were you aiming to appeal to a really wide range of people when you designed this?
Yeah, my goal was to make the game really accessible. And I love adventure games, and I love games with a good, strong story component. And I wanted it to be funny and amusing and enough of a narrative hook to kind of get the player coming in. So at the beginning of the game, the human characters find this kind of mysterious box buried outside their lab, and they don't know what it is. And that's interesting enough to a kid, but then there's also this love story going on as well, which was I just wanted to make a game with a cute and quirky love story in it. So
and it is cute.
Thanks.
So and it worked because definitely, it's appealing to. I thought it was pretty amazing that I was into it and it got stolen from me by a 7-year-old. In fact, yeah. And this morning, in fact, and I kind of wanted to curse you a little bit this morning. It's 5:45, right? And I hear these beeps and noises and sounds. I'm like, is she downstairs playing that game? And sure enough, the little fink, she got up, she went downstairs, she turned on the computer, she started playing it at 5:45 because she was awake and she didn't think it would bother me.
It's heartwarming.
Yeah. So I was like, wow, that game's really good. Damn that, Erin, as it wakes me up.
This morning at exactly 5:45.
That was it. That was me sending bad vibes your way. Now you've done, how much of the development did you do? Did you like the artwork, and how much of it were you responsible for?
I designed the whole thing. I did all the writing. I did all of the human art and the human animations.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have a guy who did the background art for us. His name is John Green. Super talented. I had a couple of different people working on the programming. My publisher and his wife both worked on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had a guy who animated the robots for me, and then a guy who did the music and sound, and a guy who did the, there's some little pixelated sprites in the game and that was done by a separate guy.
Oh, I haven't seen those yet.
The verb things, like the things that say pick up and push,
right?
Those were done by a separate sprite animator.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's neat. Now, the game's officially coming out May 7th. We're actually recording this a couple of days before that. By the time all of our listeners hear it, it'll be out there. Now, that means you're done. You've finished it. You no longer have this project. Woohoo! She's going to go have a drink. Are you working?
School's getting out for the summer.
It is. It's like you're just going to go screaming through the doors. Woohoo! Now, is there anything, do you have anything else that you're starting to work on already?
I'm going to try to teach myself how to do some scripting and some coding and hopefully start coding my own ideas, because that's one thing that I think it's holding me back right now, because I have a bunch of ideas for games, but so far I've had to collaborate with people and I want to be self-sufficient.
So you're going to try and be able to do the whole thing so that you wouldn't have to rely on other people to do it?
It would help me a lot to know more about coding, because right now, like, I've asked people programming the game to do things that I don't realize are difficult. Like,
right.
An underwater robot, turns out, well, we have things in the game that tell the robots like where they can walk and where they can't. They're called walkable areas. But the thing is, if one robot can go underwater, then suddenly her walkable areas are different from all the other ones, and that caused a lot of problems.
Oh.
I didn't even think about,
Right.
Because to me as a designer, I'm like, yeah, we should have that because it's cool. But
yeah, it sounded really easy, and then the guy went, no, when you asked him to do it.
I learned to read it when they get like, oh no, we can't do that.
That silence and their eyes get a little glazed. No. Now, PuzzleBots is done. So what are you playing? Like, when you're not working on that, when you're not doing that, what do you play?
Let's see. Let me open up my Steam list here. I do love independent games because they're usually shorter than the average mainstream game. And
right.
They're easier to pick up, and I don't have to invest like 80 hours. I do play a couple of really good mainstream games, like ones that get really good reviews. I play.
Yeah.
Like Mirror's Edge and the Half-Life games.
Mm-hmm.
I played Bioshock. Fallout 3 I've put a lot of hours into.
Yeah.
Otherwise, let's see. I really enjoyed Machinaria, another adventure game about...
Right. You're into the robot thing, huh?
Yeah. I guess I can say that, honestly. There's this game called Crayon Physics Deluxe, which your kids might also really enjoy.
Oh, I think we actually have that.
Oh, excellent.
So, yeah, that's a good one.
There's a game called Euphoria that's really worth checking out. It's like you raise a bunch of little flowers sort of on these planets, and then you send them to go take over other planets. It's super cute.
Oh, that sounds cute.
Yeah, and then I play a lot of Peggle. I find it just like dope.
Okay, dope. You just get home from a stressful day and start playing Peggle for hours. I am so bad at Peggle. I'm not good at it, and it's one of those games that, like, I don't know whether to be proud when my kids play it or sad, because, like, they nail it, they ace it, and I'm like, woohoo, Mummy's so far behind you. I will never get to that level. I will never manage it. They're awesome at it. I totally suck at it. I guess that's something you strive for. If my kid can best me at a video game, I kind of should cheer, I guess.
I'm a big fan of games like World of Goo and Braid, which were kind of the indie blockbuster hits of the last couple of years.
Yep. Now, lastly, one thing I want to mention to you, I found out about you and the coolness of PuzzleBots from an old friend of yours, Adam Pitzer.
Yep.
You guys went to high school together?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I met him when I was 13 years old.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, so he actually said in the email where he introduced Aaron and I have to point out, he made kind of mistake there, because he said, oh, yeah, and feel free to ask me for any dirt you want on embarrassing stories about Aaron when we were in high school. He threw that out there. I did not take him up on that, because I want to point out to Adam, because I'm sure he's listening. Adam, you do realize the one I'm actually interviewing is Aaron. So if I want to get dirt, not only can I get it, I can get it live on air about you. So this is a test of your friendship. Aaron, do you have any dirt on him?
Well, he was my first boyfriend.
That's pretty good dirt. He was your first boyfriend. Why was he not your boyfriend forever? Was he horrible? Did you do something awful?
No, nothing like that. We're just, teenagers.
Okay. So,
we're just BFF.
Okay, so you're BFF. So you're still friends. Yes, okay, very good. Well, thank you so much, Aaron, for coming and talking to us today. Really appreciate it, and I'll look forward to see what else you're doing.
Thanks.
Take care.
Gamer.com. If you've got sheep, we've got wood.
Rwyt ti'n edrych ar fy llun deimlad. Rwyt ti'n gofyn pa mae hyn yn gorfod bod. Rwyt ti'n colli...
Hello and welcome all of you to Words from Wales with me, Owen Staten. Now, this Words from Wales is prompted by a meeting I had with a young man not long ago, where he said to me, Owen, are you not the man who used to do Words from Wales on the D6 generation? Used to do! Used to do. It makes me sound like yesterday's man. I did not used to do Words from Wales, my friend. I do Words from Wales, for when there are words to be spoken, then words will arrive, coming across the ocean like a great wave, like an ash cloud from a volcano. But mine allows the planes to fly, if you understand my meaning. And I have come to the conclusion that a words is called for. And the reason for that is a very dark happening, which happened to be last night at Swansea War Games Club. I was there. Now, to me, when I do battle on the Warhammer table, when I play War Machine or Hordes or Dungeons and Dragons, the action takes place in my mind. I am always acting out that story, that great adventure that travels across humanity, that I do battle with the evils that are within. To me, 6 goblin wolf riders are not 6 strength 3 attacks. They are 6 goblins astride their dark, smelly, scaggy wolves as they charge into the elven line. But unfortunately, this is not to everyone. I observed a game last night, I did not playing it, where wannabe Welshman Luke Coxedge fought against my friend Lee. Lee's giant did fall, landing upon the doom wheel of Luke Coxedge and his Skaven army. The fallen giant template, a great piece of equipment, a fallen giant, covered 95% of the doom wheel's base. And Luke said, that doesn't cover the full base. It's only a partial hit. Only a partial hit! My voice, my heart seemed to tear asunder. 5% of the base was out, and he was saying it was only a partial hit. Where, my friends, oh where did the fair gamers go? Why must these rule lawyers rule our lives? I came home and I lie awake thinking, what can I do? What can I do to help us? My friends, I thought, there's only one thing I can do. I, Owen, sitting here in the Vale of Neath. I, Owen, sitting alone in my living room amongst the detritus of my son's Rice Krispies, with my dog at my feet and the sun shining outside, must appeal to you, the gamer, must tell you how I feel, but how could I do it? Then I thought, there is only one way. And that's how I came to where I am now. All the way alone here, speaking to you. Who am I? To whatever end? Where is the horse and the rider? Where is the horn that was blowing? They have passed like rain on the meadows, like wind on the mountains. The days have gone down in the west, into shadow. We are enough to do our country loss, the fewer men to do our share of honour. The gods pray, I wish thee not one man more. Hold, and fear no darkness. Dice shall be shaken, models will be shattered. A sword day, a red day, ere the sun's rising. Ride now for ruin, and the rule's lawyers ending. Death! Death! Oh, hold your ground, sons of New England, and of course of Wales. I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart of me. A day may come when the courage of gamers fails, when we forsake our friends and break all bonds of fellowship. But it is not this day. An hour of wolves and shattered shields when the age of gamers comes crashing down. But that is not this day. By all that you hold dear on this good world, I say stand, gamers of earth, and deny this scourge. I see a whole army of my fellow gamers in the face of tyranny. Will you fight? And dying in your bed many years from now, will you be willing to trade all the days from this day to that day for one chance, just that one chance, to tell that rules lawyer, no! That was not a partial hit! There you have it, listeners of the D6 generation. I have said my point. You may find more about me at owenstaten.com. You may contact me at owenstaten.co.uk. But until that day, ride D6 generation, destroy the rules lawyers, and ride to your doom and to glory!
Greetings from Myriad Games, your friendly professional game store. We offer a wide variety of family fun for everyone. With our Anytime Open Play program, you can try out hundreds of different games from our massive game library right here in store. And coming this year, our new Game Share program, which works a lot like Netflix, but for all your favorite unplugged games. Our MVPs will have an opportunity to participate in an alpha test of Game Share. So if you're interested in trying it out, sign up today. We've expanded our MVP program, offering steel, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and titanium MVP memberships. MVPs receive a wide variety of benefits, including bonus Myriad money, access to our new achievements program, complimentary open play passes, free shipping, and much more. The higher your level, the more bonuses you'll receive. For more details, visit myriadgames.com/MVP. Thanks for shopping Myriad Games, your friendly professional game store.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
And now we're excited to talk about the much requested...
Very excited to talk about the
Horus
much requested
Heresy review.
Heresy review.
I'm actually very excited because I haven't seen the game, so I'm actually going to be that listener out there who hasn't seen it, played it, talked about it, nothing.
So this is a total departure from the way it usually is.
Exactly.
Well, usually at least I see it.
That's true.
Okay, so let's go through the 30,000-foot overview.
Okay.
The game was published in 2010 by Fantasy Flight Games. No surprise there. This is one of their big box babies.
Their new price point babies.
$100.
$100.
I know. The box is the size of StarCraft and Descent, so it's one of the gigantoid boxes. It is a two-player conquest game, so you're basically trying to take over land and assassinate people and do things like that.
That surprised me right there that it's only two player. That's
It
cool.
is only two players for $100. So it's, that's, we'll talk more about that in the summary, but that's
the bang
big
for your
thing.
buck's got to be calculated.
But
thusly,
the big driving force of this game is theme. This is all about, it just oozes Horus Heresy from its little crevices.
Yep.
And so, Craig, in a few words, succinctly tell the abridged story of Horus Heresy in brief.
Wow. Okay. Well, you've got the galaxy is being taken over by the Empire of Man, the Imperium of Man, and the Emperor, who is an immortal super being, lives on Earth, which is now called Terra, and he's ruling the spreading empire, and he has created 20 mega super beings called the Primarchs, and these are leading his armies out to consolidate his empire, and something goes horribly, horribly wrong with the super leader of the super beings, and that would be Horus, his number one son. And Horus turns against him, having been corrupted by the forces of chaos, which are evil. And he begins the Horus Heresy, which is he turns almost exactly 50% of the Primarchs and their armies against the Loyalists and the Emperor, and decides that the best way to win would be a surgical strike right at Terra itself. So he brings the majority of his forces, while the rest of his forces are holding the other Primarchs and their armies at bay. He brings a large portion of his force directly to Terra and tries to crush the Emperor in his palace. And this game is about that assault.
Right, and just add a little more icing on that. Each of these super beings, the Primarchs, leads a chapter
of superhumans.
Of superhumans, which are the Space Marines, the most iconic thing from Warhammer 40,000.
They don't rule a chapter; they rule a legion,
is
multiple chapters,
which is like 10,000 strong.
Yeah,
right. And so
back in the Horus Heresy days,
right. And what happened is as these Primarchs, they brought their chapter legions stayed with them.
Yes.
So the guys that went bad, they had bad guys and good guys, and so these chapters of Marines are part of the war.
Yeah.
Now, the objective of the board game, there's different objectives depending on if you're playing the side of Chaos or the side of the Imperium. If you're playing Chaos, you're trying to get control of the spaceports very quickly or kill the Emperor quickly.
Right, because
the
Space Wolves with Leman Russ as their Primarch and the Dark Angels with Lionel Johnson, their Primarch, are on the way to Earth to break the siege. So Chaos has to win before that happens.
Right, so when the game starts, Horus is already in orbit.
Quick question for Craig.
Yes.
When does Sanguinus get involved?
He's already there.
Was that up on the ship before?
No, Sanguinus is in the palace guarding one of the primary gates.
So let me make this clear. In the
we
game,
should talk about that big battle, right, Craig?
Oh, the game's about the whole battle.
Yeah.
It is, okay.
The game describes all of that. So the game,
that was the background of the game. We'll do the rest.
Craig gave us
later.
Craig gave us the background, right?
Okay, go ahead.
So on the ground there, you got major Primarchs there. You got many of them are there. However,
Jagatai Khan, you've got Rogel Dorn, and you've got Sanguinius.
And then of course the Emperor himself is playable. He's a hero also.
Yeah. And the Fabricator General of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Right. So there's all these heroes on the ground there. Chaos has already got Terra sieged.
Yep.
They've got some guys on the ground. Horus is in orbit in his command ship. And he's trying to get control of the spaceports to lock it in so he can flood the planet with his guys or kill the Emperor himself, which will break apart the Imperium and he'll have won. Meanwhile, the Imperium, because there are other Space Marine chapters and more Imperial Guard forces and everything else the Imperium can bring, rushing back to Terra to try to save the day, if the Imperium player can lock out the spaceports and control all of them so Chaos can't lend any more forces, that will be a win at a certain point in the game.
Yeah.
Or if they can somehow kill Horus.
Who's the driving force behind the heresy.
And for those of you who know the story of the Horus Heresy that's told in the books, Sanguinus, as Rafe alluded to...
Giant Primarch of the Blood Angels.
He and the Emperor went up to Horus's ship and fought Horus.
Yep.
In the story, spoiler alert, doesn't read the story, the Emperor kills Sanguinus.
No.
Not the Emperor. The Horus kills Sanguinus. And then the Emperor kills Horus, but in the action is mortally wounded.
He is.
And it's then stuck in a giant chair for the rest of his life.
The Golden Throne.
Right. But, of course, you can change that story with this. So this is kind of like playing Axis and Allies, where in history the Allies won, but you can play Axis and Allies and the Axis can win. So you can remake the history.
Yeah.
Maybe Sanguinus never goes up to Horus's ship. Maybe he does. Maybe Horus comes down to Terra and fights the Emperor right in the fields and the plains outside the palace.
Yep.
Maybe it's inside. You can reenact any way you want. That can all happen in this game.
The game has all the mechanics required for you to actually play out the exact events of the canon story, the Horus Heresy, or to remake it as you go.
Right. And so the Imperium can win through ways. They can lock Chaos out of the spaceports, kill Horus, or if nobody can control the spaceports and it's a running battle, there's a timer in the game, and if the timer gets to the end, Chaos loses because all those chapters racing to save the day make it to Earth and save the day.
All right, I know you're going to get to it, but I need to know.
Yeah.
Fantasy Flight wheels?
No wheels. No dials.
Wheels. Oh, okay.
No dials at all. Now, we got to get into the components of this game, because you are dropping $100, so you better be getting some pretty kick-butt bling.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of bling in here. As I mentioned, this is a giant box. Inside the giant box, Rafe, we need giant box opening noise, please.
The giant box sounds like this.
Wow.
Nice. New game smell. Okay, so as you open the box, you got 2 books in there you're going to notice right away. You got the big 44-page rule book.
Yeah, and somebody's been listening to a certain general gaming podcast.
Full color, my favorite. Also with a glossary and an index.
There you go.
Both very functional.
The trifecta.
Yes, so I really like the rule book. Also, the second book in there, which is also full color.
Which we don't really think is because of us.
No. The second book in there is the scenario guide. Now, this is it's interesting, because in the scenario guide, it's also full color. You got 6 different scenarios to play the game out. So, unlike the old school board game Axis and Allies, where in the initial version there was just one way to start the game, there's different ways you can start the game and play it out, so it's got a little more replayability than a fixed historical, even a
and each
fiction
one
history.
is more detailed and
more challenging. The first one's meant to be sort of the simplest variant, and then it get more complicated. And what's nice also, in the back of the scenario guide, the last 3 or 4 pages, is the story, the brief story of the Horus Heresy.
More like 14 pages.
Oh, it's actually pretty. Yeah,
I know how our listeners feel.
What's that?
I had no interest in this game at all. I liked Rune Wars. I like Chaos in the Old World. And I'm like, there's scenarios?
Yep.
I gotta have it.
Right. Well, it's cool. It's because the very first scenario is fixed placement. Okay. The very second scenario, the biggest change is there's now a mechanic so both sides can move where the guys start around. Maybe Sanguinus isn't in the palace. Maybe he's out in the field in the beginning. So it totally changes. So it's not going to be that same old game every time. But in my 4 plays, I've only played scenario 1, and I still want to keep coming back to it. I'm like, I know I can win if I do this. I'm going to try that trick. So it's really, really interesting. I'm betting more about that later. Now, so you got the scenario guide, you got the rule book, great, Russ, but I'm not paying $100 for 2 books. Okay, no problem. You also get the giant board. Now, the claim to fame to this game, if you've seen the pictures online or heard about it, is it's got these 3-dimensional sort of vacuum molded fortress bits.
Yep.
That come up through the board like the mountains in Rune Wars, but instead of the mountains in Rune Wars are small potatoes compared to this stuff. There's some really big pieces in here. So you got sort of this giant fortress palace that comes through the main palace. You got these little tiny circular fortresses and then a few factory pieces all set up.
Full color, too.
The whole board's
beautiful
full color.
art on the plastic itself.
And we'll get into more details about how the board's laid out, because this board is really important to how the gameplay works. But that's a big shocker right there. So think about that's a big chunk of where your money's going is in this vacuum form cool board thing. Now, in addition to that, you get a bunch of bits, lots of plastic.
Lots of plastic.
The Imperial guy, all those plastics for the Imperial side are gray. You got your gray bases and your gray plastics. But and on the bases for both sides, there's little pointy things sticking out. Some of them have one pointy thing sticking out. Some of them have 2 or 3 or 4. That's the rank of the model. So basically, the number of pointy bits is how powerful the piece is. That's
how many wounds.
And how many wounds. That's your big thingy there. Like a Titan is 4.
Just like most Fantasy Flight, there's a lot of multitasking going on.
Right. So, but what's cool about the bits is you got I'm going to list, I'm not going to count them for you, but I'm going to list the number of different pieces there are, and each one of these is a different cast. So you've got Space Marine bits that are great for Imperial Space Marines. You've got Imperial Armies, which is basically a couple
Don't
IG
even
guys.
go there. It's not the IG.
Oh, you're right. It's not
It's
technically
the
IG.
Imperial Army.
Right.
The Imperial Guard was formed after this war.
Right. You're right. Very, very good.
Okay.
There are tank divisions.
Yep.
They look
Craig's
a lot
like one of those guys in the Civil War reenactments.
right.
Wrong kind of
They didn't
button.
have silver brass belt buckles. They had brass.
So that's good though, because we got listeners out there that are thinking that. And,
I like it. It's
and the
good.
thing
It's
is,
brass.
to be fair to Craig, they're not called Imperial Guard in the book.
No,
it is
they're Imperial
accurate
Army.
to match the fluff. It's Imperial Army. They're called tank divisions, and they look just like little Lehman Russ battle tanks.
No, they don't.
Sort of.
Not at all like Lehman Russ battle tanks. But that's okay. They look like tanks. They look like big, chunky tanks.
Yes. They got the Adeptus Custodes.
Custodes.
What do they do?
They are the police, basically, that
They
patrol.
sweep up.
You got the...
Listen, chaos goes through the world. It makes a big mess.
All right.
You got Adeptus Arbites. You got Adeptus Mechanicus, and you got Titans.
Yeah.
So,
Adeptus
Did you know that
Custodes
this game,
are the
named Horus Heresy, was published in 1993, apparently?
Originally, yes. This is I
didn't know that.
This is not a remake; it's a reboot.
Right.
Oh,
So same spirit, but totally new Fantasy Flight
The
rules.
Adeptus Arbites are the police. The Adeptus Custodes
Are the Guardians of
honor
the Emperor.
guards of the Emperor.
So think in Star Wars, the guys in red guarding these guys are that.
These guys who kick those guys' butt.
Okay, well I don't know. The Force is pretty
Totally.
strong.
Yeah,
All right.
they're not strong in the Imperial Guard.
Okay, so then you got remember those are all different plastic shapes. There's
Adeptus
lots of these guys.
Mechanicus, Titans.
So Titans, yeah,
You got to get
You got all
the
that.
Titans in there.
Yep. So these guys, and then also there's these little cardboard discs that under the Space Marines pop in between the Space Marine figure and its base. And what's interesting about this is all these plastics have little pegs in the bottom, and they peg into their bases.
Yeah.
And the first time you put this together, it's a little bit intimidating because you got to put the right guys in the right number of bases with the stars, but it's all outlined in the book with pretty pictures. So. But what's interesting is the Space Marines, even though all the Space Marines in the game are gray for the Imperium, there are discs that go between the Space Marine and the base to show if it's a Blood Angel Space Marine or an Iron Fist.
Imperial Fist.
Imperial Fist, sorry. Thank you. Or one of the other chapters that are...
That would be the White Scars.
White Scars, and who's the third? Fourth?
That's it.
Only 3? Okay.
Yeah, because then there's the Custodes.
Right. So that's all that's how that works. And there's also on the base, there's a little back hook.
Yep.
And that hook you can put a little damage counter. So as things get damaged, like a Titan takes 2, and you put a little 2 counter in the back there. So it's all very cute and snaps together.
Yep.
Now your Primarchs, your heroes, are giant cardboard characters. Look kind of like the size of the ones in Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, just about that.
And they're in the same little bases, so they're the only thing that's not really plastic going to be moving around on the table. Yeah. And there's also cute little defense laser turrets for the Imperium that go out there. More about them a little later, too. That's the Imperium bits. Tons of bits. You got a huge bag of these things. You put them all together, get them laid up. Chaos, same deal, but the Chaos gets multicolor. So, and they got a few different pieces. So these are the different molds for Chaos. They've got some Titans also. And different mold, though.
Very quickly, from Chaos in the Old World, if you remember our review of that, Chaos works exactly the same in Fantasy and 40K in that there are 4 primary powers.
Mm-hmm.
So these will sound familiar as we go forward.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with 40K but no Fantasy, the Chaos is similar. So there's 4 different colors. They've got Titans. They've got Thunderhawks.
Which are big, giant troop transport ships.
They've got Cultists. They've got War Bands. They've got Demon Hordes. And they've also got Space Marines. I didn't list them, but they have Space Marines as well.
Yep.
And they're all in, but these are, instead of being gray like the Imperium, they're in 4 different colors matching the colors of the Chaos Gods. So you got red for Khorne, name them all. Red for Khorne, blue for Tzeentch, purple for Slaanesh, and green for Nurgle.
Yes.
Right? And in addition, the Marines have little discs that go to them as well to label the chapter they belong to.
World Eaters
Right.
and Death Guard and Thousand Sons and Emperor's Children.
Right. So they all have that stuff going on, and they have black bases. Now, what's interesting is the bases are interchangeable, because what can happen in this game is Imperial Army units, that means the Imperial Army infantry and the Imperial tanks, can go traitor.
They can.
And if they do go traitor,
Happens
you
all the
take
time.
off their gray base and you put them on a black base. So these are that's a big problem in the game. It's a neat little mechanic, and it's a big problem the Imperial player's got to watch out for.
2 taps to the back of the head. It's the only way to be sure.
Only way to be sure. And, of course, Chaos has their own Primarchs as well, and the little cards also.
Fulgrim and Magnus the Red and Mortarion and Angron.
And we should mention again, too, that in addition to those Primarch cards, there is a card for the Emperor and there is a card for Horus. And they are playable heroes on the board. So these aren't just like some ethereal thing. You get to this point, they're dead. They actually are on the table fighting. They got wounds, they got stats, they got abilities. They're awesome. So, also, it's Fantasy Flight Games. That means tokens up the wazoo. There's
the wazoo.
Big piles of tokens. Now, this is interesting, and this got me excited for learning the game when I first did it. There's surprisingly few decks of cards in this game for a Fantasy Flight game.
Right, which means a lot of decks of cards, but if you've just come off
Runewars or Descent or Starcraft,
right, then you're like, well, where'd all the
so
cards
there's really
go?
only like 4 decks here. There's 2 generic decks that both sides share. There's a bombardment deck and an event deck.
And then each side has 3.
And each side has their own order deck, their own combat deck, and their own hero combat deck.
Yeah,
that seems manageable.
And that's it, which is
I
pretty
like
good.
how the Emperor and Horus are playable characters.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, you can do stuff with them. They can rush to the aid, but then when they do and they rush out of their fortresses, now they're exposed and they're going to be killed.
Yeah.
Because they're like,
it's kind of like having exposed connectors. It's bad.
That's right.
It is bad.
It's a
You
little
get
bit
sand in those and nothing.
They're a little bit like
Can't go back. Yep.
They're a little bit like War Machine. They got those, or Chess. They got awesome power rules, but if they're out there, they get nailed. Now let's talk about. Okay, so that's all the bits in the box. A lot of stuff in there. And let's talk now about the board itself.
Yep.
The big wow for this game is the board.
It is beautiful.
It's like Runewars. It just looks great. And the board's divided into 3 main sections.
It's a big, big board.
The first main section is what they call the main map.
Yep.
And there's 2 main sections of the main map. Now, the areas defined main map are the only places where your units and your heroes are going to stand. So most of the board is Terra, the main map, and that's all that's sort of like red, war-torn wastelands of Terra.
The palace of the Emperor and the surrounding countryside.
Yes, exactly right, and a few forts and things like that.
Yeah.
But also, what's part of the main map, but on the side, kind of like in Battlestar Galactica, where there's that little space for the Cylon ship, there's an extra side part where the Vengeful Spirit is represented, which is Horus's flagship.
Beautiful.
There's 2 zones in there, so Horus starts up there in most scenarios with a few demon buddies and some other guys hanging out on that ship. And there's also forces deployed on Terra. And it's possible throughout the course of the game for units to transfer back and forth between Terra and Horus's ship and back. So
that sounds cool.
So like the story you remember, Rafe, it's certainly possible for Sanguinus to teleport up or travel up to Horus's ship, fight his way to Horus, and have a big showdown. Actually, maybe he kills him this time. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe the Emperor goes up there with him. Maybe the Emperor stays down and they send up Rogel Dorn. Who knows? But you can do try the different things.
Yeah.
Or Horus could leave his ship and come on down to Terra and do whatever he wants. So it's pretty neat. Now, the other big section of the main map, in addition to Terra and the Vengeful Spirit, there's another part called the strategic map. And the strategic map, if you look at it, looks sort of like a tactical radar view of Terra. High level. So it's almost like when you play a computer game like StarCraft and that little tiny map in the corner.
Yeah.
It's like that little tiny map of the big map. And its whole job is the main sections of Terra are represented there, and the whole job is you're going to be able to put your order cards, we'll more about them later, in sections of the mini-map to kind of telegraph where your orders are going to happen, very much like Chaos in the Old World does, where you can put your orders down on the main map, but instead of cluttering the main map with cards, the cards go over this little side map.
Also
sort of
very much like StarCraft.
Right, kind of like StarCraft.
Because you can bury other people's orders with your cards.
There's order stacks there you can bury. Yep, like StarCraft. Yep. So that's the strategic map. So that's the main board. Now, in addition to all that, the main board, no space, no square inch goes wasted on this main board. Because in addition to those things, there's also a special combat tracker, which is really very handy. It's just the numbers 1 through 8 in little colored circles, but it's really important. More about that when combat happens. There's an initiative tracker, which is really the whole game is around this initiative tracker, and that runs the whole length of the board on one side. And then there's a special hero wound tracker. Each hero, each Primarch in the game, has their own token that goes in a little pile in this hero wound, and as they get wounded, their tokens move down the little chart until they die.
They have a lot of wounds.
Oh, yes, they're Primarchs, baby. These guys don't go down easy. So it's all going on this. So it's like the board's almost like a tactical display where you can see everything going on at once in the world. It's pretty cool. There is zero wasted space in this thing. It's awesome. So that is the board in all its 3D glory. So let's get into how we play this game.
Yeah, that sounds like a good
So we've opened the box. We've oogled over the components. We've got all the stuff jammed in the bottom of the board now, so all the plastic looks cool sticking up. We've built all of our models the first time. The very first time, make sure you allow some extra time for setting up. Now,
there's a lot to do.
Like other games, you got to poke all the tokens out, but also you've got to sort your guys out, get them on the right bases for their points. What's cool is when you store the game for the next play, you don't got to rip these things apart. So it's really only a one-time thing to get all your guys in the right bases with the right distance between them and everything. Yes.
Is this the very first time playing the game ever? Meaning, because you said something about the bases switching around.
Well, that's a good point. The only bases that switch around are the Imperial Army and the Imperial Tank bases.
Oh,
But what we do is when we play the game, when they die, we switch them back to gray before we put the game away.
Yeah.
So if you do that, when you break it up, there's nothing to do.
There's one less thing to worry
about.
about.
But the very first...
set everything else up, they're not going to change except the Imperial Army.
Yeah, and when you start, set them up on the right way. Set all Imperial Army and Imperial Tanks on gray bases.
I see. Okay.
Then what happens is the Chaos players got some black bases that are empty for converting people as the game progresses.
And was it fun to set them up, or was it a chore?
It was fun because you've never seen them before, so you're like, ooh, look, you're kind of oogling the bits and putting them together. But
and Craig, what do you say? Because he's a game.
I wasn't there.
He's a gamophobe. I mean, a gameophile.
I wasn't there when they did that.
Okay. Go ahead.
So when Craig played, I already had everything set up, so I just basically broke it out. We sorted them into little piles, and we started playing. Kind of like you do with StarCraft, get your pieces together and get or Rune Wars. Now, the next thing you're going to do after you got your stuff assembled for the first time, now once it's done, you just break them out. And also the game does come with a nice little pile of baggies for sorting, which is nice.
Which is important and
that is nice,
necessary.
Yep. Next up is you choose your scenario. Now, remember I mentioned there's actually 6 different scenarios in the book. The game recommends playing scenario 1, brother versus brother, first. I can't stress enough how important it is to try this simple scenario first. I say simple.
Simple in quotes.
Yes, it's not simple. It's not overly complex either. It's just it's got everything in the game. It's reasonably balanced. However, so far we've yet to see Chaos win scenario 1.
Yeah.
And they do say that the more experienced player, if there is one, should play Chaos. So Chaos, it's definitely a little bit leaning towards the Imperium's advantage, I think, in my limited play experience.
I definitely think so.
But the other scenarios are not. So this is just set up that way, have fun with it. But really, scenario 1 is designed to get you used to the rules, into the fluff of it, and having fun with the game and seeing what happens there.
Yeah. It's kind of like a slightly more hardcore version of Battle Lore.
Yeah,
where the first mission gets you all used to different things.
Yes,
and this is a steeper grade of that.
Yeah. So let's talk about what each scenario kind of describes and how it changes the game. So each scenario describes the initial troop deployment, and there's a picture of the map and where each starting model goes.
Very
so
Axis and Allies.
You go through that and you put all your pieces down. So what's neat is the different scenario is going to change that, so that's going to be different every time you play different when you play different scenarios. It also describes how to build the event deck. Now, the event deck is a deck of cards that will, at certain points of the game, you'll flip one of those over and something's going to happen. This is kind of like the events in Game of Thrones and in StarCraft. There's the events also, with special events. There's just similar cards like the Seasons and Rune Wars. A lot of the Fantasy Flight games have this mechanic. What's interesting is when you build your first deck, when you play the first scenario, you'll notice a lot of event cards don't get used.
A lot of them.
Which show you how much depth and interesting things are going to happen in other scenarios. It kind of makes you want to try other things.
It's
later.
very cool because what that does is advances the story of the overall siege.
Right.
So if you're familiar with the story, which is in its entirety and based on a White Dwarf article from the 1980s, I believe. I mean, they really went and did their research for the background of the game. You read that, you're going to see all of these different elements from the story come up in those cards. It's very, very cool.
Right. So, yeah, that's, an event card might be Chaos player gets to do some bombardments on the planet, or some more Imperial Guard units turn to the forces of Chaos, or the Valiant heed the call, and new Imperial tanks come off the edge of the board, and things like that.
Yeah. Or the Sky Fortress, which was a famous... in the story, it's a very, very, very famous, prestigious spaceship that they're using for redeploying the Imperial forces to where they need to be, and that actually makes an appearance in the game.
Yeah,
in one of these cards.
Yeah, if you're really familiar with the fluff of the Horus Heresy books and other things that are written about it, you will. It just oozes out of this game from every pore. It's awesome. All right, so the scenario tells you where to put your plastic, which is important. After you get that, you're going to go through. We built the event deck already. Next, what happens is any special rules for the starting order hand. So basically, there's these order decks. Each side has one, and this is how you're going to manage what you're going to do. And there's basic rules in the game of what your starting hand's supposed to be, but then the scenarios can tweak what starts in your hand. Also, then what happens is after all the pieces are set up, Chaos gets some number of traitor checks.
Brutal.
Okay? And this is a nice little bit that makes even the same scenario different every time. Because what happens is, in Scenario 1, Brother versus Brother, the Chaos player gets to nominate 12 Imperial units, either the Imperial Infantry or the Imperial Tanks. And there's this deck we talked about earlier called the Bombard deck.
Very Runewars multi-use.
Yeah, the Bombard deck is the dice in this game. There's no dice. So the Bombard deck does multiple things, but one of the things in the Bombard deck is in the middle there's either an Imperial symbol or a Chaos symbol. This is the coin flip. So I point to one of Craig. I'm playing Chaos. I point to one of Craig's guys and I flip over a card and say, "Come to Chaos," or whatever I want to fluffily say. Flip it over. If I see a Chaos logo, I switch the base to black. That guy's now Chaos.
You don't really need to say anything.
No, you don't.
Wait, you get to pick any unit?
Any on the table.
Imperial Army or
got to be Imperial
device.
Army or
That's what I
tank.
meant. Yeah, okay.
And you'll notice in the palace there are no Imperial armies or tanks.
No.
It's all the super
The
loyal
Emperor's
guys.
no dummy.
The Emperor's surrounded by his most loyal of minions. But out in the field, maybe some of the guys operating those planetary defense guns in their little fortress.
What happened to me?
A couple of them just went to one goes to Chaos, one doesn't. Later in the game, the guy cacks him and takes control of the battle gun. Now, what's interesting about this is you flip the card over. It's 50-50 chance if the guy goes. You can't nominate the same unit more than once, so I got to nominate 12 different guys. What's interesting about this is it really does help dictate the opening strategy and moves because if Craig's starting with 4 units in a starbase and I nominate all 4 of those guys and 3 of them flip to Chaos, I own the starbase at the beginning. Well, I better start landing there. But I tried that, and I've seen that done to me before. But when I tried it on Craig, I got bad flips, and none of the guys flipped. So I got no star. So I started spreading it out, and my initial flips were kind of spread out everywhere, and I didn't really get a nice stronghold of super treacherous Imperial guys, which is too bad. So that sort of adds a little variety right there.
And as the Imperial player, you start right off the bat before you even get a turn. You feel like your back is against the wall.
Oh yeah, but people are betraying me everywhere,
and you have, and there's no sense of security outside of the Imperial Palace.
Right. And the Imperial Palace is totally besieged,
which sounds very fluffy because that's how Chaos.
Oh yeah, it's totally.
That's how Chaos works in the game. You know, it's all about the insurgencies and the hidden cells and.
Oh yeah, it's all about that. Well, you totally feel like, I just exited my boys. Now take over that laser defense system.
But it also sounds like Chaos too. You can't count on it. You might not.
Oh yeah, it's totally Chaos.
Yeah.
So that's what happens there. Then next. So, and that number is going to change depending on the scenario. So that scenario gave me 12. Another scenario might give me none.
In fact, that's another event card is the Vicissitudes of Chaos, which allows the Imperial player to move 6 Chaos units in the game to other spaces.
There's
Oh no, it's not 6. No, 6 wounds worth of guys.
Yep.
But it allowed me to disperse one of his centralized forces so that I could then kind of attack it.
Yeah, the wackiness and randomness of Chaos is captured in the game.
It is, yeah.
There's actually one of the combat cards in the middle of battle. If I have a Slanesh unit fighting, I can play the card and pick a number from 1 to 6, and I flip that many Bombard cards over, and for every Chaos symbol I get, I can convert one of the Imperial guys that are fighting me right now to Chaos, lure them over to my some of the wilds. It's just awesome. But if I flip too many Imperial symbols, then he gets more deck cards. So I can't remember what happens, but it was bad for me. So it's really neat, the mechanics. So I get that free check to see how many guys are going to flip over to Chaos. Then the Chaos is attacking. Chaos additionally, in some scenarios, gets an initial bombardment. So in Brother versus Brother, the Chaos player gets 4 bombardments. How this works is very simple. The Chaos player can nominate 4 areas. It could be the same area more than once, too. 4 areas at the beginning of the game. I think the only rule is it can't be the palace.
Wait, isn't there just one big main map?
Yeah, right.
Or in there's areas.
Yeah, it's like, think about Risk. Each is a little country, okay? So there's little areas segmented out by lines, right? You can move between zones. So I can pick 4 different areas, and I can say, I'm going to bombard here. When I pick that spot, I got to choose whether I'm going to make a precise bombardment or a reckless bombardment. And then flip over the bombardment card. And one part of the bombardment card actually says bombardment, and it says reckless, and precise, And sometimes it'll say no effect, and sometimes it'll say a number of wounds, and sometimes it'll say breach. And if I pick reckless, I'm more likely to get high number of wounds if I hit at all, but I'm less likely to hit. If I pick precise, I will do less damage probably, but I'll probably more likely to hit. So I can bombard that way, and the number of wounds I get, I inflict damage to my enemy to the target models. Now, it's really pretty simple. The how wounding works in the game is very simple. I'll describe it here. As Craig mentioned earlier, the number of little pointy bits sticking out of the base is your rank and your number of wounds.
Yep.
And the guy doing the damage always picks which piece gets damaged. Yep. And if I fully wipe you out by doing 4 wounds, you got 4 pointy bits, I take you off the table. Yep. But if I do less than your number of points, there's little wound counters with the numbers 1 through 4 on them, and you just put the appropriate one in the little back hook.
Yep.
And that's all there's to it. Wounds are persistent. There are some order cards that heal things, but most of the time, once you're wounded, you don't get it back. And another interesting thing about the game is, as things die, they go back in the box. They do not go back into your reserve to respawn.
Right.
The only guys that respawn are the Imperial Army and the Imperial tanks. The Marines, the Blood Angels, all the Chaos units are limited. So when they die, they're gone. So there's a definite feeling of resource management, and I'm running out of stuff as you play. So that's how the bombardment part works.
You can't bombard Horus's ship, right?
No, and Chaos this is Chaos's part. Only Chaos gets bombardments.
Oh.
Because Chaos is controlling space, basically.
Chaos owns the space around the planet.
Remember, it's a siege. Terra's under siege. So there's a Chaos fleet in orbit. And
the Imperial fleets have been fooled away out of position.
Okay.
So right now, the Chaos fleet is completely in control of the airspace.
But that's why there's a timer on Chaos, because they figured out it's a fake thing, and they're all rushing back.
Yeah.
They realize it's a ruse. So Horus has got a limited amount of time here to flood the planet and kill the Emperor.
This is his make or break move for this entire rebellion.
So that's the bombardment, which Chaos plays in the beginning of the game, but there's also cards that let me bombard later in the game as well. And after bombardments happen, there might be some special rules. So in Brother versus Brother, for example, the Chaos player gets to put a number of free strategic cards on the strategic map, and I'll do more about the strategic map in a little bit. Then we put our initiative markers on the initiative track. Usually what happens is the Imperium player's on the bottom in the leftmost spot, and the Chaos player's on top. And then we're ready to start the game. So basically, we picked a scenario, we set up the plastic accord in the scenario, we checked for treason according to how the scenario is going to work, and we've been bombardments according to the scenario, and we're done.
Yep.
Any questions that make sense, Rafe?
No, that's good.
All right. So we're ready to start the game. The turn. So I'm going to give the high level how the turn. Works real quick here.
Isn't the turn the 4th card in Hold'em poker?
It can be, yes. So what's interesting about this is the initiative track here is a really interesting part of the game. So now remember, at the very beginning of the game, the Imperial player is on the bottom, and the Chaos player's token is on the top, and you're on the very beginning of the track. Whoever turn you look at when it's at the beginning of a turn, you look at the initiative track and you figure out who's in the lead. The guy who's not in the lead gets to go next. This reminded me a little bit of Red November, right? Where there's a time track and the guy in the back goes next. Well, this is sort of the same way. So when you're on top of somebody, you're behind him. So right now in the beginning, Chaos usually gets the first turn. So I'm going to take my action step. And how the action step works is you're going to take an action. That action is going to cost you some amount of initiative points. Okay? And then so I take my action step, and then I'm going to advance my initiative marker some number of pips based on the action I took. Then we're going to check to see if the initiative changes. If it does change, we have a couple things to do about that.
How does the initiative change?
If now I'm ahead of you on the track, right? So let's walk through the action step real quick. So first I'm going to take an action. Here are the things I can do. I have a hand of order cards. The beginning of the game gave me a hand of them. I can take one of those order cards and place it on the strategic map. That costs me 1 initiative point. Putting a card on the strategic map is a big deal because I'm putting it in a particular zone of the map and saying this order card, when it's revealed later in the game, is going to affect one of the areas in that zone.
Yeah.
Okay? And the other big thing is I might be covering one of Craig's cards that's already in that zone.
Yep.
So I'm doing 2 things here. I'm preventing him from playing his card on the thing and putting it there. Now, another option is you can execute an order out of your hand. So the difference is, the nice thing is it costs me 1 initiative to put an order on the map, and later it costs me 1 initiative to play an order from the map.
Right.
But to play an order from my hand costs the cost of the card listed on the card.
Right.
So some of the cards cost like 3 initiative from your hand, but if you play it from the map, it costs still only 1.
If you're planning ahead and you've got stuff on the strategic map, it's actually going to cost you less than you're going to have to snap on the fly, and you're going to actually have to pay for it with the,
Right.
you're going to be ceding initiative by having to move stuff around at the last minute, basically, fluff-wise.
And the other thing that's interesting is that some of the strategic cards say strategic bonus on the bottom, and the strategic bonus only kicks in if the card is played from the map.
Right.
Kind of like Runewars with the special things. So, excuse me. So that's really interesting. So basically, what happens here is you put an order on the map, 1 initiative point. I can play an order from the map. That costs 1 initiative point. I can play an order from my hand, which could be 0 to 3 initiative points, depending on what the card says. I can do what's called bury an order. How that works is if I look at the strategic map and Craig is blocking me with an Imperial card on top of an order that I want to execute, I can, for 1 initiative point, I can take his top card off there and put it on the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Okay? That's 1 initiative also.
So you're not totally stuck.
Right.
No.
Or if I need to get another order in my hand, I can draw an order from my order deck for 1 initiative point, or I can draw it from my reserve deck. Now, the reserve is interesting. All the reserve means is whenever I play an order and execute it, I either discard it in the discard pile, or if it's got a special recycle logo on it, I put it face up in front of me on the side. That's my reserve. So basically, certain orders never really go to discard pile. They just go face up, and I can bring them back into my hand later by spending initiative.
They're
point.
like your basic options.
Right, basic orders. So basically, I'm going to put an order on the map. I'm going to play an order from the map. I'm going to play an order from my hand. I'm going to bury one of your orders. I'm going to draw a new order. That's all I can do, really. That's my action.
Yeah.
So I take one of those actions. Now, of course, the order cards do all kinds of wacky things. More about them later. But I take one of those actions, and then I advance my initiative marker on the track the number of times indicated by the action I took.
Yeah.
So since I've got first turn, we're both in the same spot, I move my token 1 ahead, because let's say I put an order on the map. Put an order on the map, I move my token 1 ahead. Now we look at the initiative tracker. Is my token now ahead of Craig's?
Yes.
If the answer is yes, then we have to do the change of initiative step. If the answer is no, we don't have to. So let's, for example, say that I move 3 ahead of Craig.
Okay.
Because I play an order from my hand that costs 3. I move 3 ahead of Craig. And now it's change of initiative, so we do the change of initiative step. After we resolve that, it's Craig's turn. Craig could do 3 1-initiative orders before I get to go again.
Right.
Because I'm way ahead of him. So he could go boom. He could put a card on the map. He could then play a card from his hand for one.
Huge.
That could be huge because you get 3 small, short jabs in before I get to go.
Yeah.
So there's very much a how much do I want to do and give to my opponent before he gets to go again kind of thing going on here. Really interesting and very unique to this
it
game.
can really undermine you. I did it once because there was a point on the initiative track has a bunch of target points along it that make things happen in the game, and one of them is you have to reach to that certain point before you can win by controlling the spaceports, the 4 spaceports, and I wanted to get there because I had 3 out of the 4 and the 4th one was empty. So I actually pushed ahead with my initiative orders and jumped ahead, but that gave Russ 3 spaces in which to react before I could do anything about it, and by the time I could react, I had no spaceports.
Drop pods fell from the sky.
It was crazy. It was awesome. It was very fluffy.
Right. So now when initiative changes, though, we got to talk about what happens during the initiative change step. So during the initiative change step, really simple, 2 things happen. If the active player is changing, so in other words, I've now passed Craig's counter, so he's going to be the new active player, we have to do 2 things. We have to fight any coexistence battles. That means we look around the map. If there's any places on the map where both of us have forces in the same spot, which often happens because some guardsmen go chaos and some don't.
And drop
pods. Not guardsmen, Imperial guys. Or drop pods can drop in and coexist in a square 2 out of the sky. We fight those with a simple mechanic. We'll talk about combat later. And after that happens, if anything, we also enforce stacking limits.
Yep.
So we go through the board and we look and say, okay, and the stacking limits on the board are really simple. If you're outdoors, the stacking limit is 6. If you're inside, the stacking limit is 3.
And heroes don't count.
Heroes don't count. And like what's interesting about this is you only enforce the limits at certain times in the game.
Yeah.
So like Rune Wars, you can get away with massive amounts of guys in your square. You just got to make sure you split back up again or guys are going to die if you're exceeding your numbers. I remember some of our early games for new players, you look at like a square in the center of the palace where the Emperor lives, and he's got 3 bodyguards that are really, really powerful. If you can only bring 3 guys in there, it'd be hard to beat him, but because of being able to ignore stack limits on the big attack, you can bring lots of guys in there. Or you can surround them too.
Yeah.
So that's the initiative step change. So we activated, we moved our initiative marker, we changed the initiative if we have to. The last thing we got to check in a typical game turn is, do we need to resolve any special phases?
Yeah.
This is really simple. You look at the initiative track. If one of our counters has passed one of the little colored icons on the track that have little words in it, we have to do one of those special things. And there's 3 things on the track, 3 main things. There's an orders phase, there's an event phase, and there's a refresh phase. If we pass the order phase, this is the hand management step. It's real quick. You can discard out of your orders hand some or all of your cards and then draw back to 6. Okay, so it's a great way to move through your deck and try to find key orders you're looking for. You can also pull orders out of your what's called your reserve area. So those orders that recycle can come back in your hand that way too. The other event that can happen is called the event phase. Remember that deck of event cards we built up? Well, this is where those cards happen. So you flip the card over and it says something and you do it. It's just that simple.
Yeah. An important note is sometimes they're going to be cut and dried, black or white. The Chaos guy gets something good or the Imperial guy gets something good, but sometimes it's going to be keyed to who the active player is.
Right.
So you do get a benefit for being the guy in the lead when that happens.
Being the guy that crosses the line, right?
Oh, okay.
So sometimes you want that, yep.
Yeah.
And then the last phase that happens, this is probably one of the most important, is the refresh phase can happen. Now, the refresh phase is key because, like other Fantasy Flight games like StarCraft and Game of Thrones, when you attack and fight and Rune Wars, when you attack, fight, and move, you're going to put little activation tokens in the areas where you attack or fought or moved.
Right, which will limit the number of times your units can move in succession.
Because once there's an active token there, you can't move those guys or fight with those guys again this turn unless some special conditions happen. So the refresh phase allows you to remove all your active tokens from the board. So you guys can refresh, literally. Yeah. Now, one other little note about this is if one of your activation tokens is on the route side, you guys ran away, instead of removing it from the board, you flip back over to refresh, so to active. Yeah. So basically, if a unit runs away, it takes 2 refresh phases to get them back to being able to do something.
And there aren't that many refresh phase tokens that you're going to pass.
Right.
So it means you're going to be locked up for a while.
Right. So, again, the entire game turn is action step. You pick one of the things to do to spend some initiative. You advance your initiative marker. You check to see if you passed your opponent. If you did, well, you better figure out if it's any coexistings or overstacking rules. And did you pass any special orders or special phases? Okay, resolve those. You're done. That's the core game.
Yeah.
And then you rinse and repeat, and you keep going until somebody wins the game. And remember, the win conditions are kill Horus, kill the Emperor, control of the spaceports after the initiative markers have passed. There's actually an icon on the initiative track that says control spaceport victory.
Yep.
You can't win with 4 spaceports until someone's passed that spot.
Right.
And after someone's passed that spot, either player can win with 4 spaceports. And the final way to end the game is if someone's initiative token gets all the way to the end of the track, the Imperial players win.
Right.
And this is what's interesting. In one of my games, I was with the Imperial player, and I was within 3 of the end. And I played one of those order cards that cost me 3 just to rush my thing to the end and get the win. So there are times you're going to want to spend initiative to get ahead if you think it's a wise move.
Yep.
Or spend initiative for a big battle, throw a bunch of action tokens down, but you see your initiative counter is going to go past the refresh phase and bring all your tokens back. So there's a lot of gaming going on with that initiative tracker.
There's a lot to keep track of. I mean, it all does it for you,
right?
But you've got to keep an eye on when those refreshes are going to come up or when the action cards are going to come. I mean, it's
like Rune Wars in that it's not complicated, but it's a lot to try to strategize around. There's a lot of depth. You can ignore it all and just kind of see what happens as the game play you, but there's also you can really try to control it all. So that's the whole thing. So really, where the depth is now is, well, what kind of order cards can I play, Rush? You just told me I could play an order card from the map, or I could play an order card from my hand. What does that do for me? And then how do I fight? Because fighting's cool, and it's a game about, Grim Darkness in the far future. I want to know what chainswords do. So let's get on to the order cards real quick. I'm just going to give some examples of these. Some of the order cards you can play is like, and this is where, if you heard in the interview earlier in the show, some of these cards bring the fluff of the game. There's not special rules in the rulebook that say Chaos Cultists summon demons. Instead, there's an order card that says summon demons. You may put 2 demon units from reserve next to cultists of the same color in a unit on the board. So if your cultists are there, boom, you get them. There's factories on the table. Well, the factories don't have any special rules, but there might be a card, the Imperial Guard player, that can say, it says, manufactures tanks, put 2 tanks next to a factory. Boom, that you control. So if I take the factory from Craig, he can never play that card next to that factory, that kind of thing. So there's cards that are like drop pods that I can move my guys down.
We're huge.
Right. Now, the cards that really... the cards that really are the movers and the shakers in the game are the movement cards and the combat cards.
Right.
There's a lot of variety here. Some of the cards are called like firefight, where you can only fight. Well, basically, when you fight, I'm going to get a comment in a bit, but you can fight from one square and attack another square. What's interesting about Horus Heresy, unlike a lot of the fantasy-based combat games you might be used to, you don't move your models into the target square to fight.
No.
You know, if you're playing Rune Wars or StarCraft, you're used to like, okay, or Risk. I'm putting all my guys there. We're going to roll some dice. Here you fight from adjacent squares. I guess I'm risky fight adjacent too, but here you're fighting from adjacent squares, and depending on the card, it might be I can only attack from one adjacent square, or I can attack from all adjacent squares, or any number I choose. The thing to remember here is I'm going to activate what they call it. The adjacent area I'm fighting from is called the origin, and the place that the enemy's in is called the target. And I have to put those little activation tokens in the target square and all origin squares. So if I've got you surrounded and I fight with all my army surrounding you, I'm going to have a lot of force on you, but I'm also activating all those guys and putting anything else until we get to a refresh phase later. That's a big decision to make. And I got to have the combat card allows it, because I might have a combat card that says firefight. And the other thing the combat cards do is they dictate the size of the battle, how long it's going to last. So firefight might be short, quick 4-round burst. More about how that works in a minute. Onslaught could be a very long, prolonged combo with everybody in the region is beating it out. There's even some fancy combat cards called like Bloody Assault or something like that, where I can play it and I can fight from a square that's already got an activation token on it. So there are some cards that break the activation token rule, but they are rare and very valuable when I find those. So basically, your movement cards and your combat cards are going to move you guys around. The movement speeds of the models. Actually, in this game, combat doesn't really move you. Combat mostly just fights. There's a couple exceptions. You're going to have to play movement cards separately to move.
Right.
But whether you move or fight, you're activating the square you're going to.
That seemed very limiting to me, although you kept coming to me because that's your job.
Right.
So moving is not as easy as it is in a lot of other... Like in Rune Wars, you've got those cards that allow you to move every season, and that's great. In this game, you've got very limited chances to move your guys around on the map once they land where they are.
And what it makes it feel like is it makes the scale feel very, very large.
Yes, it does.
That like that there's miles and miles between the combat zones, and that you're sort of having this prolonged, constant firefight at the walls of the palace. Meanwhile, 3 miles away at the starport, there's a prolonged combat going, and it's difficult for units to come back and forth. The exception to that, though, is like Thunderhawks can make the dig, and the White Scars, so their fast bikes can make the transition. So there's certain units. And basically how it works is all units move 2 when they can move, but there are exceptions to that, like the Imperial tanks, I believe, can move 3, and some other things can move faster.
Marines, actually.
Marines are fast.
Yeah.
Things like that. So, and then Chaos can drop pods on you and things like that, too. But so orders like might be drop pod. I can deploy 3 Space Marines in any area. What's interesting is if I play the card from my hand, on the order card, there's a number of skulls that represent the initiative cost. If I play the card from my hand, I got to pay that initiative cost. It might be 3, but I can play it in any area on the map. If I play it from the strategy board, right, it only costs me 1, but I got to choose as the active area someone in the area. I put the card down.
And I love the idea that there's 1 space for cards in each of the areas, and then there's one that overlaps the palace and one of the plains areas outside the palace, so you can choose. So there's that one place to put cards that gives you a lot more flexibility. So that's where the big stack of order
you both
cards...
are blocking each other out. It's like, I want to be there, I want to be there, I want to be there, and you build it up. And that's a huge thing. And remember, some of these cards have a strategic bonus. Like one of my attack cards, if I play it from the strategic map, it removes the activation token after the combat's over from my side. Which is huge because it's going to attack again. Yeah. So, but I got to put it on the map, which telegraphs to Craig I'm going to be doing something there. Yeah. And he can try to block it out so he can see it coming. So it's, again, a lot of thinking going on here with that stuff. So that's the order cards.
I think that's a great way to put it. It's all very simple, but there's a lot of depth. There are a lot of layers to this.
So so again, we went through the 4 phases of the game. That's described the order cards. Boom. So now what happens if you play one of these order cards that causes combat? This is really the last big part of the game here. Well, when we fight, it's really pretty simple. And one of the things I love about this game, I'm coming back to, is they're very strict about terminology, but it makes the rules so clear you can't screw it up.
Yeah.
So I want to note these terms: attacker, defender, Okay, the attacker is the person who's initiating the combat, and the defender is the guy who's not initiating the combat.
Right.
And in the case of the coexisting battles where, like, initiative changed and I've got guys sitting there, the Imperial players always consider the attacker.
Right.
And so people go, huh? But as you heard earlier in the interview, Jeff did a good job explaining why they decided to do that. But in any case, that's the deal with that. And now the other thing that happens is there's going to be a series of these little iterations, they call them, in combat, and it's going to go between active and passive player. And the thing to remember is, who's ever active is, you're always the attacker for the entire battle. You're always a defender for the entire battle. That's important because keywords in your cards key off of active, attacker, or defender.
Yeah.
Where active or passive have different meanings. So once you get those terms right in your head, it'll all be simple.
Yeah.
So after we've decided who the attacker or defender is, we're going to join the battle. So we're going to identify the target and origin areas. So Craig's playing like Assault on me. Assault says attack a square in this region or an area in this region from any number of adjacent territories.
Yeah.
So Craig has to nominate a place that's got at least one enemy guy in it. He picks my spot, and then he can nominate any number of origin squares. He may have 4 he can choose from, but only choose to attack from 2 because he wants to save the other 2 for something else.
Because remember, it'll activate all of those
right. So he puts
regions.
He puts his activation tokens down at this point and says, "This is what I'm doing." Then what's interesting is there's an engaging units phase. You don't have to fight with all the units in the square. You might hold some back. Now, why would you do this? Well, they still count as active, which sucks, but they can't be nominated for damage. So
Right.
maybe there's a reason you want to keep, because like, for example, Adeptus Mechanicus, they can actually build more units and things, and Cultists can summon more demons, so maybe you don't want them to risk them in combat. Because remember, the guy who does the damage picks what dies.
Yep.
So you might want to keep that stuff safe, maybe. The other thing that happens during engaging units is models that fly can now, and this is they can always move in an attack, even if it's not, you don't get a movement on the card. So basically, if combat's occurring and you're attacking, flying units can fly to aid and move into an adjacent square and also fight. So, and the flying units are the Thunderhawks. Chaos has Thunderhawks. The Imperium does not have Thunderhawks, but the Imperium does have the White Scars, which have the same rules as the Thunderhawks.
No, only the Primarch.
The White
Jagatai
Primarch
Khan
that
does. Any units, that, any white scars that are with him have that.
Yeah, if he's standing next to Imperial tanks, he can't bring them with him. But he's got to have his biker boys to come racing in. So that's really neat. So you do that, and then you're going to fight. So now we've marked all the territories they're going to be doing the fighting from and where they're fighting to. And remember, you don't move into the square. You're fighting from adjacent spaces.
Yeah.
And you're going to prep to fight now. So now we're going to figure out how many combat cards we get. This is where the ranks of the units matter. So remember, the rank of the unit is determined by the number of little spiky bits on his base. All you do is you count up all the little spiky bits on all the guys you have involved in the battle. It doesn't matter whether it's a Titan or a Guardsman. If it's a Titan's got 4 spikes, you count 4. If you got 4 Guardsmen, that also counts as 4. You just add them all up.
Yep.
Okay? And then you divide that number by half, you round up, and that is the number of combat cards you draw. Okay, for your combat hand. So I've got a combat deck. Now, unlike other games that have combat hands, you don't manage the hand. The hand you draw now. Okay?
Yep.
This is not your order hand. This is a combat hand. So you draw, let's say I've got 4 points defending, so I get 2 cards. Craig's got 9 points attacking, so he gets 5 cards. Half of 9 rounded up, 5 cards. All right. Little note here. Remember when I was describing the decks earlier, there are 2 kinds of combat decks. There's regular combat deck and there's a hero combat deck. All the hero combat deck does is, if you've got a hero in the battle, he gets to draw 2 hero cards and add it to your combat hand as well.
Yeah.
The mechanics of the hero cards are identical to the mechanics of the regular combat cards. They just have different powers.
Yeah.
So that mechanic's the same. So you hold your hand of cards up. Now we're going to do the iterations, okay? Remember I told you on the board earlier, there's this little combat track. It's just a track of numbers 1 through 8, with a little token on it. You put it on number 1. What we like to do here is the maximum number of iterations you're going to fight is dependent on the combat card that was played, the order card, right? So if I played an order card that said firefight, I get to fight for 4 rounds.
Yep.
What I like to do is take the order card and put it on the track after the 4 to show we're only going to fight 4 rounds.
Yeah.
That's important because if it's a big battle, a lot of guys, you're not going to kill them all in 4 rounds probably. Okay, so when we determine how many rounds we're going to fight, let's do round 1. The defender gets to choose whether he's going to be the active or the passive player in round 1. Okay, and that's it. The defender chooses after that. In round 1, whoever was active is active. In round 2, the other player is now active and the other guy's passive, and you alternate back and forth through all the rounds they're all played.
Right.
So if there's a 4-round game and I'm going to be active first, I'll be active in round 1. Craig's active in round 2. I'm active in round 3. Craig's active in round 4. We're done.
Yeah.
Boom. Okay. So whether now the big thing to remember is the number of combat cards you can play is based on the round number. So there's advantages and disadvantages to going first. Well, we'll let you play the game to figure out some of the strategies, but let's get into the iteration. So it's going to be iteration round 1. Craig's attacking me. I'll say, okay, I've got a pretty cool card here. I'm going to choose to be the active player in round 1. So the active player plays combat cards up to the round iteration number it is. So if it's round 1, I can only play 1 combat card. If it was round 2, I could play 2. If it was round 3, I could play 3. So it's kind of neat because the battle grows to a crescendo the longer it's been fighting. So in the beginning, I can play 1 card. And let's say I play a card and I put a card down. Now, the combat card's got 2 basic things on it that you want to watch for. There's 3 basic things. There's a number in the upper left-hand corner. That number is the amount of damage the card's going to do if I'm the active player. So I'm going to put a card down, let's say in the corner is a number 2, and then in the center of the card there's an ability with a unit required in a moment. It might say, Space Marines, they shall know no fear. And then it describes what that means. And it might say, for that one it says, for the rest of this combat, any Space Marine units that would normally be killed are instead routed and move a space away.
Right.
Okay.
2 units.
2 spaces away. Yeah, right.
2 units of Space Marines.
Right. So what I might do then is, I might play that first if I think I'm going to lose, but it keeps my guys alive.
Right.
So I want to go first to get the card out there before he gets his kill on me. So I play that card.
And there's always a counter.
And there's not always, but sometimes.
But most of the time,
Yes.
there's a counter to that. So if I really don't want him to have that, there's a way that I can.
It might say 5 shields to block. And how that works is the third component of the combat card. So the combat card's got a number of damage it does in the corner. It's got a special ability in the middle, like the They Shall Know No Fear. And on the left-hand side, some of the cards have some number of these little sort of shield icons, look like a bullet bouncing off a wall.
Yeah.
1, 2, or 3 on a card. Those shields, at this point, my ability might say, They Shall Know No Fear, 5 shields to counter. At this point, Craig can look at his hand and find a sum of cards that add up to 5 of those little shield icons and throw them away and say, it doesn't do anything to text on them or anything, you just use them to block.
Yep.
I'm going to block it.
And you lose those cards.
Okay, so the active player plays his combat cards up to the number of the round it is. The active player then carries out any special effects. So I look at my card, it says, They Shall Know No Fear. I have a Space Marine unit in play, so I can use that effect. If I did not have a Space Marine unit, I could not use that effect. I could play the card for the damage, couldn't use it. And then I total my damage. So my card does 2 points of damage, so I say, Craig, I'm going to do 2 points of damage to you.
Yep.
Here's where the passive player gets to do something. He gets to attempt to resist the damage. He can play a number of cards, again, up to the iteration it is. So it's round 1, he can play 1 card. And he's going to try to find a number of shields on that 1 card that are going to equal or exceed the number of damage I'm doing to counter my damage, if he wants to. Maybe the card's too valuable as an attack card to do that. He's going to soak the damage and say, yeah, you did do the damage.
Yeah. And that's where all of your thought has to go in, because usually, especially in a smaller game, those 3 or 4 cards you have, that's it for that battle. So you might have one that has 3 shields, and that's great. You can totally soak all the damage that he's sending your way, but maybe it also does 3 damage to him. Or maybe it has a really cool text on it, like the Titan Breach card, which actually allows you to break through fortifications.
Right.
So it's really, really a lot of really difficult, especially when you have jet lag, a lot of very difficult decisions.
Well, the first time you play it, it's challenging. You don't know what you're looking at, but the deck's not that big. So eventually, after you go through it a couple times, and Craig went through it several times, you start to know what you're looking for. And what's interesting is you start to also know what your opponent has.
Yeah.
And so if I know he might have a They Shall Know No Fear rule, but I got to go first, I might try to kill his Space Marine off. So he doesn't. I know he can't play that card.
Yeah.
Like there's one card that I think Space Marines can play that like kills one unit regardless of its strength.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's an awesome card to get out early. And let's say I know that Craig has a Titan and he's trying to break through the wall. I might play that card early and say I'm going to kill your Titan.
Yeah.
He's got to take 5 shields to block, but that's going to strip his hand.
Right.
So if I can get that early and do that to him, I'll strip. But I got to know my cards and know his cards. So what's cool about this game is, in the beginning, some parts can be overwhelming. And you can certainly just go, I'm just going to throw shields on, not worry about it, and kind of learn the game. But the more you play, the more depth you're going to find in this game, because you're going to be able to counter your opponent. So, again, just to sum up where we are, I played a card. I did a special ability on it. I did some damage to Craig. Craig could try to block the damage. If he blocks it all, great. That's the end of my iteration. If he doesn't block it all, whatever goes through, I can pick which models to take the damage from that damage. Okay? Yeah. And all that happens is you start adding a damage token to its back. If it's enough to equal his rank, he's out of the game.
And can you spread the damage out, or do you have to do all damage to
you
one
can spread
model?
it out, I believe.
Yeah, that's
you
what
can spread
I
it all out. So that's it. And then the iteration marker advances. So now it's iteration round 2. Now Craig is the active player. Now it's round 2, so Craig can play up to 2 cards on me, and I can try to block damage up to 2 cards on him.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing to note about the special effects when it's multiple cards. The special effects on the cards, most of them do not have any, just have the name of a unit. when you play 2 cards, let's say Craig puts 2 cards down. One of them says Titan, breach the wall, and they've got these cool counters that can be put on the wall to show they're broken. And the other one says Space Marine, kill any unit regardless of its strength. If Craig's got both a Titan and a Space Marine there, he could choose either but not both of those abilities.
Unless
one of those abilities has a little plus next to it. If it has a plus next to it, it's called a free ability that also activates in addition to the one you're going to choose.
Right.
So neither of the ones I gave as an examples would be ones with pluses.
Nope.
But some of the ones with pluses might be hero damages your another hero for one, because they're like busy fighting in the middle of the battlefield, things like that. So there's some really interesting combos you want to get going with your effects as well.
Yeah.
So Craig plays 2 cards, some effects go off. He's going to throw some damage, which is now the sum of those 2 cards. And remember, the cards that has an effect, its damage still goes.
Yeah.
So you might be throwing 5 damage at me, and I got to try to block that damage.
Yeah.
Okay? And then we resolve that. I block what I block. He puts the damage on my models that I don't soak. And then we repeat.
Right.
The iterations keep going. A couple things of note. And then we keep doing that until one of the few things happens that ends the battle. One of them is all the iterations are fought. So we get to 4 for that battle, it's over. No matter how many cards you got left in the hand, they get discarded, and we're done.
Yep.
Okay, you don't keep your combat hand. Or both of us run out of combat cards. So let's say it's a long battle. We're only fighting it for 8. We only got like 2 units, each have 2 cards.
Yeah.
You fight till your cards are done, it's over. Or one side has lost all his heroes and his units.
Right.
Okay. And then at the end of that, after that's all over, if there are no defending units left in the target zone, the attacker can move any number of his engaged units into the target area.
Yeah.
Okay. Now remember, everything's still activated. The origin places are activated and the target area is activated, but he can slide in there, which is key, especially if you're trying to take over like a starport or something.
Right.
Or get into break into a palace. And that's really all there is to battling. And we gave some examples in there of the different combat cards we went through. So where the fluff comes in is, again, some of these wacky combat cards that kick in for certain units and not others.
Yeah.
To give you some cool stuff. So that's combat. And the last thing I want to talk about for mechanics of the game are the heroes and the Primarchs, because they really do feel like they're very, very powerful. And including, remember, as we mentioned earlier, Horus and the Emperor are also wandering around.
Yeah.
As Craig mentioned before, they don't count as units.
Nope.
They actually don't hold territories. So if they're there by themselves, the territory is actually empty, which is good for retreating.
Yes.
Oh, we forgot to mention in combat, when it's your active iteration, you can choose to not play a card and retreat.
After iteration 1.
But not in iteration 1, right? It's an important thing, so you can run. And remember, we mentioned earlier, when you run, you put the bad side of the iteration token up, wherever they run to.
Activation token.
Everybody up there now is retreated,
right
from the activation. So
and you have to have a friendly or
neutral
empty zone to retreat into.
And it's a cool fluff situation where Craig had me surrounded. Some of the places I was surrounded only had 1 guardsman each.
Yeah.
And I drop podded, and I should have drop podded on his guardsman.
Right.
And then broken him out and gave my Primarch a way to escape. But I drop podded 1 spot 2 away because I was getting overly crafty for myself.
Poor Angron.
And then Angron was overwhelmed and could not retreat and was slain.
Yeah.
Because you can always retreat in round 2. So no matter how badly it looks, you only got to deal with 1 round of combat. The guy can only play 1 card and you win round 1. And then you can run like heck.
Yeah, if you've got a space open.
Right. So as a defender, so you can always say, you, the attacker, are going to go first.
Yeah.
You're going to play 1 card on me. And then I'm going to run, but I got to have a place to go. Yeah. And the bad side of running, though, is I got to have that retreat token on me, which requires 2 refresh phases to occur.
Right.
Unless I got some fancy card that pulls a token. There are some out there. To get away from that.
Yeah.
So, tough stuff. So the Primarchs, the heroes, again, they got their own wound tracker. They got those cool special abilities. They're kind of neat that affect combat usually. So, for example, Chaos has some that get free bombardments. The game starts. Horus, Sanguinus is one of the best ones, which is basically +1 damage for every Blood Angel fighting.
Up to +2.
+2, which is huge.
I would say Jagatai Khan is way more.
Well, Jagatai Khan is also awesome. And they got their wound trackers on the board, so that's pretty much it.
And you wound them, there's 2 ways you can wound them. You can wound them with special combat cards, like it says heroic combat, you play it, and the text there is you do the normal damage to the enemy, and in addition to that, you do +1 damage to the hero. Or there's also a hero combat card that does 2 points of damage. The only other way is when they're the last unit, or they're the last enemy in that zone.
So you wipe out all the units, and he's alone, and you got more damage coming from your cards. If he can't soak it, he takes it all himself.
Exactly.
And that kills him. So
that's the only way you can. And it's tough. They get 10 wounds, so they're going to hang out there.
They definitely
for a while.
feel like the mighty dudes there in the books.
Yeah.
They definitely feel mighty.
Which didn't stop me from killing 2 of them.
No, it did not. I didn't get any of yours either. Although I did get some good
close.
Blood drawn on Sanguinus there.
Yeah, and the Emperor, I believe.
And the Emperor got nicked. Yeah, no, I don't think. I did.
Yeah,
nick the
you
Emperor.
did. You nicked the Emperor.
I did. I had a good run at the Emperor.
You scared him out of the palace.
Well, it was great because in our battle, Craig, it was great because Craig, I had this 1-star port, and Craig just crushed my guys there. But meanwhile, I was slowly drop potting around the palace.
Yeah.
And as Craig was slowly taking on the starports, at some point it looked like, oh crap, the palace is surrounded by 3 Primarchs and lots of chaos.
Yeah.
And so Sanguinus did a really smart move. He sallied forth basically and had a really bloody battle with one of the Primarchs, and we both kind of blew each other up and had to fall back.
Yeah, it was brutal.
And then the other 2 Primarchs pushed into the palace and were able to attack the Emperor. And if he hadn't sallied forth, I'd have brought the 3rd Primarch in as well, and that I might have killed the Emperor.
Yeah.
But without him, the Emperor repelled me, and I lost.
Yeah.
But it was a fun game. And let's get into our final thoughts now.
All
so,
right.
Craig, before
Yes.
we get into this, we do need to explain to our listeners, especially the new ones.
Yeah, of which there are many.
The D6G rating system. So please, in the style of the Emperor of Man.
That's a tall order.
Please describe the D6G patent pending rating system.
Okay.
From your golden throne.
From the golden throne. My people. There is but one way that a game can be rated for all. This is the D6 generation way, and I declare that it is the right of any imperial citizen to rate anything in this way. You will rate it thusly. If you enjoyed this game and you believe that 5 out of 6 gamers would enjoy it as well, you will give the rating of 2+, reflecting, symbolically, the rolling of a celestial die, which will reflect how much people will enjoy this game. If you did not enjoy the game, and thou art angry with it, you might give the rating of a 5+, giving the symbolic concept that only 2 out of 6 gamers would enjoy the game. If you would like to split your rating in some way, I declare, as the Emperor of Man, despite the mathematical ramifications, you may use the term reroll to indicate half of a pip on the die. If you have a problem with this, please file your complaint with the Adeptus Custodes at the door.
Nice.
Or take it up with Horus.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Go up to
Achievement for
Vengeful
excellent
Spirit.
Emperor of Man. So that's the thing. Who wants to go first on their final thoughts of this game?
I'll go first.
All right.
Craig goes first.
Because I was in total jet lag mode.
Go ahead, Craig.
I liked it. It's there. It is not Rune Wars in any way, shape, or form. However, it is like Rune Wars in that, like we said, it's a very deep game. Everything is very easy to understand. There's nothing that you're going to be like, oh my god, I don't understand how that works. Everything is laid out for you. It's there in the cards. There's not all kinds of stuff you have to memorize. Even the Primarchs and the Emperor himself, they each have one rule. You've got a nice summary card that you have right there for you to look, and you can see right there what everybody's is, and each summary card is double-sided. So on one side you have your guys, and on the other side you have the enemy's guys, so you always have a reference so you can check and see what's going on. However, although everything is simple and basic and easy to understand, there's a depth to the choices that you have to make and a ramification of those choices that makes it a much more complex game than you would think, given the basic simplicity of each individual component of the game. And I thought there were many times where I knew I was not doing the optimal thing because it was my first time playing and the jet lag was kicking my butt, kind of like it is right now. So if I'm not making sense, that's why. But as far as the theme goes, I thought it was awesome. The whole idea of you've got the Primarchs themselves striding the earth and shaking the pillars of heaven and fighting amongst themselves while the puny mortals are fighting amongst themselves at their feet. The board is beautiful I thought at first when we started setting it up, well, first of all, those vacuum formed buildings are a pain in the butt to get stuck in that map.
Yeah.
I thought when I looked at them, the vacuum form plastic is very thin, and I thought, oh, that looks kind of shoddy. Well, you can't see how thin it is when it's on the board because it's all the edges are hidden
from the
underneath
bottom,
the
right.
board, and they come from underneath, just like the mountains in Rune Wars. The artwork on them is stunning. It's all viewed from above, but you can see the streets and the building complexes and the boilers and the piping and the windows and the buttresses it's just amazing what it visually adds to the whole thing. And the cards, like we said, the event cards and the combat cards and the action cards all bring in all these different fluff elements from this story that has been evolving over the last 25 years, really. And we've been experiencing it. Well, I've been experiencing it since, the first Space Marine game came out, the very first iteration of what we now call Epic, which was all about the Horus Heresy. So I really felt like I was reliving that, and I had all these options, and I know that I'm pretty much I know the whole origin story down cold, and I could see how I could redo everything that happened then. I didn't do it because you're actually reacting to what Russ is doing, and Russ isn't doing what actually happened either. So it's the whole battle is being recreated and born anew. But as far as creating the reality of the Horus Heresy and the Siege of Terra, every piece is there for you to reenact the battle and see if you can create a different outcome or create an entirely new viable strategy to try to win it in a different way. And I loved it. I can't wait to play it again when I'm a little better rested.
So what would you rate this thing?
I am going to rate it thusly. I would say that if you are a 40K fan,
He's going to split.
You got to split this game. Because if you're a 40K fan, it's a 2+. Are you going to want to own it on a 2+? Maybe not. Probably not. Especially with the cost. I think the $100. I want to say it's worth it. The plastic pieces are really nice. I want to say maybe the Rune Wars pieces seem a little bit better. A little more detail in the molds. I thought the Titan in particular was a little disappointing. You can see where it's coming from. You can see, okay, I can see kind of a Titan if I squint really hard, but I can also see random generic killer robot, which is a little unfortunate because the Titan is such an iconic image in the 40K universe. So I think the $100 price point, you're not going to want to run out and buy it, I think, on the first play. Just because you play 40K, but you're going to want to play it, and you're going to want to experience it. If you are just a gamer, you like science fiction, and this is kind of a cool thing, I'm going to say you're going to enjoy this game on a 4+ with a reroll, because it's still really a good game.
Yeah.
And I the depth of all the stuff and everything, if you're not into the fluff, it might not carry you, but I think 3+.
That's awesome.
I'll go 3+.
Okay, 3+. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I really dug your comments on the story thing because, I played it, like I said, 4 times now, and every game feels like a different story happened.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because my very, very first game, I was learning, I was playing the Imperium, and Dave and Christian came over, and we were at my house, quiet evening, and they played together Chaos. So we're all learning the game, but these are some of the stronger players in the game in our group. And they're working together, which they at the end they felt was a hindrance a little bit, but also they were really both analyzing the rules.
Yeah.
And as we're playing, things were just not going my way. It felt like everybody was going to darkness. One of the early bombardments breached the palace wall, and guys were flooding in. All the starports were controlled by the enemy.
Really?
But we weren't at the starport and victory point yet.
Yeah.
And it felt like the books, like Doom was just coming. And I was like, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know the tactics well enough. And I was like, I'm going to go to fluff on this. What did they do? Well, they were losing, and they went and they took to fight the Horus.
Yeah.
And I looked at Sanguinus' special rule, and I'm like, he throws mad damage. And I had the card to send Sanguinus up to the ship.
Yep.
So I did. I sent him up there. he whacked the initial room of demons, and they were scared because Sanguinus's power was so good they didn't think Horus could take him one-on-one. Even though in the books he did.
Right.
So they changed it. They teleported down to the planet thinking they were going to be safe down one of the starports.
Yeah.
But that put him right next to Rogel Dorn. And next turn, Rogel Dorn attacked and killed the Horus and won the game for me. But that was the only way because they were locking me out every other way.
Yeah.
So it was like, and I went to the
cool.
and I went to the fluff, and the fluff saved me. So it was kind of neat
That's early
without
days
knowledge-
too. Is in the game. I mean, that's first half of the game.
Oh, we didn't even get past the first half, which very we were just doing all this crazy stuff. But then later, I played it, and now we've kind of found that when both sides know what they're doing, the initial battle's kind of hard for Cass to win. But my feeling about it's been I really enjoy the game, and I've said before on the show, I know I pick on GW a lot. I did it again this show, but I've always been constant that they have some of the best canon and story of any gaming system out there.
And this particular story is
this is the center of what makes the 40K universe so interesting. And of course I know it well, and I love it. I love it. And in fact, $100 is a lot of money, but you know what? And if 2-player game is, I don't play a lot of 2-player games much nowadays. But if I were going to buy this or Space Hulk, I would buy this.
Really?
If I was getting it for modeling, Space Hulk's a better modeling deal. But as a gameplay experience, I've said before, both sides of the I don't find the Gene Stealer side of Space Hulk particularly fun. I find the Space Marine side interesting.
Yeah.
But in this game, both sides are interesting, and the game's got much more tactical depth.
That's very true.
So for replayability and tactical value, I think this game beats out a game like that.
I can see that.
I also think if you're someone, and Jeff made this point too, I remember when I was much, much younger, my brother and I had only ourselves to play with each other. We didn't have a lot of friends who were moving around a lot in the Army. And it would stink when you get these great big, like Fortress America and Axis and Allies games, which when you're playing 2-player, you just know the game's better with more people and they're not there.
Right, yeah.
What's cool about Horus Heresy is if you only have one player to play with, you're playing the best possible experience with one guy.
Yep.
So it's that game where if you've always wanted the Runewars experience, but you don't have the play group size, this is the game that gives you that level of game for 2 people. So it's the
That's what it
broadside.
sounds like to me.
It's the broadsides and boarding parties. Of the modern games, I think. Mechanics work beautifully together. I've said it in the interview. I said it together. They just come together great. The theme, as Craig said, comes together just unparalleled as only Fantasy Flight can do it. And
So
really,
what do you rate it?
He's got a little more he
love
wants
it.
to talk about.
I just think it brings together what I prayed that would happen when Fantasy Flight got the GW license. I wanted really great rules in the GW universe, and it did it. It really brought it all together, and it's fun to teach. It's an easy game to learn. I think, Craig, you learn the mechanics well. It's just hard to master.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to rate it. I'm going to go with very much where Craig went. I'm going to split it. The only negative is the same as Craig's. I think the price is worth it compared to some things, but I also think compared to other $100 coffin games, as Jeff called them, I do think it's hard to look at Descent and Road to and Descent and Runewars and not think you're getting better value in those boxes.
Yeah.
I don't know what the vacuum form cost.
Right.
And that could have been a big expense, but it just feels like it could have been better.
And there's a ginormous amount of plastic models.
There are, so it's hard to say.
Well, I also think the limiting factor of the bases, the multiple pronged, those are thicker, and they kind of make it look a little less because they're not
cheaper. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not cheap. It's not. In the end, it works great. It's just there's something about. I feel like it should be $80.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know that they don't have the $80 price point anymore. And $80 is not that much cheaper than $100, but it is cheaper. You know what I mean? Like it just feels like if it was $80, I could see. Oh, I know why it's $20 cheaper than Descent.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, but for my score, again, if you can name the Primarchs and their chapters, this is a 2+ of the reroll.
Oh yeah.
I think you have to own it. I think because if you're that kind of guy and you know the Space Marine chapter, you know the Horus Heresy very well, you want to be able to play through that time in history. Yeah. I just know you do, and this game lets you do that. And yeah, it's only one other player, but I think you're going to love it. If that's, I think it's a must buy. I think, or know a friend who has it.
Yeah, there you go.
Or get your friend to buy it, or go in together and split it, or whatever. You got to own this game. Coming at it from you don't know 40K, but you're interested in a really interesting tactical 2-player board game.
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide if I can recommend it over a Battlelore or a Westeros. It does have some really interesting. The initiative track is really, really cool, And it sounds similar to what this new game Stronghold everybody's excited about does, where how much time you spend gives your opponent more power, or more time. So that's pretty unique, but I don't know if you're going to enjoy the sort of fixed historical scenarios there if you're not, if it's not your thing. So I'm going to go 4+ with the reroll.
Ah, okay.
Kind of where you were, but I'm going a little
It averages
worse.
out to the same.
It does in the end, I guess. But I think most people will enjoy this game.
Yeah.
You can be a hard person not to find like this game.
I agree.
Okay.
Rafe.
So I rate it on my desire to want to play it. And I rate it on my own desire, and if you're like me, then this will help you. So you started to go where I was going to go, Russ, and I'm going to quiz you. Because you are the Jedi Game Master. So you ready for your quiz? Because this will help me rate it.
All right. Hit me.
All right. You can only own one, your first answer, and no explanations allowed.
Okay.
Battle lore or this game? See, this helps balance it for the non-Russes.
See, I don't know, because they're kind of different.
No explaining. First gut reaction?
I don't have a gut reaction to that. Because
Rafe, only one of your children can survive. No explanations. Which one?
Right.
No, that's a good point. Okay, grind or this game?
No, they're different.
Okay, two of your past pets, only one can survive. You can't.
They're different. They're not the same game. That's like saying Blood Bowl or Space Hulk. They're not the same game in any way.
Let me ask you that.
They're not
I'm trying to
the same
pick
game at all.
2-player games. I'm trying to see where you rate it.
Oh, well, here's...
This is what I'm trying to say, okay?
Yeah.
We don't have the luxury that we have, and we can buy a lot of stuff. So I'm trying to help the people out there with all the 2-player games.
I think here's what I would say. It's a tactical war game. I would compare it to like a Runewars or a StarCraft. And I would say if your game
it's
group
2-player.
No, that's what I'd say. I would say if your game group is usually more than 2 players, buy those other games first. Okay.
Right. Here's what I'm going to say.
If your game group is always 2 players, you want to have more than 1 2-player game so you can have variety. But if your game
you're of no help to me. That's what I'm at 11:50 p.m. Craig and I both have jet lag.
God, it's 11:50 p.m.
You're of no help. So this is what I'm going to say.
Right.
I'm sitting here, never played the game. Do I want to play the game? Of course. That's easy. 2+, play the game, done. Now, do I want to own the game? I like 2-player games. I could play with Dave Farr. I could play with Brian Ahern. There's lots of situations. I have grind. I'm like, in my staple of games, I don't know. So I think for those of you who might want to be, you play it, yes, but you play it 3-4 times, and then see if you want to plunk the $100 down to have it in your staple. I mean, it sounds very cool, but I think Chaos in the Old World is still very cool too, and you can play that game 2-player.
It's not
Can you play
optimized.
Runewars 2-player? You can.
Yeah, but it's not optimized. The only thing I would say is this. What it does for me, and the only reason I'm considering keeping it, because I'm with you, I have a lot of 2-player games already. I like miniature war games 2-player better. One of the things I dinged Battle Lore on when it was 2-player is that I don't play a lot of 40K, but I love the universe. So for me, this gives me a really nice 40K
That's
fix.
true.
Right.
And I don't have to go into the 40K. And a lot of people just don't have the time to do miniature war games anymore, but they really miss the 40K universe. This gets you there. So if you find yourself missing the 40K universe, but don't feel like breaking out to miniatures, this is a great way to get there.
Technically, it's the 30K universe in this, but yeah.
Yeah. But that's a great, because I'm playing with Space Marines again, and I know they're not Imperial Guard tanks, but I got tanks on there, and it's epic scale, but it works, and the mechanics are solid, and I like it.
Okay. That's my rating.
All right. What was your rating? I missed your roll.
2+, yeah, of course, I want to play it.
All right.
Owning it, play it 4 or 5 times, then decide.
All right, that's Horus Heresy, and this has been a mega episode.
Mega episode.
It can't get any better than this.
Mega heretical.
Can't get any mega.
The only way it could get better is if it ended right about now.
This Did You Ever Notice is brought to you by Prefectus Classis with the following special message. Craig loves Romans. Craig is awesome. Russ likes Spartans. Russ is awesome. Rafe, what do you like? Oh, and anyway, ancient warfare rules. Did you ever notice how many people seem to have reached the dubious status of adulthood without ever learning about the existence or protocol of a line? Well, this past week while I was in Europe, I had it drilled into me time and time again that many people from a wide variety of countries and cultures, including my own, view lines as simply either fanciful fairy tale creatures that don't really exist or events that happen to other people and not them. Seriously, you see a group of people standing one behind the next, with the first person in the sequence receiving some service, good, or attention of one kind or another, who, honestly, doesn't know you should, if you want what's being distributed, get behind the person at the end of this sequence and wait your turn. Who thinks, in the silence of their hearts, that this is really a free-for-all melee with the rest of humanity deciding not to play by those chaotic rules? I'm going to suspend the normal rules for this podcast for just a moment. If I'm waiting in a line, and have been for some time, and I'm frustrated by the wait, but I want the thing I'm waiting for bad enough to deal with being jostled and bumped and bored out of my skull, and then you come in and cut some poor little old lady 3 or 4 people in front of me, I hate you. And if I'm aggravated enough to overcome my shy, retiring personality and actually tell you you're cutting a line, and you pretend either not to hear me or not to understand the simple words and gestures I'm using, I hate you more. Please, folks, don't be that guy or girl. We're all frustrated by lines, but you place your own selfish desires above all other people's when you decide to ignore the line and just walk straight up to whatever it is that you want. Seriously, whether you're at a con or an airport or on a cruise ship, wait just like the rest of us, okay? And fair warning, the next person to cut in front of me at a line is going to get one friendly, polite warning, then I'm going to accidentally trip and drill my elbow into the back of your head, enough that you'll forget what it was that was so important that you cut me in the first place. I'm just saying. And while I'm ranting, how about elevators? This is more to our friends across the pond, really. Now, I am a huge Europhile. I love Europe, all of it. Although I have to admit that England, Ireland, and Italy hold special places in my heart. But seriously, folks, you guys have got to learn the basics of using elevators or, lifts or whatever. It's very simple. Outside the elevator, there are really only 2 controls, sometimes even 1. Usually there are 2 buttons. One has an up arrow on or next to it, and one has a down arrow. They indicate the direction you want to go. By the very adamant and unforgiving laws of physics, you can only go in one direction at a time. So stop pushing both buttons. Honestly, it won't make the elevator come any faster, and if it does, it'll be going in the wrong direction. And here's where my second little heads up comes in. Over the elevator doors, you will see 3 data points, generally in this configuration, a number, or sometimes a letter, and an arrow on either side, one pointing up, one pointing down. The number is what floor or deck the elevator is currently on, and the arrows, depending on which one lights up, indicate which direction the elevator is going to head when it leaves your current location. That's it. That means if you're on deck 9 of the lovely Costa Concordia, you probably just got cut off by some slob in the buffet line, and you want to go to deck 11, you could probably use a stronger drink. If the arrow that illuminates is pointing down, it probably means that I'm in the elevator going down to deck 1 so I can get some sleep. That means that when you get in and feel the elevator going down, don't look at me like I'm ruining your night. You got in an elevator going in the wrong direction. This behavior is particularly annoying when you fill the elevator going in the wrong direction, so those of us who know where we want to go can't get in. I, for instance, know when the door opens on the 3rd floor going down that the 10 of you that are all gussied up for the captain's cocktail party aren't actually going down to deck 1 on purpose. And when I squeeze myself in and press 1, despite the fact that you've got deck 5 pressed, don't get mad at me for wanting to go down. Again, you got in the wrong elevator. But enough of that. I've actually got one piece of housekeeping, again, and then I'm going to announce my own special contest. Firstly, I'd like to apologize to Rhiannon and her mom Kathleen and her dad Richard for mispronouncing her name. Apparently I'm not batting 1,000 lately on pronunciations. Sorry, Rhiannon. So, my contest. Well, see, in true Hollywood fashion, sadly enough, Rafe has let us know that he can't actually attend the big Northeast team tournament for War Machine in June. Russ, still wanting to have a D6 generation team represented, has come to me begging me to play. We actually forgot to put this in the beginning of the show, so here we go. Okay, maybe he wouldn't characterize it as begging, but I heard a distinctly plaintive note in his voice. Anyway, here's the deal. You guys know I really don't play War Machine. I have a big force, but the game just doesn't call to me. In fact, I haven't played since the last Northeast Team tournament I played in, when a typical Page 5 proponent told me he was going to carnally, anally violate my models. It was such a distasteful experience, my models haven't seen the table since, or maybe they're just afraid. But Russ is so cute when he's whining. I still don't want to play War Machine, but I wouldn't mind playing Hordes, which is now supported in the tournament with the Mark II rules having come out. I'll tell you what, though. I won't play even Hordes without unit cards. It's just not going to happen. And as you War Machine and Hordes fans know, there aren't currently any Mark II Hordes cards available. All the information is out there to make the cards, but the cards aren't available yet. So here's the contest. Make me Mark II Hordes cards for the Troll Bloods. The coolest looking, while most utilitarian card set will win the contest. Want to know what you're going to win? Well, we just got a shipment from Redbox Games Miniatures, a brand new miniature company. They were kind enough to send us a massive sampling of almost their entire line of miniatures. The website is a bit lacking in details yet, so we're not sure if Redbox Games is going to come out with their own rules, but the quality of the models is amazing. They appear to me to be about 25mm, maybe 30mm scale, true scale for the most part, no real heroic GW-style proportions, except maybe some of the Vikings. The detail is unbelievable. The focus of the run seems to be a Norse-themed mythos with lots of Vikings, or Helfskat in the Redbox Games world, a whole bunch of great-looking, really detailed dwarves, or Dyrfgar, on their website, and lots of beautiful, detailed, very elegant-looking elves, or Elfar. The models are really dynamic in their poses. They would mesh perfectly size-wise with Dungeons & Dragons minis or most other RPGs at 25mm. And they're also great if you're just a big fan of the Norse aesthetic. Definitely go to their website and check it out at red-box-games.com. For this contest, I'll tell you what. I'll give the winner their choice of 10 of the models we were sent. That's almost $90 worth of excellently sculpted minis, unless you choose dwarves, in which case I'll give you a couple extra. Because the tournament is coming up fast, unfortunately, this is going to have to be a fast contest. The deadline for the cards will have to be Tuesday, May 18th. That only really gives you about a week when you hear this, so get cracking. Hopefully enough people will actually listen to the end of the podcast this time that I'll get at least one set of cards, and hopefully Russ will put it on the Twitter and the Facebook feed. Well, good luck. Anyway, that's about it for now. Thanks for listening, and good night.
Achievement unlocked! You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@d6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA Discussions Forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from Total Fangirl comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes.
Okay, welcome. Is there anything I can get you before we start? Glass of water?
You may
juice?
dispense with the pleasantries.
Okay, great. Tom, Darth Vader, take one.
At the end of the road, turn round.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. The line is at the end of the road, turn right.
That is what I said.
Terrific. So let's just try it again. Tom, voice, Darth Vader, take 2.
At the end of the road, turn round. At the end of the road, turn round.
Let's just go forward. Okay, we're at page 5.
Page 5?
I'm sorry, page 7. We're at page 7.
I don't have a page 7. You have reached your destination.
Is there any way you could breathe a little quieter?
What do you mean quieter? This is how I breathe. Please take the 3rd exit on the roundabout.
It's roundabout.
Correct. Roundabout.
You're saying roundabout. It's roundabout. Is there any way you can make it sound a little less depressing?
Exit right ahead.
Don't force it. Just make it sound natural.
You should have seen his face when I told him I was his father. I told my son, who did not know that I was his father, that I was his father.
Yeah, and there's a twin sister involved.
Ah. Here it is.
Whoa.
Roundabout. Round-bound.
You know what? Let's move forward. That's fine.
Silence! Roundabout.
It's about being around.
Don't underestimate the power of the dark side. Dum 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 da dum dum da dum 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 da dum dum da dum.